Everyone to day 3 of our Crack Rackets coverage of this 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. Alex Gruskin here to steer the ship on what promises to be another exciting day of college tennis. If you joined us at any point during our 12 plus hours of coverage on day 2, you know the drama we experienced yesterday with so many teams looking to clinch their spots in the final 16 fields at the National Indoors. Today, it promises to be another dramatic, exciting, compelling day in the college tennis world. Of course, we have 9 more matches for all of you throughout the course of today. Let's throw our schedule up on the board now. We will start today's coverage in Columbus, Ohio. Of course, the Ohio State men have downright set the standard of what elite college tennis looks like over the course of the past 2 decades. The Buckeyes looking to get back to another National Indoor Final 16 field. They'll take on an Oregon team that earned an impressive 4-3 victory yesterday over Tulsa. That's where we start our coverage. But you see, once we hit hour number 2, that's when we really get rolling. We've got 4 matches coming up at 2, another match coming every hour after that. It's going to be a long day, but boy, is it going to be an exciting day. And again, we are so excited to have all of this coverage for you. A massive shout out to each of these schools for allowing us to highlight what is promising to be another exciting day in the college tennis world. A shout out at the start, of course, to our super producer, Daniel Westoff, on the 1s and 2s, who makes all of this possible. I do also want to point out, as always, if any of you tuning in have any thoughts, comments, criticisms, things you'd like to share, just throw on those comments into our Crack Rackets chat here on YouTube. I am always excited to get to share your insights throughout the course of our coverage, and super producer Daniel Westoff does a great job of feeding those comments to me. So again, we want to hear what is the college tennis world thinking. We want to hear your thoughts here early as this 2023 season begins. With that said, though, I believe we have action out on court. So let's head over to Columbus, Ohio. Again, the site of our first of 9 matches on the day. It's Ohio State taking on Oregon. We're going to kick off our coverage, I believe, right now on court number 2 as we're waiting for them to heat up that camera on court number 1, but we'll head there now as, again, we see our players on courts. We can certainly begin to introduce each of these lineups to you as well. Ohio State, a 4-0 win yesterday over UCF. Again, Oregon 4-3 over Tulsa. We start out court number 2, but a familiar face to college tennis fans everywhere. It's Robert Cash, who last year, along with partner Mate Votzel, they won the ITA All-American. They won the ITA Fall Nats, was in a 3rd set breaker in the NCAA doubles final, the precipice of that Triple Crown. Now, they felt just short, but it's not hard to argue that Robert Cash is the best doubles player in the country, and he's now partnered with a new Buckeye teammate. Senior Cash partnering with fellow senior Justin Boulay. It's the lefty Boulay to serve first, the near side of your screen. On the far side, competing for Oregon, it's the duo of Ray Lowe, the junior out of Taiwan, partnered with Ivailo Karamedchev, senior out of Bulgaria. Each of these duos victorious yesterday. Oregon team 6-3 win over Tulsa. Cash and Boulay a 6-1 win. Buckeyes were excellent in doubles yesterday. Weren't broken on any of their 3 courts. But of course, excellent doubles is the standard that's been set here at Ohio State. And Buckeyes have only lost once in this new Ty Tucker Tennis Center, only twice at home over the last 15 years. Quick hands from Robert Cash. Buckeyes hold on court number 2. 1-love lead here early. We head to court number 3 now as we introduce all our cast of characters in this regional final. Again, winner advances to the final 16 field in Chicago here on court number 3. Buckeyes look to have grabbed an early break, although I think that serving marker is incorrect given that ball comes out of Cannon Kingsley's pocket. So I imagine the Buckeyes held there for 1-love. It's that veteran duo, senior Cannon Kingsley partnered with junior J.J. Tracy. This duo won so many matches last season, 20-2 overall, 16-2 at the number 3 doubles position. Of course, these two have each been ranked inside the top 20 of the ITA singles rankings as well, and that's what the Buckeyes bring here at the number 3 spot. It's a testament, again, to the depth, the strength of this doubles lineup here on your near side. Bounces going the Buckeyes' way. It's Luke Vandecastile, the junior, out of Murray, Utah, one of 2 Vandecastiles on this roster. He's partnered with the junior, Jesper Klav Nilsson, out of Stockholm, Sweden. Oregon team took a loss yesterday. Now, it was to a top 60 nationally ranked team for Tulsa, but certainly, again, this Buckeyes duo in particular, 6-1 yesterday. I think they were off the court in about 19 minutes. Ohio State fans circle this one. Oh, my. No. It's impossible for us to tell. We see the same live stream footage you do, call confirmed by the chair for 15:30. I'll tell you what, it was a good swing, certainly, from Cannon Kingsley, and that's the sort of firepower these Buckeyes bring here at 3. No doubt about that one. Good serve into the body. An incredible return, dipped low at the feet, gives Cannon Kingsley just a free swing at the forehand. Good stuff, sets up a deciding point here on 3. And they go right to the senior Kingsley. Just fantastic tennis. Just long off the racket of Cannon Kingsley. Ultimately, Oregon holds for 1-all. It's going to be a battle, though. Well-executed volleys, fun exchange at the net. It's an early nominee for our tennis point moment of the day. But it's a hold for 1-all here on 3. Again, we're having some camera issues with court number 1. It's 1-all on serve there. James Trotter, Andrew Luchanig taking on Quinn Vandecastile and Joshua Charlton there. For what it's worth, that Oregon team, number 11 in the country. So obviously that's a great battle. Bring it to you as soon as we can. It's not as though this tennis isn't great either. Should say also we'll learn English as the day goes on. 30 love here for Tracy, serving on that far side. Slight hesitation from Kingsley. If that's Clav Nilsson on the ad side who makes him pay. But look, credit to JJ Tracy. Having seen him play since his freshman year, obviously has always had success. I think he's lost 3 total dual matches in singles, but such a better doubles player, such a more willing volleyer. It's a great approach, great cross. Not the one you expect, right? 1 up, 1 back scenario. You think you have more space to work with if you're Oregon. That's a great pinch, great move of aggression. And especially after his hesitation on the last point, you'd just love to see that if you're a Buckeye fan. But you reach, I teach. If you're not getting passed down the line, you're not playing doubles right. It's a fact of life. You got to be aggressive. Certainly Kingsley showed that aggression these past couple of points. Vandecastile makes him pay. It's a good thought. It's better execution here from Oregon. Let's have ourselves a day. Getting physical here on court 3. Long exchange goes the way of J.J. Tracy and the Bucks. 2-1 on serve here on 3. Let's go over to court number 2. I see they're coming off of the changeover there, so we may not have action immediately, but scoreboard updates on all 3 sets. And again, in case this is your first match, these double sets and doubles point. 3 sets simultaneously. 1 set, no ad scoring. Breaker at 6-all. The team that wins 2 of these 3 double sets will take a 1-0 lead into our 6 singles matches. And certainly on the road in Columbus, you feel like Oregon probably has to have this doubles point. They want to pull off the upset today. Yes, here's here Boulay on the deuce, excuse me. Boulay the lefty, Robert Cash the righty. I think Cash played the deuce side last year with Votzel. So a little switch here for Cash. Interesting. Little skip there, but good hands, good wheels. Now here's, again, the response from Oregon. Splits the middle for 15-all. I say we go split screen. Courts 2 and 3 both on serve right now. Again, we're on serve on 1 as well, 2-all. It's exceptional tennis. You see the new volunteer assistant at Torpegard right there on the sideline. Yes, that is with the long hair, speaking with associate head coach Justin Kronagi. Serving marker incorrect on court number 3. We're on serve 2-1. On serve 2-1, 30-all on 2 as well. These are not break point chances, but game point chances. Of course, this Buckeyes team has had so much success during this national indoor process. 2-time title winners. Great hands. Ducks hold on 2 for 2-all. Chances here on 3 as well. How to protect those 40-love leads, especially in this no-ad format, right? All of a sudden, this game point becomes critical. You don't take it. Now you've gone from 40 love to break point down on the deciding point. It's a big one on 3. But he splits the middle. That's an answer. So it's 2-all now on courts 2 and 3. 3-2 on serve on court one. Again, as soon as we have that camera up, you know we'll show it to you. ITA Castile, Carlton for Oregon, Luchanik, Trotter for the Buckeyes there on one. The veterans here. In fact, it's all upperclassmen for the Buckeyes in doubles. You know Coach Tucker loves that. They all know the plays, the aggression that's expected. On your screen here, the youngest player is J.J. Tracy as a junior here for the Buckeyes. You've got senior, or fourth years in Cash, Boulay, and Kingsley. The third year Tracy. Incredible to me that Kingsley hits a forehand on that ball. Got all the way outside into the alley. Seamless communication, switching from the Buckeye duo. Helps when you've played 20-plus matches together, certainly. And you see Cash Boulay hold 4-3, 2-on-2. So now game points coming up for Kingsley. We'll go full on 3 for those game points. Returning to the net, we're on serve, 3-2 on all 3 courts. Buckeyes lead, now 3-all actually on court number 1, so we head back to 2 here. Look for this Oregon team. Last year, 14-13 overall. They missed the NCAA tournament. A bunch of good matches throughout the course of the year. Got good wins at Cal. Over Nebraska, Denver as well. Of course, the big one was when they knocked off Pepperdine at home early February. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it all today. And credit to Oregon. They're close. They're keeping everything tight. Holds here, holds there. You look for this Oregon team last season, 32-31 overall in doubles. Now the duo at the number 1 spot, Carlton Van de Castile, they were 14-6. Exceptional, but these newer teams at 2 and 3, that's where the Ducks struggled. And you see the big return there from Cash, but at least thus far, these 2 and 3 doubles teams, they've kept pace for Oregon. That is certainly something head coach Nils Skielander. Now entering his 16th season as head coach for this Oregon team, will be proud of. The hands have been exceptional this morning. Teams are ready to go on all 3 courts. Let's go back to our split screen. We'll try to show you as much of both 2 and 3 as possible on serve everywhere. Buckeyes dropped just 2 games combined on courts 2 and 3 yesterday. See why that inside-in backhand from Kingsley, thunderous. A little bit of an opening for Ohio State on 3. And there's a great volley. And you see just how aggressive that Buckeye duo, Cash Boulay. Well, they play at 2. They push forward just whenever possible. It's a stark contrast to what we see on court 3, isn't it? Where we've got a break point chance, 3 of them coming up. That overwhelming baseline power. Let's go full. Let's stay split, actually. Let's stay split. But we do, by the way, now have court 1 available. We're going to get there in a second. 4-3 on serve. Oh. Well, that's why the Buckeyes don't lose often in that Ty Tucker Tennis Center. Even the bounces go their way. Break goes to Ohio State, 4-2. On court number 3, and good hands from Kingsley. From Cash. He did a play on that ball, but Oregon's got game points to make it 3-all now on 2. We're going to stick through this game point sequence on 2. As soon as it's done, Westhoff, make court 2, court 1. Put that on standby for us. We want to see if the Buckeyes can consolidate on 3, so we'll keep that on your screen. But, of course, as we employed this cross-court coverage, we want to show you everything. Unloaded on that forehand, unfortunately. Hits the tape, bounces back on the Buckeyes side, so 3-all on serve on court 2. Let's go to court 1, where we have one of our top 15 teams in the country. In fact, they enter the weekend ranked number 11. It's the duo Joshua Carlton, the senior out of Australia, partnered with Quinn Van de Castile, younger brother of Luke, sophomore out of Murray, Utah. This duo at the number 1 spot for Oregon reached the NCAA tournament first time since 2000 that a member of the Oregon Ducks team had made the NCAA doubles main draw. So again, they've got some cachet at this number 1 spot, do the Ducks. They feel like they can compete against anyone here. Duo earned the clinching 7-6 win yesterday over Tulsa. Again, 14-6 last year. But guess what? That James Trotter forehand is going to pass anyone. You see the clap from Thor himself, Mikhail Torpegaard. The hair is flowing for the new volunteer assistant and former Buckeye All-American. And how about this? Breakpoint chances back for Oregon here. They've got game points on 1. They are not out of this doubles point yet. And that's a good serve. And it's a good hold for the Ducks. 4-all on 1. Definitely going to stick there. Great hands. And the Ducks get the break back. We're on serve everywhere. Let's make court 3, court 2. Andrew Schoenig does his part. Schoenig, of course,
go Bucks!
Familiar face to Buckeyes fans. Redshirt senior. And his best tennis here to end his Ohio State career, but that is a heck of a return. As we see the double changeover on courts 2 and 3. Super producer Daniel Westhoff will keep an eye on it. Right now, 4-3 on serve. Buckeyes lead on courts 2 and 3. It's 4-all here. Couple of words from Torp to Luchanig. Luchanig was actually a freshman on the 2018 Buckeyes team, led by Mikhail Torpegaard, that reached the NCAA final. And I'll tell you what, freshman Andrew Luchanig wasn't capable of that. The big serve into the body. Don't play favorites, but how can one not be compelled by the work ethic, transformation of Andrew Lucianic, one in a long line of Buckeye transformations throughout the program of Ty Tucker, has just become such a competitor, such weapons. I'm pretty sure a team of he and Cash would just break the ecosystem. Too much energy. So game points coming up for the Buckeyes on one to keep us on serve. Oregon came to play. Win or lose this doubles point. This is a little notice to the Pac-12. Hey, you're going to get battles to start every match. I'm impressed by the level. Great hands from Trotter. 5-4 Buckeyes on one will make that court three. Again, we've had 2 breaks of serve. They came consecutively at the number 3 doubles position. Everything other than that is going to script. That's all you can ask for. Hold serve, force breakers, 1 set, no ad scoring doubles. It's good tennis all the way around. Let's see game points coming up. Oh, excuse me. How about this, though? Another opening for the Buckeyes at 3. We've had 2 straight breaks at that number 3 spot, the only breaks we've seen here today. Oh, you're kidding. These Oregon Ducks. Spirited's an understatement. They've brought their best to Columbus to start this match. And again, the Ducks won a dramatic doubles point, clinched 7-6 at the number 1 spot yesterday in a 4-3 win over Tulsa. They're ready. They're calloused up. They're playing a high level. But here's an opening on 3. Break point coming up, Westhoff, for the Buckeyes. Kingsley, Tracy to make it 3 straight breaks. Boy, if this is the first 30 minutes, it's going to be a day. Pull up that Uber Eats app already. Order your food. Settle in. Break on 3. I know that camera's getting a little jumpy on us on 2. We apologize for that. But it's a deciding point, a break point chance for the Bucks on 2. Let's go full screen quickly to that court number 2. Long wind up before that second serve. Have never seen that go the way of the server. It does on this instance. 4-all-on-2. Let's go over to 3, where again, Buckeyes are serving for the set. For what it's worth, Oregon held for 5-all-on-1. Lots happening. We're going to flex the split screen for you, but first we go to 3, where it's match points Ohio State. It's a great set of tennis. And a great finish from J.J. Tracy, Ohio State, 6-3 decision. On court number 3, Buckeyes duo Kingsley and Tracy went 16-2 at the number 3 spot last year. They continue their winning ways, a 2-0 weekend for the Buckeye veterans. Meanwhile, yeah, let's go split screen 1 and 2. We're on serve. 5-all here. James Trotter serving on the far side of your screen on 1. Here it's Justin Boulay, the senior, serving on the near side on 2. Again, Ducks earned wins on 1 and 2 yesterday to take the doubles point. They'll have to do that again here today. So good from Robert Cash. Quickest hands in college tennis. It's not close. I just feel like for Cash, we've seen players like Joe Salisbury, Rajiv Ram, Bryans. Obviously, those are the best of the best, but Cash will have success on the Pro Tour in doubles if he wants it. Let's go full on 2 for this game point. See the Buckeyes hold 4-6-5 on 1. First time the left court goes against the Buckeyes. Still 2 more game point chances. Again, it's 6-5 Bucks on 1 on serve. Kingsley Tracy, a 6-3 win for Ohio State at that number 3 double spot.
Go Bucks.
Coach Crow saying, let's try the I form. No way, the right-handed overhead. The lefty Justin Boulay. Did you see that? That was right hand, was it not? Casual. Change of hands overhead. Made it look routine. 5-4 Bucks. We put a pin in it as one of our shots of the day. Let's go back over to court 1. 6-5 Ohio State leads. Again, it's the number 11 ranked duo in the country. Austin and Vandis Castile. Duo earned a win in a tiebreaker yesterday. Need to tell if they want to earn a win here today. Here's a window. And I see in the comments, you're all as amazed by that Justin Boulay overhead as I am. Westhoff will cut the clip. That's just athleticism at its finest, folks. Great serve. That's why this is a top 15 team. 30 all. What do you want more than anything? I don't care the location. Give me a first serve. Great volley in between. We're going to a breaker on one. Let's go split screen. As we're on serve, 4-5, court number 2. Near side of your screen. The Oregon duo, Junior Ray Lowe, Senior Ivilo Karamedchev. Karamedchev serving. Near side of your screen. Great overheads. It's a clinic. You're going to earn yourself the short ball, or excuse me, the overhead. Might as well learn to put it away. Such clean doubles on every court so far. No breaks on one. 6 serves up, 6 service games down for each team. Game points over on 2, 4, 5 all. Mini break box. And I promise, all the yelling you hear in the background, A, great crowds typically at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center, but B, a lot of it's going to be Andrew Lucianic. Guy is an energizer bunny. That's a nice recovery from Oregon, 4-1-2. Meanwhile, 5 all on court 2. Buckeyes took that decision on court number 3, 6-3 win for Cannon Kingsley, J.J. Tracy. So the Buckeyes only need 1. Oregon needs both. Winner's going to take, again, a 1-0 lead heading into our 6 singles matches. Great serve by Trotter, great volley by Boulay. And this is what we saw from the Buckeyes yesterday. Yes, Oregon is playing great. Buckeyes aren't exactly playing poorly. It's just been good tennis all around. We've had 12 serves, holds of serve on 1. We've had 10 holds of serve on 2. But that's a tough volley from James Trotter. That high backhand's the most difficult shot, in my opinion, in all of tennis. Mini break back. Oregon on 1. Game points coming up. And look, I see the question in the chat. Traditionally, Ohio State has won about 90% of the doubles points they play every season. Oh, Andrew Lucianic behaved. 6-5 hold for Ohio State on 2. The ripper from the Buckeye, 5th year on 1. 4-2 mini break back for the Buckeyes. Will stay split screen for the moment. And to flush out the question from Hayes. Look, Ohio State has, again, won about 90% of the doubles points they've played over the past 20 years. Might even be higher than that. Look at some of the NCAA doubles results. Teams like Metka and... Who did Metka play with? So many different people, but Metka and Cobalt. NCAA doubles finalist Buchanan and Rolla, of course, the only Triple Crown winners of all 3 individual events in doubles in NCAA history. Last year's Cash and Votzel were 1 match away from matching that. Ohio State is arguably the powerhouse of doubles in men's college tennis. And that is why what Oregon is doing today is so impressive, because they have matched their level here for essentially 45 minutes. It's an Oregon team that was just over 500 in doubles last season. You see the improvements made. Battle everywhere. And that's what makes what's going on 2 so important as well. Mini break back for Oregon. Great volley. Meanwhile, a nice first point here for the Bucks opens up perhaps the slightest creak of a window for Cash and Boulay. Huh. Or is that 115 out wide? Nasty. Buckeyes 2 points away. Sneaker up the line from Cash. 2 points away on both courts.
Nice turn, Rob. Good, JB.
Serve wide. Certainly the side you want to attack. Got a little Chonic backhand over the forehand as well. And it's match points for Ohio State now on court number 2. He missed that wide? He did. So it's a match point for Oregon on 1. Double match points coming up. Obviously, you'd rather be the Buckeyes here. This win on 2 will clinch doubles point for Ohio State.
There we go.
Well, Oregon takes the breaker at 1. It doesn't matter. It's Robert Cash, Justin Boulay. 7-5 victory gives Ohio State a 1-0 lead and the doubles point. And that, my friends, was a fantastic opening 45 minutes of tennis. It's about as well as Oregon could have played. And yet again, when you have an NCAA doubles champion, finalist, but man, 1 match away from the Triple Crown, just sitting casually at that number 2 double spot, the firepower he's now paired with Boulay. Oh, this Ohio State doubles lineup as good as ever, experience everywhere. It guides them to the 1-0 lead. Now, how will Oregon respond? They played the Buckeyes even through that doubles point. Can they keep that confidence, that momentum heading into singles? We'll find out in about 5 minutes. We're going to step away momentarily, make sure our court assignments are set, but of course we will continue to rock and roll as our coverage here of Day 3, the 2023 ITA National Kickoff Weekend continues here at Cracked Racquets. And welcome back in to our Cracked Racquets coverage of Day 3 of the 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. Alex Gruskin here. We kick things off in Columbus, where it's now 1-0 Ohio State. A dramatic doubles point going the way of the Buckeyes. We're going to hop around here till the top of the hour when we get 4 new matches on our coverage. Here at the number 1 spot for the Buckeyes, it's the senior Justin Boulay. Boulay had an excellent fall on the Pro Tour. Boulay winning a 15K in Champaign, making a final of a 25K as well, has worked his way up into the top 600 of the ATP rankings, and now finds himself at the number 1 spot after 3 years of battling in those 4 through 6 positions. But you understand why. The ability to slice that ball outside the alley. The weapons have always been evident. But he's got a battle on his hands today, does Boulay, as he's taken on the veteran senior Joshua Charlton of Australia. Senior went 11-7 at the number 1 spot last year. Tough 3-set loss yesterday. And you love this, by the way, as well. Lefty on lefty. Let's get creative. Let's get funky here on court number 1. Of course, here at Cracked Racquets, we love to talk about the match calculus. What are these teams' pathways to 4 points to earn the team victory? This is no disrespect to Boulay, but given the experience level here at the number 1 spot for Oregon, you feel like this one's a must-have for the Ducks. And again, given that doubles point goes against them, you love to see this start if you're an Oregon fan. 3 early break point chances here on 1. It's a heck of a serve. Fight off the first break point. Again, these singles matches now 2 out of 3 sets, full third. Still no ad scoring employed. Oh, you're kidding me. Little flick of the wrist. And it's an early break for the Ducks on 1. 1-love, they lead. Let's head down to court number 2. Again, when I introduce all of these battles, this might be my favorite matchup on the board. Number 2 singles, of course, for the Buckeyes, the All-American Cannon Kingsley. Seniors taking on Quinn Vandecastile. Quinn, sophomore at Murray, Utah. Just talking to one coach who called Quinn Vandecastile the most underrated player in college tennis. Now, we'll see. It was not a 6-0 2-minute set. I promise that. We're resetting scoreboards here on PlaySide. It was a 1-love lead now for the Oregon Duck. But again, you might pencil this one as maybe not finishing given the Buckeyes' strength at the bottom of the lineup. That said, again, you feel like an Oregon Duck victory today probably has to come through the top 2 spots. Can Vandecastile, who last season for this Oregon team, 10-12 at the number 2 spot, again, stepped in there as a freshman, now a sophomore. How does he react in year number 2? Let's watch a little bit of this action. 1-love lead here for the Ducks. And they're getting that scoreboard reset for you momentarily. There we go. The two-shot passing shot combination, the slide and flick. Gorgeous stuff from Kingsley, who, of course, last season 15-4 at the #1 spot for the Buckeyes. 2-0 so far this year, as Ohio State 5-0 overall heading into the weekend. Now 6-0 after their win yesterday. Kingsley was up 6-3, 5-2, didn't finish in yesterday's victory. Van de Castile did a 6-6 win for the sophomore. You see the weaponry. Hit the ball high and heavy here on court #2. So Kingsley holds that love 1-1 here on court #2. Let's head over to court #3. Early action everywhere. Of course, if you're an Ohio State fan, you've learned to downright expect J.J. Tracy victories. Tracy already a break up 2-love here on court #3. J.J. Tracy 26-3 as a freshman, went 19-1 in dual match play last season. Tracy, an 0-3 winner yesterday. Of course, undefeated on the year so far. Only 4 dual match losses in his career. That is laughably excellent. Of course, here on the near side, senior Ivaylo Karamedjev. Karamedjev, straight set winner yesterday for the Ducks. He went 13-19. Oh, that can't be right. I'm going to say 13-9 is the record they were looking for last season. I see that one. Yep, that's correct. 13-9 at the #3 spot. Crack meat stuff. That's what J.J. Tracy does. He's been 15, 16 years old. Those wheels, so fluid. Slides so well in and out of his corners. Great aggression here from the senior for Oregon, but better defense from Tracy. The grind is on. J.J. Tracy. That loopy forehand, the action on that ball. And he's not a guy who's 6'4", 6'5", like we see some of these modern-day ATP players, and yet does not lack an action on his forehand. 8 points here for the Buckeye. So Tracy holds 4-3 love here on court number 3. Let's head over now to court number 4. For what it's worth, Oregon still up that break on 1. Still on serve on 2. But here on court number 4, it's the freshman for Ohio State, Alex Bernard, who gets the overrule. And with that, will hold for 1-all. Again, impossible for us to offer anything definitive. The freshman Bernard, one of the top-ranked recruits in the country, taking on Jesper Klov Nilsson, junior out of Sweden. Of course, yesterday Bernard won a hard-fought first set, was down a break in the second. But of course, it's his first kickoff weekend. This weekend more about getting repetitions, experience in this dual match environment than anything else for the lefty. He's taking on a guy for Oregon, the junior, a big 2-3 win yesterday for the Ducks. Of course, I talked about this yesterday with Gil Gross. You can see how the grinding nature, the speed of the lefty, how well it's going to translate outdoors. How does he sustain his aggression indoors? How does he impose himself? That's the question we're looking at, or to see answered, by the freshman. Lefty working all the angles. Still working on his volleys as well. It's a hold 2-1 here for the Oregon Ducks. And court number 4 on serve early in set number 1. Boulay gets the break back, by the way, on 1. So we're on serve on 1 and 2. Tracy still the lead on 3. We head now to 5. And again, if you're the Buckeyes, this is where you feel like you can separate yourselves from these Oregon Ducks. James Trotter Redshirt senior out of Japan. 2-1 on-serve lead. Taking on Vlad Brazu, the freshman out of Romania. Brazu, a tough loss yesterday. Meanwhile, Trotter, 1-4 winner. Oh, but that cord not going his way early. First, you look for James Trotter last season, 14-4 overall, 8-4 at the number 5 spot for this Ohio State team. Look for this Oregon freshman, ranked as high as number 2 in his country. Top 200 junior in the world is this Oregon Duck. So it's a 2-all hold on serve here on court number 5. As we approach the top of the hour, we're going to start to work in some of our other matches. So let's go now to court number 6, where the Buckeyes have begun to separate themselves once again. And after his performance yesterday, you can understand why Robert Cash got the call up once again. The senior dominant in a 1-2 victory for the Buckeyes yesterday. Of course, Cash played number 6 for the start of last season for a knee injury. Really prevented him from being the singles player he wanted to be by the end of the year. Of course, the aggression Cash brings, particularly here in the indoor portions of the season, the serving and volleying. You hit a ball shoulder height to him, he's going to hit down on it, look to move forward. It is a tough ask for any opponent here at this number 6 spot. He's taking on the junior Ray Lowe. Lowe coming over from Wichita State. Lowe knocked out 4-4 yesterday. See the tough start, Cash already up the 3-0 double break here on 6. So Buckeyes big leads already. J.J. Tracy up 4-0 on court number 3. Cash here, the 3-0 lead on 6. We're on serve right now everywhere else. Huge serve from Robert Cash. You wonder if those were the words Ty Tucker was speaking to his senior. Hey, go ace team. All right, deuce point coming up here on 6. Meanwhile, J.J. Tracy 5-0 lead. Another thunderous start for the junior, for the Buckeyes. Cannon Kingsley's also earned himself a break. Number 2, Robert Cash telling J.J. he sees him. We just saw his scoreboard as well. 3-0 deciding point coming up here for Cash, looking to consolidate a double break lead. Oh, what a pass. Raylo needed it. Maybe that gets things going for the transfer from Wichita State, now junior for these Oregon Ducks. He gets one of the breaks back. It's still a 3-1 lead. Can we quickly go check on court number 3? Because J.J. Tracy's up 5-0, and he might close out this first set. Now we've got, again, 3 matches coming up here at the top of the hour. A delay in South Carolina State as Penn and VCU are still doing battle. So we'll keep our eyes on what's happening in Columbia. But right now, J.J. Tracy, 5-0 lead here. Oh, my God. You see why. Even the framed shots go in, and then when he gets one cleanly, it's a winner. So Tracy, 2 points away. All right, worth noting as we look at our schedule, I believe the Oklahoma State-Michigan regional final on the women's side, which is certainly one of the most anticipated matches of the day, particularly after Michigan beats national indoor finalist Oklahoma to kick off their season. That match delayed as the consolation match is running a little long. So the Michigan women, Oklahoma State women's match, again, delayed. South Carolina men a bit delayed as well. We do have action at a couple other sites. We're going to get there momentarily. But again, we want to see this first set coming to a close. All right, game point chance here for Karamedchev. I will ask super producer Daniel Westoff, when you're ready to bring in the Michigan men, go ahead and bring us to a split screen. JJ Tracy does. It's a deuce point, deciding point, set point chance here for the Buckeyes. By the way, Cash got that break right back, so 4-1 Ohio State. Oh, come on. He makes that. We've got ourselves a Sports Center clip. Instead, 5-1. Tracy will serve for the set. We'll stay here on 3. But it's time to bring in the Wolverines. Super producer Daniel Westoff has them assembling. We'll start at the number 1 doubles position there. It's just the Big Ten hour right now as we wait for our other matches to begin. Michigan Wolverines taking on conference foe Northwestern. The Wildcats knocked out Arkansas in round number 1. You see at the number 1 doubles position, it's a top 10 team in the country. Andrew Fenty partnered with sophomore Gavin Young. Fenty became the first player in Michigan program history to earn 100 doubles victories in his career. First to the Century Club is always a program benchmark. Partnered with the sophomore Gavin Young. Duo taking on a couple of college tennis veterans. 5th-year Simon Bratham partnered with the 5th-year transfer Ivan Yatsuk. Yatsuk coming over from the University of South Florida. You see first game going to the Wolverines. 1-love here on court number 1. We'll stay here for the moment. Watch the Wildcats opening service game. Meanwhile, of course, again, right now, JJ Tracy serving for the set. Cannon Kingsley about to serve for the set as well. And it's set points here for Tracy on 3. First set, JJ Tracy, 6-1. Buckeyes take it. Court number 3. Let's head over to court number 2 there. Court number 2 where Cannon Kingsley is serving for the opening set for the Buckeyes. Again, another strong start, much like yesterday for Ohio State. Coach Ty Tucker has to be pleased. Fans have to be pleased by that little drop volley. Wildcats. Yeah, to have the All-American Kingsley at the number 2 singles spot just feels downright unfair. Kingsley 3 points away. Meanwhile, James Trotter 5-2 lead. Robert Cash 5-1 lead. Where the Buckeyes at 5 and 6, so they have started to separate themselves. Again, that's why that doubles point was so critical for Oregon. Set points Kingsley. West, I'm going to have you prime court number 6. for Ohio State, as well as Robert Cash is closing in on the first set. He's 2 points away. Northwestern holds 1-all on court number 1. And how about that passing shot from Van de Castile to extend the set a moment longer? Put away overhead. 15 love. Meanwhile, first set, Cannon Kingsley 6-2. Let's have it over to court number 6 in Columbus. Robert Cash has 2 set points. Meanwhile, first set goes to Robert Cash, 6-1. He takes it on court number 6. Let's head over to court number 5 in Columbus, where James Trotter's going to have an opportunity to serve for the set, up 5-3. That would be 4 first sets for the Buckeyes. We're on serve on courts 1 and 4, but Ohio State pulling away on 2, 3, 5, and 6. 30-15 here for young Ann Fenty. It's a 2-1 hold for Michigan on court number 1. Let's head over to court number 2 there. A bit wide still. Trotter 2 points away from a 4th first set for the Buckeyes in singles. No, that lands good. Excuse me. Trotter's got set points. And on serve, court number 2. 4th year, Andre Styler, partnered with the senior Patrick Maloney. As you see, James Trotter, 6-3 first set for the Buckeyes. They take it 4 first sets now. In Columbus. Let's head back to court number 1 at Ohio State. 5-4 lead for Justin Boulay. Keep that action on the left side of your screen as we wait for some of our other 2 o'clock matches to get underway. Court number 1 here for Ohio State. We have the official start time, by the way, for Oklahoma State, Michigan. 2:40 start, so 35 minutes away. As you see, Styler, Maloney get the break. They're taking on a former teammate of theirs, Steve Foreman, the 5th year for Northwestern, started his career at the University of Michigan. He, of course, has been an all-Big Ten performer for Northwestern. He's partnered with the sophomore, Felix Nordby. And this Northwestern team, an impressive victory over NC State, followed by a tough loss to Louisville to kick off their season 4-0 winners over Arkansas yesterday. The Maloney lob lands good. He gets the crowd on their feet. Wolverines have taken a break lead here on court number 2. They also have a break lead right now. No, that break's been ceded back. Wolverines raced out to a 2-0 lead on 3. Wildcats have subsequently gotten it back. We'll check in on that one momentarily. As it's Patrick Maloney serving on the near side for Michigan. Maloney, Foreman, going to get used to one another as they'll go head-to-head at the number 1 spot in singles. Good aggression from Carleton, who just continues to fight strong. Again, Ohio State has 4 first sets, but we're getting a chance for 5-all here. Stay on serve on 1. Maloney again with the magical lob. Sets up game point chances for the Wolverines to consolidate on 2. All right, set point chance for Ohio State. You feel like if they can get this first one-on-one, I mean, again, you're down first set on 5 courts plus a doubles point on the road. That is a tough environment to overcome that sort of deficit. And the Wolverines hold on to their break on 2, 4-1 lead now for Michigan. We head over to court number 3 in Ann Arbor. Wolverines a 2-1 lead on court number 3. That's a huge hold for Oregon on 1. Will stay there for now. 4-3 lead for Oregon right now. First set on court number 4. We're on serve there. Waiting for some of our other 2 o'clock matches to begin. And this is the interesting flight for each of these teams. Expect to see them play around at the number 3 doubles spot for Northwesterns. It's the 5th-year Trice Pickens, partnered with the senior Natan Spear. They're taking on junior Jacob Bickerstaff, sophomore Will Cooksey. Worth noting the Wolverines are without Nino Ehrenschneider, junior lefty. Still working his way back from injury. And that's a big moment. 2 straight games for Northwestern to steady the ship. They went down a quick 2-love deficit, faced break points there. Now 2-all, though, here on court number 3. So we're on serve on courts 1 and 3 in Ann Arbor. Michigan, a break 4-1 lead on 2. And you do say for the Wolverines on paper to have your top 2 singles players, Styler, Maloney, at that number 2 double spot. It's a powerful team. It's a nice combination there from the Oregon Duck. Again, credit to Boulay. Those weapons just work. Really has done an excellent job proving his efficiency with his first strike. Hits the ball so heavy, doesn't need to go for the corners, just needs to land that ball to a good target to really rein those targets in over the course of the past 18 months. But this points for the Wolverines here on 3. Meanwhile, Maloney and Styler have breakpoint chances for 5-1 on 2. We'll head back there momentarily. Let's watch the end of this Bickerstaff service game. Nice move from Cooksey. Nice kick from Bickerstaff. A nice volley from Boulay. He holds for 6-5 on court number 1 in Columbus. Let's head over to court number 4 in Columbus, court 4. First set on serve. Meanwhile, Cooksey a little too strong on that volley. By the way, Styler Maloney get the break. So 5-1 Wolverines will serve for it on 2. Boy, the power, intensity of that number 2 Wolverines doubles duo. Defense from Northwestern. It's a deuce point chance for 3 straight games for the Wildcats. Meanwhile, as you see, on serve on court number 4 in Columbus, 4-all. Alex Bernard just grinding away. Down again. Bob Nilsson. Class move for the Ducks. Let's head over to court number 2 now in Ann Arbor. Cooksey, Bickerstaff. 3 straight games, Northwestern making their push on court 3. But right now, Styler and Maloney are closing in on the finish line. 5-1, 30 love. Fifth-year combination. Now 40 love. They've got match point chances. Marines here on 2. Meanwhile, how about this for Bernard? Here's his breakpoint chance. 4 of them coming up for the freshman. He looks to pick up a 5th first set for the Buckeyes. Win for the Wolverines on court 2. Let's head over to court 1. 3-all. The only match still on serve. As we see, Bernard gets the break for 5-4 in Columbus. It'll be a full hockey switch here. We'll go to court 1 in Michigan. We'll go to court 1 in Columbus as well. 3-all again. Young, it's Gavin Young, the sophomore, serving on the far side. They're taking on this veteran duo. They're new faces, but each of them at least 4 years of college tennis. Fenty, Gavin Young taking on Simon Brathholm from Yatsuk. Of course, set points coming up for Justin Boulay. That would be 5 first sets for the Buckeyes. And it is indeed 7-5 first set. Boulay broken in game number 1 of the match. Roars back. So now Ohio State in command. We'll head over to court number 4. Let's see if Bernard can make it 6 for 6. At that point, we may head over to some of our other sites. Buckeyes take doubles in 6 first sets. I think we know what direction that match is headed. We'll head back over to court number 4 to see if Alex Bernard can indeed make it 6 for 6. Northwestern's now on breaks on 1 and 3. Let's see court number 6 for Ohio State. Can we go court 4? I might have said 6. I meant 4. Sorry for Ohio State. See the circle of death. Oh, wait, excuse me. I was a point behind, so that wasn't the break for Northwestern. It's a deuce point coming up now. The Wolverines. Meanwhile, Alex Bernard serving for the set finds himself in a little bit of trouble. 12-30. So again, Ohio State 5 first sets in the bags in singles. And that's the break for Northwestern. So now they're up breaks on 1 and 3. Let's head back over to court number 3 now. For Northwestern, Spiro and Higgins. I like the energy here on these Northwestern Wildcats. You're on the road, conference foe. Know how critical that doubles point can be. From Bickerstaff to save up game point. Meanwhile, now Bernard 2 points away. So the Wolverines hold 4-3-4. We go back to court number 1. how about this? We're going to play on. It's the break. 5-all for the Ducks. They stay alive in this final first set of action. We do have play starting again elsewhere in the country right now. So we're going to head over to some of that. When Ohio State, if and when they get close to clinching, and they're honestly not that far, we'll get back to those courts. But we head back. You see court 3 is currently on your screen at Michigan. We're going to get you to court number 1 where it's 4-3, 30 all Northwestern. Up a break ahead. Here we go. Excuse me, 30-15. Meanwhile, again, action starting elsewhere in the country. Little long off the racket of Fenty, so 40-30 game point chances to consolidate at 1 for the Wildcats. A bit of an opening, 15-30 on court 3. All right, 5-3 Northwestern here on 1. Let's go over then to court number 3. The Wolverines trailing by a break. It's Pickens and Spear. Upperclassmen for Northwestern continue to put the pressure on Cooksey and Bickerstaff, continue to take the net away from these Wolverines. 3 here. Maybe this is the 15-30 point. Yep, now 30 all here. Nice forehand. Nilsson. Buckeyes have sets and breaks, though, now on 4 different courts. Beautifully erased. It's a great serve. It's a great first volley. Handling pressure at its finest from the Wildcats. This is a massive deciding point here at the number 3 double spot. Again, Northwestern up a break. 5-3 at number 1. Break here on 3 as well. That's a huge break for the Wolverines, 4 all. They've leveled things. You see Gavin Young coming over to give his teammates some love. physicality on court number 4. We'll stay there for the deuce point. Then we're going to head to Georgia, where action's getting underway, though, because again, Buckeyes up breaks and sets and breaks on courts 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. So we're going to leave Columbus. We'll get that there for the clinching point as the Buckeyes approach it. But we're ready to start working in some of our other matches here today. Bernard gets the break, 6-5. So he'll serve for the set again on court number 4. All right, let's head over to Athens. See Cooksey, Bickerstaff now back on serve. Ooh, we got to head over to court number 1 in Michigan as Brathholm and Yatsuk are serving for the set, 5-4 lead. So it'll be a double switch, hockey lineup switch for super producer Daniel Westhoff. I know he always appreciates those. We see game points for the Wolverines on 3. Again, Brathholm and Yatsuk 5-4, 15 all. Excuse me. $15 all now here. Away. These Wildcats, that would be a huge win as, again, Young and Fenty had a massive fall. Or the Wolverines are a top 20 team in the country. Meanwhile, you see left side of your screen, the action in Georgia underway. It's Trent Bride, Ethan Quinn, taking on LSU's Nick Watson, Stefan Latinovich. Turn from Gavin Young, 30 all now on court 1. Wolverines do hold 4-5-4 on court number 3. Good serve, of course, it's a new era for LSU men's tennis. New head coach on the scene for the Tigers. Head coach Danny Bryan coming over from Wichita State. Bryan is a former LSU Tiger himself. Happy to be steering the ship once again. Meanwhile, how about that for the Cats? 6-4 win at the number 1 spot turns all eyes to court number 3 in Ann Arbor, where the Wolverines are trailing by a break. They led by a break very, very early in the match. They now lead 5-4. We'll head to court 3 in Ann Arbor now. Game points coming up here for the Tigers on 1. Bride and Quinn were going to a deuce point. Or maybe that scoreboard was incorrect. We'll have to see. Court number 1, though. Again, Bride, the 5th year with freshman Quinn taking on Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but still, we'll head to court number 2 here in this battle. Georgia taking on LSU in their opening round indoor match. This Georgia team 0-2 overall on the season. 2 tough matches, 2 tough losses. Georgia losses to Florida State on the road, knocked off by Texas 4-3 in Austin as well. You see 5-all here in Ann Arbor, though, and who's the aggressors? It's this duo of Pickens and Spear. 9th combined year on the job, taking on the sophomore Cooksey. Got a ton of match reps as a freshman. Bickerstaff got a ton of singles play, but still relatively new to the college doubles scene. Not relatively new, but relatively inexperienced. And again on that left side, it's Theodore Yuska. Newbie on the campus of the University of Georgia, is the 5th-year transfer from Clemson. He's partnered with the 5th-year veteran, Phil Henning. And junior Chen Dong, junior Welsh Hotard. How about this, though, for the Wildcats, an opening of openings. The Will Cooksey service game, 5-all, love 30. And now it's 4 breakpoint chances for the Cats, who, look, they played the Wolverines extraordinarily close last season. A match in Evanston. Michigan ultimately prevailed in a tightly fought 5-2 match. Coming up for Henning and Yuska over on court number 2. Buckeyes closing in. Ooh, Westhoff, can we quickly make that Georgia-LSU match court number 5 at Ohio State? As James Trotter's got match point, Kingsley's 2 away, and Cash is serving for the match. So we're going to get back to Athens in a second, but we head back to Columbus, court number 5, where James Trotter's got match points for the Buckeyes. Bernard, by the way, 7-5 first set. Good volley to fight off 1 break point there from Jacob Bickerstaff. You see why. I believe that's Pickens on the deuce side, chose to pick on him. There it is. Yep, 2-0 Buckeyes. Let's head over to court number 2 quickly. We might even miss the match point there. Court 2 at Ohio State. Kanan Kingsley's got match point on Van de Castile. Nope, Kingsley's off court as well. 2-2 for the Buckeyes. Well, I promise we're not going to miss the match points on 6 because they're coming up now. It's 3-0 Ohio State. Robert Cash, 6-1, 5-1, 30 love on Ray Lowe. And there's the break for Northwestern, who will now serve for the doubles point. Cash still 2 points away. Of course, as soon as that match is back, we'll have it back up on your screen. It's 3-0 Ohio State. They are 1 point away from advancing again to the second round. Meanwhile, Auburn UCF is also nearing the end of its doubles portion. Tightly fought sets everywhere. We'll bring that to you as soon as we're done with that Michigan doubles point as well. We know South Carolina going to get underway pretty shortly. Michigan, Oklahoma State now on the women's side officially underway too. So it's match point. Robert Cash Let's see if we're putting this Ohio State match behind us. Robert Cash sends Ohio State to Chicago, 6-1, 6-1. It's a 4-0 win for the Buckeyes. Kingsley, Trotter, Cash. First point for the Wolverines on 3. Westhoff, if Georgia's the easier match, let's go there. But if you do have Auburn ready, pick any court at Auburn. All of them good matches right now. As Ohio State again, 4-0 winners. 15-all here on court 3. (30-15) splits the middle. Northwestern 2 points away. And again, we saw with Oregon, you come close to the doubles point, how deflating that will be. All right, we're going to go Georgia on that left side. Georgia, again, early, though they're up breaks. They're on serve everywhere. We'll go to court number 1 right now for Georgia, court number 1. Oh, by the skin of his teeth, Cooksey, the inside-in backhand left good. Still match point for the doubles point. What a moment this would be for the Wildcats in Ann Arbor. A deuce point deciding point coming up on 3. Michigan takes it, it forces a breaker, but if Northwestern takes it, they take the doubles point. You're kidding me. If you watched the battle between these two teams last season, something very similar happened. Northwestern had themselves in position to take the doubles point. I remember it well. It was a match we broadcasted here at Cracked Racquets. Some may recall. I believe Northwestern took the #1 doubles position. I think they served for it at both 2 and 3, but I think they had match points at both as well. The Wolverines ultimately taking breakers at those 2 positions, and the ghosts of last year's match still haunting over the Cats. Ugh. Momentum with the Wolverines now. Of course they'd like the doubles point, but you had a match point. all sails. I can't believe it. We see 3-all on court number 1. Can we head to court 3 in Georgia? LSU's actually opened up a break lead there. George Stoop, Ronnie Holman, taking on Blake Kreuter and Britton Johnston. Again, these two teams on your right, Michigan a 5-2 win over Northwestern. I've just brought it up, but looking at those double scores, yes, Northwestern a 6-3 win at 1. Michigan come from behind 7-6 victories at 2 and 3. Now, if you're just joining us, Michigan a 6-1 win at 2. Northwestern a very decisive 6-4 win at 1. Northwestern had a hanging high forehand volley on a deuce point match point scenario. They float it long. And now all of a sudden, Michigan up the mini break 2-1 lead. Tell you what, if the Wolverines take this doubles point, it will feel like highway robbery. Northwestern has been the more aggressive team here on 3. Can they find that aggression again? Point chances, meanwhile, for LSU taking on their conference foes as well. Little SEC battle. Wolverines last year, and these two teams faced off. Georgia 4-0 win for the Tigers. Of course, again, a lot of new faces for this LSU team, alongside head coach Danny Bryan. Not exactly a direct comparison between the two. Wolverines. Again, right now we're monitoring a bunch of different matches, including Michigan-Oklahoma State women's battle going on right now in Stillwater. I know South Carolina got to be getting underway shortly. And in fact, they are now officially underway in South Carolina. Doubles just getting started over in Columbia, so we're 5 wide right now. Michigan the 5-1 lead here on 3. Auburn up a set, but a tiebreaker on 1. 6-5 lead on 3. Deciding that doubles point in the regional final happening at Auburn. So a lot of good tennis across the country. Try to show it all to you here. We're going to have some guests joining us shortly on our broadcast as well, so hope you stick with us. This is an exciting day 3 here in this 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. 5-1 Wolverines. What a comeback for Michigan on 3. 3. Georgia now leading by an early break. We're on serve on our other 2 courts. Let's head over to court number 1 again in Georgia, please. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, court 1. As the Wolverines are now 1 point away. 6-2 lead Westhoff. Wipe that scoreboard for me at Michigan as well. Just sometimes it gets funky, and even though the delay is better, I'll call it manually from here again. Northwestern had match points at this number 3 doubles position. Doubles point to the Wolverines. And that's a moment here in Ann Arbor. You almost wonder for this Northwestern team, does that pop the balloon? How will they recover? They had that doubles point. They were the better team for 70% of this opening hour, but it's Michigan steals the doubles point. And with it, it's a 1-0 lead in Ann Arbor. Let's head over to Auburn. Court number 3 there. Court number 3. Where again, doubles point action coming down to the wire in this regional final. It's number 15 Auburn taking on number 23 UCF. That exchange of hands seals the hold for Quinn and Bride at this number 1 spot. Again, Quinn, the redshirt freshman, number 1 in the country right now in the rankings. Yes, he took some tough losses. 2 guys he beat in the fall, Elliot Spizzeri, Antoine Cornut-Chauvin, each knocking him off to start the year. But of course, we all know Quinn, who also had plenty of pro circuit success. Kalamazoo finalist this past summer as well. Know the talent he possesses, and pair him with the 5th-year Trent Bride. That is a talented duo. Right now here on court number 3, I believe it's 6-all tiebreakers to decide the doubles point at Auburn UCF. These 2 teams faced off in the regional final last year. Auburn a 4-0 win over this UCF team, led of course by head coach Brian Kanyeko. Kanyeko and UCF, 2 years removed from an NCAA Sweet 16 appearance. Of course, these Auburn Tigers, led by head coach Caroline Lilly, similarly on the rise. Reached the National Indoor Field Final 16 last year. And actually, we may want to go to court number 1 in Auburn. Super producer Daniel Westhoff. Number 10 duo in the country, Ariana Arsenault, the junior, paired with Carolyn Ansari, the senior. Taking on the duo, William Mattel, the senior, partnered with sophomore Noel Sadanova. 6-all on this set as well. Auburn took a 7-5 decision, and there it is. Was hoping we'd catch the match point. Given the nature, everyone walking on court, I assume that means the doubles point goes to the Auburn Tigers. Let's go check court 3. Are they shaking hands at Auburn? They are indeed. So it's a 1-0 doubles point goes to Auburn. take a 1-0 lead heading into our 6 singles battles. So let's swap that match out with Oklahoma State, Michigan. And we'll start out on court number 3, where Oklahoma State has gotten off to a roaring start. Worth noting, these two teams going to play again next week, as Oklahoma State's going to travel to Ann Arbor, but we're going to head next to Stillwater, regional final. And it's number 14 Oklahoma State versus number 16 Michigan, and right now it's Sofia Rojas, sophomore out of Bradenton, Florida. Partnered the freshman Raquel Gonzalez. We're going to go to court 3 over at Georgia as well. Court number 3 where Georgia's closing in. Excuse me. Yeah, court number 3 where Georgia's closing in. They're serving for the match. Reuter Johnston, 5-3 lead. For what it's worth, LSU also serving for the match at 2. It's a 5-3, 30 love lead. Now 30-15 on both courts. Let's go to 2 actually at Georgia. I apologize, super producer Daniel Westoff. They're a little bit closer. Meanwhile, again, it's Rojas for Oklahoma State, sophomore freshman Raquel Gonzalez. Senior Andrea Serdon, junior Mary Kelly. Go 2 points away right now, though, Ardong and Hotard from taking the opening set. Match points coming up here for the LSU Tigers. All right, Michigan holds 4-2-4. Still, it's the break lead for Cowgirls over on court number 3. And look, right now, Oklahoma State's up everywhere. Let's head over to court number 2. It's Novak and Wolfberg. And by the way, it's Michigan-Oklahoma State. Not playing Oklahoma. We'll get that corrected for you, of course, momentarily. As you see, Georgia with the win over LSU on court number 2. Let's head to court number 3 went the way of Georgia, so we had to court number 1 at Georgia. That's what it's going to come down to, that number 1 double spot at Georgia. Watson, Tinovich. Senior. Watson, the 5th year. Down Bryden Quinn. Meanwhile, you see 4-2 lead here for Novak and Wolfberg. In fact, junior out of Slovenia, Wolfberg senior out of Orlando, Florida. They're taking on Fliegner, freshman out of Michigan. James, freshman out of Michigan as well. And it's a deuce point, match point chance for Georgia.
Come on, come on.
5-all now on court number 1. We play on in Athens. Meanwhile, this Michigan team trying to make some sort of pushback here on 2. And Oklahoma State 4-2 leads everywhere right now. What I feel like might prove to be a critical doubles point. So much depth in the singles lineups of each of these teams. By the way, now 4-3, still Oklahoma State leading on 1. All of a sudden, yeah, here we go. Game point chances. This is the big moment here. Oh, tricky hands. All right. Michigan making this a match on 2. 4-3 now. They've narrowed the deficits on each of the top 2 courts. But let's go back to court number 3 in Stillwater, where Oklahoma State 5-2 lead. Again, the sophomore Sofia Rojas, the freshman Raquel Gonzalez. Well, that's a big hold for LSU. 6-5. They continue to lead on court number 1, a double set apiece so far. And all of our doubles points have been exciting. Ohio State certainly winning that testy doubles point on their way to a 4-0 win over Oregon. Michigan down match points. They take the doubles point in Ann Arbor. South Carolina doubles point underway. Auburn wins a tightly contested doubles point. Kelly just trying to extend this set. Of course, doubles is a huge shortstop for the Wolverines in 2022. And of course, they lost the doubles point even on their way to that victory last weekend over Oklahoma. This Oklahoma State team, it may not be your traditional doubles, but they're going to throw all the plays, all the different looks at you. They've been very good at doubles under head coach Chris Young. Yeah, Michigan will play almost exclusively out of that I formation on the ad side, guaranteed a server a look at a forehand. might be headed for a breaker to decide our doubles point here in Georgia, though 30-15 now. Okay, Serdon sends that overhead. A little bit long. By the way, 4-all now on court number 1 here in Michigan. Oklahoma State still a 4-3 lead for the Cowgirls on 2. No, now 4-all on 2 as well. So yeah, Oklahoma State wants to get this one on the board, put some pressure on the Wolverines as they've leveled things everywhere. Game points coming up here for the Bulldogs. Sets up a match point now. Oklahoma State, a chance to close things at 3. Meanwhile, breaker will decide things on 1. And right now, got 6 different matches. Coverage coming up for you here. Sooners right now, by the way, cruising over Texas Tech in doubles over in Norman. But how about that? Mini break goes the way of the Bulldogs. Meanwhile, Michigan does manage to hold to extend things to 5-3 here on 3. Action, noise everywhere. It's getting loud in Athens. Now 2 points away. Georgia continuing to flex their guns. Oklahoma State, by the way, 5-4 lead on court number 1. Still 4-all now here on court number 2. The match points coming up for the Cowgirls here on 3. Fought off. That's a thunderous forehand. Sure, let's go to a deuce point. Why not? Drama continues to build. We're on day number 3 of the ITA Kickoff Weekend. Question there from Quinn. Oh, and that ball goes wide, so Michigan survives. 5-4 now, still Oklahoma State, but Michigan extends things on 3. Let's go over to court 1. Over in Stillwater. Court 1, where it's a 5-4 lead to Oklahoma State, though it was a 4-2 lead in the number 2 duo in the country. Jaden Brown, Cardi Miller for the Wolverines have come roaring back. 4-1 lead here. As you see for Georgia in the deciding breaker. LSU taking the set on court 2. Georgia the set on court 3. And it's 5-1 Georgia. This Michigan team's just hanging on by a thread. And it's 5-4 leads for Oklahoma State everywhere right now, but break point chances back for the Cowgirls here on 1. Excuse me, for the Wolverines here on 1. Michigan breaks back, 5-all now on 1. So let's head over to 3, where it's 5-4, Oklahoma State leads. Michigan got that break back, fought off a couple of match points, but holding serve has been the tricky start here in Stillwater so far. Will Michigan be able to do it on 3? Meanwhile, it's match points, Georgia on 1. First one fought off by a big serve. Rich. Do me a favor, Westhoff, quick pop in on 2 at that Oklahoma State-Michigan match as well. We haven't seen what that scoreboard is there. We now know it's 15-all here. Just want to make sure we're not too close to a match point elsewhere. Meanwhile, LSU does their job still. Match points coming up for the Bulldogs on 1. All right, so Michigan's serving here, 30 love. So let's go back to 3. Sorry, Westhoff. I know I'm really stressing you here, but this is why you're the best in the business. Overrule. And so Georgia takes the doubles point. 1-0 lead for the Bulldogs over in Athens. Let's go full screen here now, court 3. Match points coming up again for Oklahoma State. Via Rojas. Raquel Gonzalez. It's a sophomore, freshman. That court goes their way, 6-4 decision. Rojas, Gonzalez put Oklahoma State on the board. Let's quickly go pop back over to court number 2. Court number 2, I see the changeover on 1, but I see Lily Jones's two-handed forehand still swinging away on 2. So we'll go to 2 next. 6-4 decision here for Oklahoma State. Again, 5-all on court number 1. Five-all here on 2. Can we get split screen with 1 and 2, Westhoff, whenever you're ready? Oh, we cannot. Excuse me, as we're getting some of our other sites underway. Good put away from, I believe that's Julia Fliegner on that far side. Flickner, the sophomore, Jones, the freshman, again for this Oklahoma State team. We've got Wolfberg, the senior, Novak, the junior. So here's what's happened. Michigan, by the way, held 4-6-5, so they're now up for the first time on one, and right now, Michigan a chance. Take a 6-5 lead here on two and serve for this set. I'll have the same glitch you did, evidently. That stretch Julia Fligner volley went a bit astray. So still three more breakpoint chances coming up for the Wolverines. Meanwhile, again, Michigan now up 6-5 on court number one. See 6-4 third set right now for Rojas and Gonzalez on court number three that has Oklahoma State one set away from the doubles point. And it's another lob from Julia Fligner. Break for the Wolverines. They'll serve for it on two. Let's go back to one where you saw that big overhead from Jaden Brown on the corner of your screen. What does it set up for the Wolverines? Again, court number one, Michigan leads 6-5 after trailing 4-2 in the set. Let's see the number two doubles team, Jaden Brown, Kari Miller, number two in the country right now. Is the combination for the Wolverines. And they've got match points, three of them. Wow. What a turnaround. Oklahoma State was up 4-2 on all three courts. That one went into the net for Brown. Good move, good intent. Still great. Nice duo for Oklahoma State with Seal Pyre. I think he's a new addition to this roster. Indeed, the freshman from Argentina, partnered with senior Miyamoto. Great job of keeping that ball low. The knees of Brown. Lob goes long, deuce point, match point coming up. You're in the Greenwood Tennis Center and you're an Oklahoma State fan. This is the moment to make some noise. Deuce point, set point. Kari Miller down the line, 7-5. Number two ranked duo in the country, Jaden Brown, Kari Miller, take it. So it comes down to court two. With Julia Fligner, Lily Jones, the all-Michigan duo playing for Michigan. 6-5 lead, they'll serve for the doubles point. Wow. The down-the-line pass, you put a pin in it, Westhoff. That might just turn into your tennis point moment of the day. So we head it back over to court number two, where again, it's 6-5 Michigan, serving for the set. It's Gruskin here. Break point coming up. 3 of them, and it just feels fitting, the drama we've seen here in this first hour of action over in Stillwater. Feels like it'd be fitting, right? To end things with a breaker. Oh, but not yet. She almost takes out partner Julia Fligner, but the inside-out two-handed brilliance of freshman Lily Jones fights off match point number 1. You see head coach Ronnie Bernstein, former standout player herself for the University of Miami, a few words of advice. And it's a deuce point match point. Wow. She floats it. They're going to a breaker. Decide the doubles point on court number 2. Simply put, you wouldn't have it any other way. Again, here on court, sophomore Julia Fligner. On the ad, it's the visored Lily Jones with the two-handed forehand and backhand on the deuce. Fligner, the sophomore, Jones, the freshman. Now, I can't quite tell the sides for Oklahoma State. I know it's Christina Novak, I believe, at the net is the junior from Slovenia. Alana Wolfberg, the senior from Florida, I believe, is serving. Middle salts the riddle. Road match for these Wolverines. Yes, they got tested against Oklahoma, but on the road, completely different beast. How does that factor in? Oh boy. I mean, did you expect anything different? Been this sort of doubles point from the start. Oklahoma had 4-2 leads everywhere. And a 6-3 win at 3. Michigan's number 2 ranked nationally doubles duo. Of Miller and Brown earned a 7-5 win at 1, and now it's another match point chance for Fliegner and Jones. The last one, Julia Fliegner had a high backhand volley, the toughest shot in tennis. She missed it long. This time the match point's on Oklahoma State's serve. And the return once again goes to Julia Fliegner on the near side. It's junior Christina Novak to serve. Oh, and the cross goes in the net. Michigan takes the doubles point. It's a 1-0 lead for the Wolverines on the road. What a point. What a match. What a start to day 3. We're 4 hours in to our coverage. I'm fresh. I'm rolling. We've got matches everywhere. We've got guests joining us. We're going to throw now to a couple of other matches happening across the country. It's a 1-0 lead for the Wolverines here, but we're going to head to South Carolina and Auburn now. South Carolina, it's 1-0 for the Gamecocks. They lead NC State in Columbia. Meanwhile, on that right side of your screen, we're about to replace Michigan and Oklahoma State with that 1-0 lead for Auburn. Auburn up 1-0 over the UCF Knights. Tightly contested action in first sets everywhere. And you see right now it's a 1-0 lead for Toby Samuel taking on Martin Rosens over in South Carolina. Meanwhile, Auburn, I know, not our greatest camera, but it's a 4-3 lead. Number 47th ranked Marie Mattel beats 43rd ranked Ariana Arsenault here of Auburn. So we're going to leave things here. We'll be back with our commentary in a moment, but the action, it rolls on here on day 3. Welcome back, everyone, to our Day 3 coverage of the 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. Alex Gruskin here, joined by someone you may know best as the host of the On the Rise podcast, sports anchor, news reporter for WHSV News, and, of course, a former Brown women's tennis player. Welcome onto our screen, Perry Shine. And Perry, how are you today?
Alex, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm hyped. I mean, this is college tennis, and if we didn't just see that on display in the last 5 minutes, I mean, tell me, it's crazy.
It's unbelievable. You're absolutely right. And again, this first weekend, this first month, what were your expectations as a player? What's it like balancing that energy, that excitement, while also trying to, win a tennis match?
Well, I mean, the emotional toll that this college tennis takes on players is just so undervalued. I mean, it's crazy. It builds life skills, but in the moment, especially during doubles, it's crazy. It's one set. But as we saw, match points mean nothing in college tennis. It means nothing. And we saw that last night on the men's match, and now we see it again with the women. It's crazy how much energy is just put into every single point. And I mean, the coaches hammer this home, but we saw it in doubles and we'll see it again in singles.
Mm-hmm. I do also want to ask, obviously, again, we're so excited to have you not only joining us here today, but you'll be joining me in Seattle for the ITA National Indoors Final Field on this women's side. The kickoff weekend in general, I always call it the ceremonial start to the season. Is that how you feel as a player as well? Or, is it the moment it hits January, you're really rocking and rolling?
I feel like the relationships are really built in the fall, but then, as you said, the pressure, it comes in the spring and it comes quickly. It comes quickly because kickoff hits early. I mean, indoors hit early. All of these big moments in our careers hit very early. And so we're seeing these girls, it's early in the season. So doubles lineups obviously might change. Singles, that becomes established around this time for most teams, which is very interesting because I find as a player, especially on the lower end where I knew the lower end of the lineup quite well. There's a lot of pressure on you. There's a lot of pressure on you in these moments, but it's a privilege.
Yeah, well, again, they say that's where the real work is done, at that lower half of the lineup. So, of course, we are happy to hear your thoughts and really happy to have you here, not just today, but moving forward as well. That said, you talk about the singles lineup getting figured out. Let's head to a couple of singles matches now underway across the country. And it's a little SEC moment for us on the right side of your screen. You see Auburn taking on UCF. Left side, South Carolina taking on NC State. Both of these matches regional finals, so the winners will advance to those final 16 field. On the right side, Auburn's playing UCF. This is a rematch of last year's regional final. Auburn 4-0 winners on that occasion. Do you remember opponents a year later? Because you're playing so many matches in college. I'm sure like the conference foes you remember. How well will these two teams know each other?
Oh, they'll know each other so well. And the thing is also about college is that you don't forget a point. I mean, you remember a match. I remember all of my scores, where I was. I remember everything about every moment, and I don't think I'm alone.
Yeah, no, it's fair to say. I mean, again, it's going to be fascinating when you watch these two. And right now on court, I believe it's a matchup between two different players that didn't face off last year, Carolyn Ansari here for Auburn, taking on, as you see on your screen, I'm going to butcher this, but Janja Tilburger, the freshman out of Germany on the left side. Toby Samuel taking on Martin Rosens. Again, 4-1 lead there for Samuel. I like also that we get both indoors and outdoors action here, right? You see SEC, they don't have indoor facilities. It's not a thing.
It's interesting also because that changes the game so much. And in junior tennis, it changed the game a lot. But I think in college, it's just a totally different world. And because we're all developing physically, our games are developing. And so putting us indoors without the wind, without the sun, I mean, it's really pure tennis indoors.
Oh, absolutely. How many of the 68-0 regular season wins in high school came indoors?
0. But I think if we go back, I would have loved to play some of those indoors. I love indoor tennis because I'm from New England, so I really grew up playing indoor tennis.
Yeah, it builds character. Again, that's where you build the fitness base, no doubt. And again, we see 6-3 first set for Ansari here on court number 2 in Auburn. We'll do our best to keep those scores updated. A little tough, obviously, in Auburn. They don't have the point-by-point tracker for us, but we do have a bunch of first sets coming down to the finish line. Westoff, can we go to court number 4? Court number 4. Coach Elisa Leslie, 5-4 lead right now for this UCF team.
UCF, it's very cool to see head coach of UCF was actually at Brown while I was looking at Brown. So it's crazy how the college tennis world is small. And so he was coaching the men, Coach Brian, and now he's with the women at UCF.
Coach Kenyeka was at Brown for a little bit?
Yeah, for 2 seasons.
He's jumped around
right before he went down to UCF.
Obviously done an excellent job there. They hosted NCAAs and reached the round of 16, I want to say 2 years ago, back in 2021. And yeah, that UCF program, you can understand the appeal, right? In Orlando, the national campus, it's a cool place to play.
And we have a fellow New Englander, Olivia Linzer, who's heading to UCF next year. And she is one heck of a player, has had so much success on both the national and international levels.
Now, I know it's the first 5 minutes, but let's get to the hard questions. New England tennis. Is it underrated because it doesn't have the highest reputation, we'll say, around the country?
It's a little deserving. I can't say it's that underrated. I can say that usually the top players in New England find their way down south or out west to train, and we respect those decisions.
Yeah, I was going to say the best players from New England, they live in Florida. That's what you learn very quickly.
Yes, correct. And they live in Florida from a pretty young age, so the commitment is made early in the sport.
Absolutely. You see, again, set points coming up here, or excuse me, South Carolina closing in on a first set 5-1 lead here for Toby Samuel. We see 6-4 first set goes to UCF. Okay, on court number 4. It's weird. The even side cameras are a little bit better than those odd side cameras on Auburn side, so I'm trying to guide us that direction. But let's go to court number 5, where we've got a 5-4 lead. Sophia Biolay, as UCF makes their push in the lead right now. This is the chaos that comes right now, and we've got 5 matches, 6 we're monitoring, but the jumping around aspect, Perry, do you like it or to get stressful?
Both. I would say definitely both.
Sure.
As a player, knowing that your teammates are around you and knowing that there are a million things happening at once is almost comfort. But from this side, from the media angle, yes, it's stressful.
Yeah, no, you're trying to follow everything. And, again, we see double court switches, first sets done on each of these courts, it looks like. So we're going to go to court 1 at Auburn, where we still got a first set there. That's our final first set. Right now, UCF, it looks like, has taken 3. Auburn's taken 2. It's a 5-4 lead here for the Knights on court number 1. Right now, you look for South Carolina. I mean, they're leading everywhere. Let's go down to the bottom of the lineup. We'll head over to court number 6 at South Carolina. Court number 6. This NC State team. A couple of tough losses for them to kick off their year. Losses 4-3 Harvard, Northwestern. Each of those teams advancing to the regional final this weekend. And you see here the strong start, yes, for Jake Beasley, 5-love lead. He won a 6-0 set yesterday as well at this number 6 spot to kick things off. Who doesn't like a good fast start?
It helps, especially in the men's game, because these guys play so fast with the
really
big serves too.
Yeah. What do you were there for the transition to NOAD as well. How different do you have to approach that format?
For me, it was completely different. Now, I did play NOAD in high school, so I had that. But the idea of 1 point determining an entire game it's daunting if you think about it. And it is, for many players, it's a chance for you to really just almost play a superhuman point. And we see that all the time in college tennis. They're these superhuman points that, in my mind, I call them no-ad points, and they play them like no-ad points. You could tell, if you did not look at the scoreboard, you could tell that it was a no-ad point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I do want to say this Auburn match, it looks like UCF actually takes another first set here. So I want to say that's 4 first sets for UCF. We're going to put that match aside. Let's go back to court number 4 at the University of Michigan, Westoff, where, again, Northwestern 6-5 deuce point match point for the doubles point on court number 3. They float a forehand put away long. Michigan comes back to take the doubles point, but Northwestern has responded. They have 2 first sets. Michigan has 3. Let's go to court number 4, that final first set where Gavin Young looks like he's going to serve for it, up 6-5 for the Wolverines on 4. Perry, I know we kept you on wait forever, so you had the chance to watch some of those doubles endings. I mean, what's the conversation in the huddle post-doubles for Northwestern like?
I mean, it's just that it's time to lock down. I mean, this is the moment, and especially within the huddle, I mean, just feeling the energy, and that's where the team aspect really comes into the sport, right? Because growing up, we're playing individually. We don't have that. We don't have that after tough moments on the court, but this is a chance for the Wildcats to really dig deep and get a good start in singles.
Were you, I mean, again, I'd be lying if I said I saw a ton of your matches. That said, again, what was the energy
well,
like?
We didn't have cracked rackets back then. I mean, we didn't have the privilege of being covered by you.
Yeah, I would have been there. I probably would have been 3 in person.
I mean, I don't know, Alex. It would have been kind of you to make the trip down to Providence, but you might have had some other top teams to cover, but we respect that.
Yeah, maybe. Again, Foot would have found a way, but, again, as we move, let's move over to court number 5. South Carolina taking 2 first sets now on the board. Courts 1 and 6. Comfortable victories for the Gamecocks as they look to secure a spot in Chicago. I will say, watching this Michigan team, it's fascinating, and you sort of alluded to this earlier. I feel like the tennis on all these courts is a wash, and sometimes it really does come down to who is the more energetic team, right?
And you talked about this with the Oklahoma team last year when we saw them, the women's team, just make this crazy run. You talked about how the energy on that team was just palpable. And I agree, watching them was just palpable. Watching your coverage of this team, you could tell that they were going to go far because the chemistry was there.
I didn't even have to, I'm not afraid to use hyperbole. I didn't have to for that Oklahoma team. And, it's funny. I always compare this Michigan team. I think they're the men's version of what we see with those Oklahoma women. They're loud. There's high fives between courts. They do all the things as we see Gavin Young surfing for the first set. Again, that would make it 4 for the Wolverines. He's now 2 points away. I always look at college tennis matches as different phases. You have, the doubles point, which is this rush. First sets of singles, that's quarter number 2. Quarter 3 often is when matches finish, if the best teams can pull away. But is that fair to divide it into almost, it's like a Shakespeare?
I like that. I mean, I was an English major, so I can always put things in Shakespearean terms. We can do that. I can play that game. I love that.
Yeah, is this the Macbeth? College tennis is the Macbeth?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, it's the Macbeth. With the women being the Lady Macbeth, of course.
I like that. Now, I think Ty Tucker's the Lady Macbeth of college tennis. That just feels like a good comparison there. He's really pulling the strings.
Good. That's too good.
As we see set points coming up here for the Wolverines on 4. Again, Northwestern's playing it close everywhere. Michigan needs this 4th first set as Northwestern's open up a 3-0 lead on court number 2. Action tight everywhere right now at the Varsity Tennis Center in Ann Arbor. Also see 3-all here. Van Zembeek, the sophomore for NC State.
That was tough. That was a low backhand volley. That was a nice get.
It's always amazing. You just like how you go to these matches in person, men's and women's side, and I always just think to myself, like, how good are you? It just like sucks that you see some of these players and you're like, how are you not going to be a professional? Because you're ridiculous. And like that low backhand volley is as good as it gets.
The levels of good in this sport, it's just unbelievable. Yeah. It's unbelievable because it's true. A lot of these players will not go on to make pro careers. And that's crazy because watching this tennis, it's really high level.
Mm-hmm. As we see, Gavin Young holds 4-7-5. Let's head over to court number, it's good matches everywhere. Let's go over to court number 3 at Michigan. The only real separation, Andrew Fenty, 6-2, 3-1 lead. That's interesting. It's an interesting tangent here. So for me, it's funny. I was home 2 weeks ago visiting my parents, and I was just talking to my mom about going to the Michigan matches, and it was the first time she'd ever, oh, why aren't you calling a match instead of why aren't you playing the match? And I think that's when I came to the realization of like, all right, I'm not going to be a pro. You know, if even my mom has quit on my game, it's probably over. You do wonder, like, when does that realization come? Because you're going to Brown as an Ivy League student, of course. But look, Ivy League tennis, it's played at an extraordinarily high level. When do you think these players come to that realization?
That's a great question. It's different for everyone. It's
Sure.
really different for everyone. And you know what? Sometimes we see players that have surges during their junior year, and then all of a sudden, perhaps not a high level pro tennis career, but a low level pro career is actually on the horizon and it's possible again. But I mean, some players have incredible freshman years, and then that's kind of it. It depends on the player. And I would say, especially within the Ivy League, when we're not facing Big Ten, Pac 12, SEC, ACC, we're not facing these big teams all the time. The hype isn't always there. So it's very self motivated. It's a self motivated space academically and athletically.
No, that's fascinating to hear because, yeah, again, like to hear you point out the junior year is so interesting because you do feel like at that point now you've done it for 2 years and you sort of make a choice. So you're like, do I want to keep? Because talk to me about that commitment. What are these athletes doing day in, day out? What does that look like?
I'm speaking from an Ivy League perspective, and I would say that it's life there. So I can only imagine how it is at these bigger schools. It's life times two. And it was life for all of us in juniors. So for me, it wasn't that much of a change lifestyle wise, but it's everything. This sport is everything. And our relationships with the sport change so much in college from our freshman year to our senior year, even from juniors to freshman year, because it has a different place in our lives because we start to have other things come up. We have academics, social life, personal life, all of these things come together in the college space. And that's what I think is so special about college tennis. In a way, college tennis is the most pure form of this sport.
Well said. Well said. You don't have to sell me, but I'm sold. Yeah, so well said. So we see the break points coming up here for Casey Houle. Houle was in a tough battle yesterday. Didn't finish. Dropped his first set for South Carolina when they took on Penn.
And if we're going to talk about Ivy tennis, and Ivy men's tennis has been really the gender to make that huge leap into the biggest stage in the game.
Columbia, Harvard, both routinely top 16 teams. Dartmouth, the Ivy League champs, not too far ago on that men's side. By the way, this is a big deuce point on 3 coming up for Simon Brathholm. Again, down a set in 3-1. Fenty can really separate himself. Given how tight the scoreboard is elsewhere, this would be a big moment for Michigan. It's too good. Backhand down the line winner. So 3-2 still Fenty up a set and a break on court number 3. They're racing to the finish line in set 2 on court 2. Let's head there next at Michigan. Ivan Yatsuk, the transfer, coming over from USF. 5-0 lead in set number 2 on Andre Styler. I've been joking around on some of our other shows that the Ivy League is now just training ground for players who are going to go off to other schools to finish those final years of completion, at least here in this COVID era. You graduated Brown in 2021, right? So you were there for a no Ivy League season. Talk to me just about what the perspective of some of these Ivy League athletes right now.
Well, for the seniors, most of us were done. That was it.
Sure.
And I was a senior that year, so that was it. I think for the underclassmen, we as in the Ivy League athletes had to decide if having no season, if it was worth it staying for the academics or if we wanted to get out for athletics. And I think that does depend on, as you alluded to earlier, how committed we are to the sport at that point in our career. So it really differed for everyone, but we saw, and I've been fascinated by this, Alex, we've seen the Ivy to Big Ten to Ivy to SEC pipeline. These kids they're getting out, and as you said, they're going to the big leagues. And it's very cool to see because some of them are really playing in the lineups and they're making impacts.
No, Princeton is AAA Duke right now. Like, legitimately, it's incredible. And yeah, we've seen players from all over the country. Again, these Ivy League players. You know, how long did it I mean, I'm sure you still know some people on some teams and you talk to them through this process on the wonderful On the Rise podcast as well. How long did it take those teams? You missed 2 full years or a year and a half of no action. You know, I think last year I was looking at the Columbia men's roster and it was like half of the team was juniors who had never played a match for Columbia. How long does it take them to get, like, should we expect Ivy League tennis to be back this season? Because they had a full fall, did they not?
They did. I would say this season and especially next season was when I would expect them to be back at full strength. Did you look on UTR during those past 2 years? Their UTRs plummeted. It was crazy. And I was watching it and I'm thinking, this is not at the level that they're playing. Now, when they came back, that first fall was a little rough. I'm going to be honest. The tennis matches that I saw were a little rough, but it's understandable. They hadn't played matches in years.
Oh, absolutely. And so, again, it's going to be fascinating to see where the Ivy League goes this year. It's going to be fascinating to watch Andre Styler, who's serving down love 5 here in set number 2. He took the first set 6-4. Ooh, that's a ripper.
Wow. Especially a one-hander. That's crazy power to get there.
It's just ridiculous. And Styler, another guy, I know he was off doing an internship this summer, did not play a ton of tennis, still working his way back, finding those match legs. So we head over to court number 4 now, James Story. Tightly contested 4-3 first set. Again, South Carolina taking first sets pretty definitively at the number 1 and 6 spots. Oh, no way. Did he make the tweener? I think it hit the ceiling.
Still though, the speed to get
good.
back there in time.
Once upon a time, we all had hips like that, but the top speed impressive. Still, set points coming up for Yatsuk to force a quick third. Westoff, I'm going to have you have Norman, Oklahoma ready for us as the aforementioned Sooners. Brutal opening weekend, but they are cruising right now in their regional finals, so I want to head there next. Yeah, just a casual 120 bomb down set point. Why not? We'll replace Michigan as soon as Northwestern Michigan finish this second set. Of course, again, we're monitoring all sorts of action right now. I'm keeping my eyes on scoreboard, folks. I mean, what do we had? 30 regions this weekend, so 15 times. This is me doing quick math. 60 total matches. Wow, that was embarrassing that the final number was 60. And it took me that long to get there. But what, 60 times 2, so 120 matches, men's and women's this weekend. Fan perspective on Perry, what were you doing to follow everything in weekends like this?
I was on the Crack Rockets YouTube the whole time.
You don't
I was here, Alex. I was here. I was here all day yesterday, having a ball watching you call these matches. You do such a great job.
I'm very red right now. A live look at my face could be these core colors in South Carolina. That's very nice of you. You're already here. It's all Westoff. It's not me. So, again, that's who you butter up.
Well, I mean, Daniel Westoff does an incredible job, too. I mean, you too. You're the power duo.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And, of course, it is so great to have this access now. And, again, you do see that set here going to Yatsuk. Takes a 6-love second set. Things heating up at Michigan. Ooh. We have to make a choice, Perry. Do you want to stay at Michigan for 2 matches close to the finish line, or do you want to head to Oklahoma?
Up to you, Alex. I'm going to let you and super producer Daniel Westoff decide.
Well, we're here at Michigan because when we're done with Michigan, I want to put it away. Let's go over now to court number 5, where Jacob Bickerstaff, a 6-1, 5-4 lead, taking on a guy we know well here at Northwestern, Presley Thieneman. Of course, younger brother, Crack Rackets CEO, Dalton Thieneman. It's a clause in the contract. We got to show at least 3 minutes of him. And right now, Jacob Bickerstaff, 6-1, 5-4 lead for the Wolverines. That's court 5 in Ann Arbor. Again, we're going to head to Oklahoma momentarily, where the Sooners are putting it on Texas Tech. Good matches elsewhere. We head to court number 5, where it's a 7, again, 5-4 lead for Bickerstaff. Looks like they're headed to the changeover now, so we'll stick there momentarily. See the 4-all here. Home stretch. First sets in South Carolina.
Alex, how much does the varsity tennis center mean to you?
It's a good question. A lot. I spent a lot of time there, too much for someone who was not a participant on the men's varsity team. It's a good, I mean, look, it has its flaws, and the thing I love about this new South Carolina indoor facility, the thing I love about the new Ty Tucker Tennis Center and what a lot of coaches are doing is they're putting 6 courts across. So it's just one direct line of sight of all the action happening. I think that should be a rule in college tennis. Like, if you're building a new indoor facility, ensure it's 6 across. I love the VTC. It's 2 banks of 4. What's it like at Brown, and what was it like at most of the places you played?
Well, at Brown, we had 4 indoor courts on the roof of the Pizzatola Sports Center, which I loved. I felt like we were playing in midair, but when
That's
it came,
so cool. I love
it was
that.
actually pretty cool, and you actually felt like you were playing on elevation. But when it came time for matches, having only 4 courts was a bit time consuming, may we say.
Yeah, but that's a home court advantage. You got to better be ready to play 9 hours.
Right, we had the home court patience. We already had that built in.
Exactly. I also have heard the new Columbia facility that they're building is going to be 6 indoor courts, and then on the roof of the facility is going to be the 6 outdoor courts. That, to me, might end up as your coolest facility in college tennis.
I agree. I mean, of course, we had the coolest, but then when I heard about that, I said, maybe they beat us with that.
It's the heir apparent. It's the heir apparent. Yeah, it's forcing Brown to step up their game. Although I love that 6 up high elevated. See, I would have gotten there if we were doing broadcasting at the time.
Right. Who knows at that point if I would have been on the call with you or on the court. TBD where I was in my career.
Yeah, if it's April 2019, you're maybe up there with us.
Maybe.
Yeah, but we see here, again, Presley Thieneman, the junior, serving against junior Jacob Bickerstaff, 2 guys who faced off plenty of times, both Midwesterners in their junior careers. So we're messing around with the camera at South Carolina, so we'll go find a better camera feed for you. Actually, can we go to court number 1, Westoff, in South Carolina, NC State? Court number 1, where Toby Samuel has run away with things. Samuel won a couple futures titles over the past 6 months. He's a guy to watch. There's this vacuum at the top of men's tennis. I feel like Samuel could be one of the guys to fill it. As we see Bickerstaff now 2 points away. Now it's match points. Jacob Bickerstaff simultaneously, by the way, for Michigan on 3. Match points for Andrew Fenty. He leads Simon Brathholm 6-2, 5-2. So big moment here for the Wolverines.
Andrew Fenty, a hero of mine, signed with the Brady brand, me being from New England. Always a big fan of Tom Brady.
Well, there it is. Jacob Bickerstaff, 6-1, 6-4. He puts Michigan on the board. It's a 2-0 lead, and actually it's a simultaneous finish as Michigan 3-0. Andrew Fenty, 6-2, 6-2. That said, Northwestern takes first sets on courts 1 and 6. Third set underway on 2. Gavin Young, thus that 7-5 first set he took on 4. So important for this Michigan team. They're in control, but it's still tight in Ann Arbor. Meanwhile, now 6-1, 4-1 lead for Toby Samuel. So first things first, super producer Daniel Westoff, let's change courts at South Carolina. Let's head over. Well, actually, he beat me to it, but let's head over to court number 4 at South Carolina. Court number 4, where Lucas Stahelli closing in on a set point chance against James Story. Meanwhile, we'll get rid of that Michigan Northwestern match. We'll watch for the clinch. But let's head over to Norman, Oklahoma, where the defending NCAA finalists, defending national indoor finalists, Oklahoma, have already nearly matched their loss total from last season. It was a tough opening weekend. The Sooners 0-2 on a Big Ten road trip at Michigan, at Ohio State. It was a dominant win for Oklahoma yesterday over Minnesota, and they're flexing their guns once again. Doubles point goes to the Sooners, and they're closing in on first sets everywhere. We'll start out court number 3 for the Sooners. Court number 3, where it's a 4-1 lead for Donna Guzman. I'm curious. We'll start at 1, excuse me. Court number 1 for now. But now we'll head over to 3. Here we go. Shout out super producer Daniel Westoff. Deuce point, set point, by the way, you see on the left. Here we go. No way he tracked that down.
Yeah, that was a no ad point for you.
That's delightful stuff. It's all going South Carolina's way right now. Story holds 4-5 all. What effort. That's a heck of a get. So again, we watch South Carolina, North Carolina State still no singles points off the board. Meanwhile, for this Oklahoma team, Perry, such a great year last year. They lost just 3 matches. Again, now they've lost 2 already to start this season. Might be a blessing, right? As you look for the Sooners.
Sometimes you just need a reason, and that might have been the reason. This opening weekend might have been the reason. We'll have to see if they respond, but so far, at least during kickoff, they've definitely responded.
You see the 5-1 lead here for Donna Guzman. Finally healthy. Back from injury. Spent much of last year rehabbing her ACL. She's a freaking ball machine.
She is, and that's what she does best, is just really grinding and making you hit that extra ball. She does a great job of making girls hit an overhead. And that's something, especially in women's tennis, you've got to make them hit an overhead. If you can get your racket on it and they're at net, make them hit the one more ball. If it's an overhead, there's a chance that they'll miss it, especially if it's a no-ad point.
It's shocking to me how effective it is indoors as well. Like, her game, I don't think it's that impacted by the change.
Which is impressive, because I would definitely target her as a better outdoor player.
I agree. It's really interesting to watch her compete at Michigan. She was one of the few players who did put a singles victory on the board, a win over Julia Fliegner. Now a Love 30 lead. She's 2 points away from set number 1, Oklahoma. A 4-2 lead on 4. Breaks on a couple of other courts as well. But credit to Texas Tech. They've made a little bit of a push here over the past 5 minutes. We'll get to the other courts shortly. Again, happening elsewhere in the country right now. 3-0 lead for Michigan. We'll keep an eye on that Gavin Young match. He's up a set there. It's 1-0 Auburn. UCF took 4 first. No, they didn't. Excuse me. First set's still going on at the number 1 singles spot there. 1 first set apiece right now. Oklahoma State, Michigan. Battles there across the board. Georgia's looking really good. Game matchup against LSU. So 6 matches happening right now. Worth noting, we were supposed to have Pepperdine at 4 p.m. as well. I think it's one of those rare moments, Perry, where the tennis gods have smiled on us, but rained down upon Malibu. It sounds like there's a little bit of a delay over there, so that match going to start a little bit later, thankfully. That means we'll get to spend more time with it, I suppose, here at Cracked Racquets. That Pepperdine team looked really good yesterday.
I mean, they are something special, and I know that you all at Cracked Racquets had them very high in your preseason poll, and I have to agree. I mean, looking at their roster, that's pretty impressive. I mean, Bunyawi Tanchaiwat going her 3rd school now, competing at Pepperdine, but she's had success at her other 2 schools, and so we're really seeing that track record, that established track record, and there are 2 other transfers on that team. Both of them could make a huge impact this year.
Absolutely. The Campanas joining a nucleus of Czar and Chen and Brodus and Radilek. Yeah, it's a really freaking good team. No doubt about that. And, you know, again, 6-5 Staheli up here in set number 1. We're going to stay here on court number 4 over in South Carolina. Meanwhile, set points here for Guzman. First one fought off. We mentioned that opening weekend for Oklahoma. We had them preseason 4 or 5 in our rankings. I think they dropped down to 14th in the coaches poll after last weekend, or maybe it was even 17th. What did last weekend change your view, or is it too early on this Oklahoma team?
I would say it's too early. I think everyone might have overreacted a bit and sold them a bit short. We'll have to see if this season truly is different than last season. But when you have momentum like that, especially after a year like last year, you can ride that for a few years, especially 1 year after. I mean,
yeah, especially when you bring back everyone, right?
Right. And I mean, led by such a great head coach, then I feel like they'll be all right.
I agree with you. I just think it's a testament to how good all these teams are this year. I mean, the depth is crazy.
I mean, especially the loss against Michigan. That's not a bad loss. I mean, those girls are hitting the ball well, hitting hard. Yeah, it's going to be a tough atmosphere for Oklahoma this year because they do have a target on their back, and that changes things.
And the drop shot lob combination is just rude from Donna Guzman. She holds 6-1 opening set for the Sooners on court number 3. Let's head over to court number 4. Emma Staker did so much winning for the Sooners last season. She's up a break 4-3. And Christina Ticolia of Texas Tech. Of course, this Texas Tech women's team. A little bit of a change over the course of the past few months. New head coach on the scene for Texas Tech. And Adam Hirondine coming over, I believe, from Furman in his first year on the job. But this Texas Tech team's what, like half a decade removed from an NCAA round of 16 or quarterfinal appearance, something like that?
Right. And I mean, their head coach just led Furman to a great last few seasons. So he's coming in experienced. He knows what he's doing. And now taking on a new team, I think that's an interesting change just location-wise from Furman to Texas Tech. Different atmosphere there.
Different how you recruit, certainly.
It's not easy to compete with the University of Texas, but I love it.
Or Baylor, or TCU, or A&M, or any, again, it's the whole, even what they're doing at SMU now, that new Dallas complex where they're hosting ATP events, like, it's the real deal. Texas tennis is back.
For real. I mean, I just listed one school and you just said about 6 others that are all contenders on any given year.
There's someone from Texas Corpus Christi who's watching right now and is like, don't forget about us. Like, we're pretty good.
Yes, of course. Yeah, you never know with any school. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm now afraid to compliment or criticize anyone. I'm going to hear it one way or the other. So shout out all the UT schools. Of course, 5-3 lead now for Staker. Again, Oklahoma looking to get back to the national indoors this year, held in Seattle. Ooh, all right. 3 more set point chances, though, here for Stahelli as he tries to get the NC State momentum moving. Right now, you look for the South Carolina team. They're taking first sets. Actually, it's 2-0 South Carolina. We missed it, but Toby Samuel, a 1-1 win at the number 1 spot. So 2-0 South Carolina leads. They've taken first sets, obviously, at 1. Court number 2 and court number 6, so they're halfway home. NC State's going to start the rally. It's got to start here.
Especially playing South Carolina on their home courts, it becomes even more of an uphill battle.
Were you a scoreboard watcher?
Yes. Especially when things were getting late in the match. Yes, I was.
I like the guilt. I can hear it in your voice.
Well, because you're not supposed to say that, right? You're supposed to be super focused on your match. And that's how I was in juniors. I was very focused on my match. Would not have been a scoreboard watcher in juniors. But once you get to college, things change a bit. Your eyes open to the rest of the world.
I like it. And we're going to go over to court number 6. I've been scoreboard watching. South Carolina's close to the finish line. 6-0, 5-2 lead at that number 6 spot. So that's where we'll head in Columbia. Meanwhile, Emma Staker, 2 set points away. 2 away from set point, excuse me. 1 away from set point. I'll learn English eventually. She's gotten there. 2 away from the set is what I was looking to say. As you see Staker now, just so steady. Everyone in this Oklahoma team, it just takes 3 hours to beat them.
And I mean, as you said, Staker has such a great season last year at 6. Now she's playing 4, deservedly to move up. But it's interesting to see how perhaps she's gotten a bit more aggressive to play 4, to move up in the lineup a little bit, because when you're at 6, your main goal is to outlast your opponent. And now at 4, she's really stepping into some shorter balls. It's cool to see.
You're absolutely right. That forehand had a little extra oomph on it. Tough there, though. Good volley put away. Set point number 1 fought off. Again, for this Texas Tech roster. New head coach as such. A lot of turnover, of course, for this team. Not one of those players, the sophomore, 7-5 last year in dual match play. Good stuff from Emma Staker. 2 first sets now for the Sooners as they regain their footing here during this ITA Kickoff Weekend. Don't write them off, folks. It was one bad week on the road. Let's go quickly to court 2, though. And the Sooners are up 5-something everywhere. They're 1 game away from every set. 1 point away on court number 2, Carmen Corley. 5-3 lead. Actually, 15-40. Avelina Sefetinova. Out of Russia, far side of your screen. Meanwhile, now Jake Beasley's 2 points away. And that's a good bounce back for Beasley, too. Yesterday, won the first set 6-love. I believe he dropped his second set, ended up not finishing, which is just so... I just can't even imagine what goes through your head if you don't finish your match. You're in that sort of position.
It's very disappointing. I mean, you see on the box score it says abandoned next to your score. And you're like, oh my gosh, I abandoned this match. I feel terribly. But no, I mean, you put your heart and soul into it, and whatever happens, happens. I mean, if your team wins, you're happy that they took care of business. So that's definitely, it's a team first mentality.
That's funny. You've abandoned it. Absolutely. All right. They're close everywhere. Let's go to court number 6 now. Court number 6 in Oklahoma. Sasha Pisareva's 2 points away. Jake Beasley 1 point away from making it a 3-love lead for South Carolina over in Michigan. Again, it's currently 3-0 for the Wolverines. Battles on our 4 remaining courts, though. Gavin Young has taken a break lead, though, in that second set. So if he can protect that, Wolverines have themselves a 4-0 victory, put themselves a spot at the national indoors. Meanwhile, set points here for Pisareva. It's good tennis.
Solid. That's really solid.
Dare I say, too good to be that number 6 spot. You see, and I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Pisareva's knee wasn't that bandaged up when I saw her at Michigan. In fact, that's because the serving marker was wrong. It is Pisareva who breaks for the 6-2 set. Again, they're all rolling right now in Norman. Let's move next to court number 5 for Julia Garcia Ruiz, the freshman.
Right, and seeing only a point of that with Pisareva, that was aggressive tennis for a 6 spot.
That's
even at this level.
I was like, that was a huge forehand. I was like, that's ridiculous.
That was a huge forehand.
Yeah.
Usually they want more shape over the net at 6 spot. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, like
hey, I mean, if it goes in, though,
exactly.
Coach is going to say that's fine if it goes in.
We've got the Gunners here, as we see, by the way, Garcia Ruiz, the freshman, 6-3 first set on 5. So it's another first set here for Oklahoma. That's 5 of them on the board as lanes. Excuse me, that's 6 for 6. They go 6 for 6. Pisareva, Garcia Ruiz, Staker, Guzman, Corley, Lane Sleeth takes it 6-2 at number 1. We missed that, so interesting note. Meanwhile, NC State does hold, so Jake Beasley will now serve for the match at 6. Westoff, let's go to court number two, excuse me, in this Oklahoma match. But I want you to start booting up Michigan, Oklahoma State, as right now Oklahoma State has taken 3 first sets. Michigan's taken 2. It comes down to the first set at number 1 singles, where it's 5-all there. Again, if you watched that doubles point, whew, that was some drama. That's as good as it gets, Perry.
That was definitely as good as it gets. I mean, the combination of Lily Jones and Julia Fliegner, just fantastic at that. Just fantastic chemistry we saw, but also just accuracy when pressure. I mean, those girls were accurate. You don't have much room to play with in doubles, especially when pressure's on, but they found a way. Lobs from Julia Fliegner.
Yeah.
Those lobs. So good.
And especially
so good.
After she missed that high backhand volley on the first match point, to see her bounce back the way she did, it's short-term memory. You got to have it in college tennis.
And I heard you say that was not an easy shot. And I think for many of us watching, we all couldn't believe that she missed that. But that's actually a very difficult shot. And there was a lot of pace on that ball. So it was not just sitting there.
I agree. I think that's, again, the triceps are weak. I won't lie. You saw the arms dangling before we started when I was trying to memorize your last name, Shinen. But yeah, it's just like the strength it takes, right, to hit that backside of your forearm and like pronate through that ball. I did it once I've done it once in my life, and I remember thinking like, that's new.
You've hit one high backhand volley in your life?
One successful. That I spiked.
I was like, Alex, you played tennis your whole life. How
Yeah.
did you hit one backhand volley?
No, it was like 6 months ago, and I spiked it. First time in my life I've ever spiked a high backhand volley, and I was like, oh, you have old man strength now. I was like, that was pretty cool. Yeah.
Better. I love to see it.
Yeah, no, never again. Again, it was a one-off. I think it just was connected on perfectly. But, yeah, no, again, Michigan does go on to take that doubles point, and super producer Daniel Westoff will have us set up court number 1 at Oklahoma State. Kari Miller has a 6-5 lead. Michigan kind of needs that first set now. Again, given they've dropped 3 elsewhere. Meanwhile, Jake Beasley's 2 points away. We're going to keep South Carolina, NC State on our screen. We're going to replace Oklahoma, Texas Tech. That's a nice overhead from Jake Beasley. So match points coming up here for South Carolina.
Beasley's doing a good job of taking care of business and going for big targets. Nothing crazy out there, but that's not easy to do, to stay that disciplined, especially after winning the first set 6-0. It's very easy to let your mind wander early in the second. He's doing a good job of just locking it down.
Looks like it's called good. And that's one of those, I'm up 6-0, 5-3. We're not going to tempt the fates. I'm not even messing with the line judge there.
No. I heard Will Blumberg say yesterday that you cannot change the line judge's perspective, ever. And I agree with that. I don't think once it has happened.
Yeah, as we see 1-0 here for Michigan again. Let's go to court number 1 if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff. Court 1 over at Michigan, Oklahoma State. Pass twice down the line. It's gutsy.
Wow.
Look at this. Kari Miller. Again, right now here in Stillwater. 1-0 lead for Michigan. Dramatic doubles point. Oklahoma State responds with first sets at 2, 4, and 5. Michigan takes them at 3 and 6. This is your last first set in play. He huffed, he puffed, he blew the house down. 3 consecutive approaches from Jake Beasley. Took him till the third try, but ultimately makes it 3-0 for South Carolina. They're 1 point away from Columbia. And we'll go over to court number 2 there now, but that's a nice closeout from Beasley, Perry.
Totally. I respect that he kept charging the net. I like it. I mean, make your opponent hit the great passing shot on those big points,
That's what I'm
on
saying.
those match points.
If he hits 3 in a row, you clap the racket and you say, too good, man. Like, well done.
Right, and those were solid approaches too. I thought he did a good job there.
Speaking of solid, Kari Miller, another down the line forehand pass. She hit that same pass on the match point in doubles. She's feeling it on that forehand wing. 7-5. Wolverines get their third first set. We have to stay here in Stillwater. That's going to occupy half of our screen. Let's go over to court number 2. This is a surprising score line. Not necessarily where it's at, but the lopsided nature of it. Alana Wolfberg, 108 in the country right now. Senior out of Orlando, Florida. She's got a 6-1 2-all lead on the junior Jaden Brown. Brown, of course, a massive fall. She's currently ranked number 40 in the ITA rankings. It's early in the season, but again, Jaden Brown, who got a win, I think it was like 3-1 over Lane Sleeth of Oklahoma. And you just wouldn't expect to see this, especially indoors.
Right. And I mean, Lane Sleeth just coming off, huge season. I think that's impressive to get that kind of win, especially 6-1 in the second. Now, Alana Wolfberg is one heck of a player, so we can never write her off. She was recovering from injury, but she's back now. Fun fact, she actually broke Chris Everett's record, winning 4 consecutive state titles in Florida. So she does have a little bit of clout just with her name.
Did she come out on the rise?
Yes, she was on the rise.
I was going to say, I remember seeing I remember seeing the episode. I'm like, I'm pretty sure. I was like, well, first of all, I know how well prepared you are, but I was like, didn't you have her on the show? How was she?
Fantastic. She's awesome. She's totally awesome. And she talked about why she chose to go to Oklahoma, because she did choose to go to Oklahoma over some Ivies. And she had a 4.0 GPA in high school. But she talked about the chemistry between Chris Young and the players. And we see that. We've seen it ever since, really. She committed to that school, and she said she's loved it. And, yeah, hasn't looked back.
I will also say you step foot on Stillwater on the athletic campus, and your jaw will drop immediately. You're just like, where am I? You're just like, I could become a pro here.
It's thrilling. I mean, to step into an arena like that and think that this could be mine and I could live here, that's crazy.
Yeah, I like how you framed it.
I have to say, as a young recruit, I did not necessarily have that opportunity, so it's hard for me to compare. But yeah, it's super cool. Yeah,
record, at least you had options. I'm not going to name the coach that called me, but when I was a senior in high school, my fall, I got a call from a coach who, I was like 2 p.m. on a Thursday, and I was like, well, I'm very flattered because I don't get calls at 2 p.m. on a Thursday, but that's like the one I got that wasn't an email.
Then you can't say that you were unrecruited. You were recruited.
Have I ever? I would never. You know me. I would never.
Alex,
say
all
that.
it takes is one call. It takes one call to change that.
Self-recruited as always. All right. Michigan fans will rejoice in this moment. We're going to have to go double Michigan for a second, Westhoff. Gavin Young's 1 game away over on court number 4 in Ann Arbor. 7-5, 5-3 lead for the Wolverine. Now, third set forced by Michigan on courts 1 and 6. Yatsuk for Northwestern's up 4-2 in the third on 2. But Young's 1 game away, so court 4 in Ann Arbor, Westhoff, to replace South Carolina. We'll go back to that Connor Thompson match, but Gavin Young just a little bit closer to the finish line. 3-0 Wolverines lead there overall. Meanwhile, here comes Wolfberg. What was the injury she sustained? Was it the knee?
Her wrist.
Her
wrist. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And she's actually going into the medical field. She's going to be an oncologist, and she knew that heading into college. I think that's very cool to know your path off the court, too, while being so committed to tennis.
Absolutely, and to be pre-med and a varsity athlete. God bless you. That's impressive.
Correct. You don't see that often because those labs that go along with the classes often coincide with your practice. So, I mean, I asked her how she did it, and she said carefully.
Yeah, no, you imagine, again, all you got to do with the MCAT at that point is pass it, and you apply to a med school, and they're like, we'll have you. We're in. You've proven it.
Right. I mean, if you can balance those two things, I feel like you can do anything.
Absolutely. By the way, Gavin Young served for the matchup 5-2. Trice Pickens, the 5th year, managed to break Young. Currently a 30-level lead for Pickens, but Young still will have a second opportunity to serve for the match. I mean, again, that's a 1-game gap, so I don't want to get too far. But if you're Northwestern, you lost 2 lopsided matches at 3 and 5. But, man, if they'd have held on to that doubles point, third sets on 1, 2, and 6. Obviously, they're up in that third set on 2 right now. Regardless of what happens here today, there is a glass half full case for these Wildcats, is there not?
Absolutely. I mean, hanging with Michigan like that in doubles and understanding that really that could have changed the course of this match. And it's not too late. It's never too late, as we know in college tennis, never too late. But that has to be in their minds now, especially after dropping 2. Yeah, that has to be in their minds.
And that's a nice ball from Trice Pickens. Sets him up 4 game point chances to at least ask the question of Gavin Young. Meanwhile, Auburn takes a 2-0 lead. We have one third set match underway, but a couple look like they're heading that direction. So we're going to take you back over to Auburn momentarily as well. Auburn, South Carolina, Michigan all in their finishing stages. Those were all 1 p.m. Eastern time matches. Excuse me, 2 p.m. Eastern time matches.
Wolfberg staying nice and low there. Didn't have to pass. Didn't have to pass there. Just had to make her hit another volley.
And that's what Jaden Brown does. She continues to attack. You feel like for Wolfberg, that's going to be the key, right? That passing shot right there.
Right. And also a player that does play aggressive. I mean, you gotta just see if you can wait for them to miss. That's always the first strategy against an aggressive players. See if they're going to miss. If they're not going to, then you have to readjust. But yeah,
as we see,
I mean, we didn't see a ton of this first set. Yeah, I do wonder if Alana Wolfberg was stepping in or if she was more, playing patient, playing solid.
Love that ball from Wolfberg. I love how well she gets outside the ball, the angles she's able to generate.
Yeah, that's a nice angle. That's not easy, too, because that had pace on it. It was short angle with pace.
Oh, impressive. Sets up 30-all spot here. Again, Oklahoma State, Michigan splitting the 6 first sets. Michigan getting 1, 3, and 6. Oklahoma State 2, 4, 5. Right now, Gavin Young for the Michigan men serving for the match over on court number 4. Meanwhile, we had a big upset. Iowa State 4-3 over Miami. Wouldn't be kickoff weekend if we didn't get a couple shockers.
Of course, and I mean Miami led by a player who has had success on the Pro Tour as Alexa Knoll. That's an impressive one from Iowa State.
A really good one for a rising team. I always say when your head coach is named Boomer, it's a good thing. They obviously have that over at Iowa State. Boom on.
They do. I mean, ranked 25, but looks like some people counted them out a little bit with
One
that.
of our first upsets of the weekend. We haven't seen a ton so far. Who got knocked out? Cal yesterday on our stream.
I mean, we did see UCLA get knocked out.
Yeah, sure. How about that pass from Pickens? He has found himself here at the end of this match. Pickens looking to just keep himself alive. Make it somewhere else. Maybe Northwestern doesn't come back, but you just got to force it somewhere else. Stay alive. That value of just being on court for your teammates. We talk about it so much here at Crack Racquets. Meanwhile, here's a big deciding point on 2.
A little bit short from Wolfberg, but she gets away with it.
And so Brown into the net. Wolfberg now the 4-3 break lead here in set number 2. That's big because let's head down to court number 6 over in Stillwater. Again, Gavin Young serving for the match to send Michigan to the round of 16. But right now, Andrea Serdan, the senior, 6-2, 3-1 lead over freshman Raquel Gonzalez. You feel like this almost has to be a much, circling on the board for the Michigan coming into today. Senior freshman, you always like that matchup.
You do. And I mean, Andrea has been such a good ball striker, a clean ball striker, ever since I played with her in juniors a few years ago. Just a few years ago. Feels like yesterday, but Yeah, really technically sound, and that's helped her a lot in college to be that technically sound.
You see 6-2-4-1 lead for her there. We'll keep our eye on that. Let's quickly pop over to court number 5, where it's a 6-3-4-0 lead for Ayumi Miyamoto. Masa Chorito here for Michigan. There's a senior. She's played just about every single spot for this Oklahoma State team throughout the course of her career.
She has. I would not be surprised to see her anywhere in this lineup.
Yeah. Coach Chris Young does like to keep those teams guessing. See, Gavin Young's 2 points away. Oh, and I do feel like for both of these teams, Michigan, Oklahoma State, I know I say this a ton, but you could put the names on a dartboard, spin that dartboard, throw the darts. Anyone in these lineups can play anywhere. A couple of big breakpoint chances here for Oklahoma State to take a 5-0 lead here in set 2 on 5 for Trice Pickens to extend the match on court number 4 in Ann Arbor.
Pickens just really stepping up at the end of this match, playing at a higher level than I've seen him all set.
Let's be clear, Pickens was the one who missed the volley, I believe, at that number 2 double spot for Northwestern. So you wonder again if he's feeling that desire to do a little bit extra here, a little bit more. A bit of fire, second serve coming up. Pickens stays alive.
Wow.
From 5-2 down, 5-all now on court number 4. For what it's worth, Michigan got the break back. 4-all now in the third on 2. 2-1 on 6. I think we got to head back to Columbia, Westhoff, as South Carolina's closing in on the victory. We're going to get back to Norman momentarily, as well as Oklahoma is cruising. But go back to South Carolina now, Westhoff. Court number, what was it? Court number, oh, actually, we missed it. South Carolina, 4-0 winners. 6-4, 6-2, Connor Thompson closes things out, so South Carolina through to the final 8. Let's head over to Norman then. Oklahoma is very close to the finish line. Let's start on court number 3 there, if we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Court 3 at Oklahoma, or Donna Guzman's 6-1, 5-1 lead. Again, we'll keep our eye on Pickens and Young. The action over in Ann Arbor is Northwestern forcing an extra at least 10 minutes, I feel like, there. Meanwhile, 6-3-5-0 Miyamoto closing out. Yeah, this has been a stretch. This is one of those pushes.
It is, and I mean, you never know what happens from that push. Anything could happen from that. That's what I think is so much fun about college tennis, is just the momentum. I mean, the momentum switches. It's not like this in juniors. It's not like this in pros. This is the only level where the momentum switch, I mean, it's like a light, literally like a light.
So it's real, right? I'm not, because I feel like sometimes people accuse me of fabricating it. Every match does happen in a vacuum, but like, you can feel it. You know, like I always say, it's the 15-minute runs. You know when they're coming for each team, and about 6 minutes in, you can feel when it's happening.
Absolutely. I mean, when you're out there, even if it's not your run, you can feel it from the court next to you.
Chorito for Michigan trying to go on one of those runs to just extend her match. Again, things tightening up, second sets everywhere. Wolfberg's a game away. Jourdan's up 6-2, 4-2. Again, we're going to stick here on court number 5, but a bunch of things headed to the finish line right now. It's one of those hours here at Cracked Racquets. We've got a lot of results coming up in the next 30 minutes. And it's a good thing we are here. It's, of course, Alex Gruskin, joined by my soon-to-be National Indoors co-host, Perry Shinen. I'm very excited for that. Perry, you excited for Seattle?
Oh, I'm so hyped. Oh my gosh, I'm so hyped.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Nordstrom? Only in spirit, like I was?
Only in spirit, only on Google Images. I've been there many times.
I was the same way. I walked in and someone was like, what's going on? Like, you have a look on your face. I was like, do you know how much time I've spent on a live stream camera here? Like, 2009 University of Virginia men win their first national indoors. I remember the film here at Nordstrom. Like, it's been a decade in the makings.
Well, I mean, your energy was there. It just, then you physically were there. But I mean, so much of your energy was there over the years that it basically was you.
Yeah,
you just had to fill the space.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to think. 2018 was the last time they were there before last year, because I remember, I think that's where Wake Forest won their title, if memory serves me correct. But yeah, always the dual site for the men and the women.
Which is what's so cool about this sport, right? Especially in college, to have the men and the women at the same place. That's so cool. I mean, it doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's something special.
No, absolutely. Like, think about it, if you're in Ohio State this weekend or North Carolina, some of the other dual host sites where you get, again, see such high-level action across the board. Ooh, Westhoff. All right, it's 5-1 here. It's match point coming up for Guzman. A lot of fives on the scoreboard right now in Oklahoma State, so we apologize if we miss any set endings. Can we quickly pop in on Wolfberg on court number 2? I know Mesachirito here serving love 30. I just want to make sure Wolfberg's been on 5 a little bit longer. So court 2 over in Stillwater. So we see the match point here for Guzman. She's everywhere. She's everywhere. Donna Guzman back on the board. There's the fist pump and the energy. 1-1. Sooners make it 2-0 with the win on court number
Donna Guzman. I mean, that's a solid 3 that you have there. That's solid.
3. All right, Westhoff, we see 5-4. So Wolfberg's about to serve for it. Let's go back to 5 then, over in Stillwater. Again, we saw Miyamoto 2 points away for Oklahoma State. So we'll go to 5 there first. Meanwhile, for Oklahoma, next closest to the finish line right now, probably Pisareva at 6. So let's head to court 6 in Norman. One match point fought off. Whew. A definitive backhand, another break for Pisareva, who, what'd she play, 4, I believe, in the Michigan match?
Yeah. And that backhand down the line, backhand down the line is just money. If you can establish that backhand down the line in college tennis, you have so much more of the court to work with.
What, it just opens everything up?
Right. Well, because usually it starts with a good backhand cross. I mean, if you can go cross court and you can be consistent there, that will open up the down the line. Because we as as players that are trying to play high percentage tennis, we're going to move over to that cross court a little bit more, so that opens up the down the line.
Interesting, as we see Miyamoto 3-1 win. She levels things for Oklahoma State. Let's quickly pop over to court 6. Andrea Serdon very close to the finish line for the Wolverines. A bunch of these matches are close to the finish line right now. Again, we're going to be stressing super producer Daniel Westhoff here as we ask him to work all of his magic. It's a straight set win for Oklahoma State. Breakpoint chances here for Raquel Gonzalez to at least extend her match at 6. That'd be huge here. Again, 1-1 on the scoreboard. If Gonzalez can just stay on the court, give some of her other teammates time to work back.
Right. I always admired Andrea as a player because she and I both do not have the height, but she always had the power somehow. So I couldn't really use that as an excuse anymore for not generating power.
There's the unfortunate double fault. So 5-3 we play on 6. Go back to court number 2 in Stillwater. Berg, I believe, serving for the match now, up a set and 5-4 on Jaden Brown. Again, for this Oklahoma team, Kisareva 6-2-4 love lead. Staker 6-3-4-1. Sleeth 6-2-3-0. So it's a race to the finish line to keep you in Norman. What a performance. What a response from this Oklahoma team. And what a passing shot on match point. Special stuff from Wolfberg. 2-1 Oklahoma State. That's what the doctor ordered.
Because, I mean, Alana Wolfberg just really throughout this. And that's a very, very solid win.
Very, very impressive indeed. So we go back to court number 6 now. 2-1 Oklahoma State. But for how long? That's the question. You see Jaden Brown immediately into the cheerleading role. We know how important that energy is. To power on your teammates. Meanwhile, let's go over to court number 6 in Stillwater. Court number 6. No way. By the way, Gavin Young broke back for 6-5. He served for the match again. Broken, serving for it. So it's going to be a breaker on court number 4. Breakpoint chances here for Texas Tech on 6. I don't want to break you, Westhoff, but you offered me a triple box option at one point, Manuel, and it might be time for us to flex that muscle because I don't know if we want to miss that second set breaker happening on court 4 in Ann Arbor. Although we may not have to. Hold on. Let's see if Cerdan closes out here because the rest of the match is still early enough in the second set in Stillwater. I don't mind if we jump away from a moment. For a moment. Excuse me. Although actually Julia Fligner 6-3-5-4. So let's see if Cerdan closes this out. Match point here for Michigan on 6. Well, deuce point. Deciding point coming up on 6 as well in Norman. Oh, and it's a deuce point deciding point. Westhoff, give me a slow clap. It's been a while. Let's bring up match point graphic. There it is. Andrea Cerdan does take a 6-2, 6-3 win on court number 6. Let's go over to court number 3, Westhoff, in Stillwater. Court number 3 in Stillwater, where Julia Fligner's a game away. And 2-all now for this battle regional final. Court number 3 in Stillwater. I'm keeping my eyes on that tiebreaker score. Let's see if we can catch the match point for Julia Fligner. I believe is closing in on the finish line for the Wolverines. Nope, she got us to the finish line. So it's 3-2 now Michigan overall, Westhoff. 3-2 Michigan overall. We're going to go, though, to a different Michigan match. Let's go to Ann Arbor and let's go to court number 4. Ann Arbor, court number 4. Gavin Young has served for the match 3 times. Against 5th-year Trice Pickens of Northwestern. A Young win would send Michigan to the national indoors. 3 other matches in the 3rd set. Northwestern's actually up a break in the 3rd on 6. Putting pressure, 6-5 up. and match points at number 2. But right now, 3-1 Pickens in the second set breaker. If he forces a third, now you start to sweat if you're a Michigan fan in Ann Arbor, no doubt, right?
I mean, but we saw Pickens. We saw Pickens at the end of the second set. It was insane, but he was ready. He was ready to keep fighting.
Well said. Oh, Gavin Young misses that backhand in the net, so that's the 3-1 ball right there. Meanwhile, Pisareva 1 game away from the finish line. Her teammate Lane Sleeth 1 game away from the finish line. Emma Staker 1 game away from the finish line. Oklahoma's close, folks. And I'll try to keep my eyes on all the scoreboards so we don't miss out on any match points. Pisareva serving for it. Staker serving for it. It's 4-1 Pickens. Meanwhile, either Yatsuk just won or it's a breaker coming up on 2. A third set breaker, I'll tell you momentarily. 4-2 Northwestern leads in the third at 6. 3-2 on serve in the third at 1. Another ridiculous passing shot from Trice Pickens. He is all over the court. 5-1 Wildcats.
Now, I mean,
third set breaker, by the way, on 2, it turns out. So match points fought off by Michigan. But now this match it's on.
This is insane. Because I wonder, in Pickens' mind, was he like, all right, I can win this? Or was he just like, all right, let me try to stay out on the court? Because I bet it was the latter. And now he finds himself in this position. And
now he might not just win it. He might send his team. Like, there's a world where you're playing the deciding match. Because, again, 6-all, third set breaker on 2. 4-3 Northwestern's up a break in the third set at 6. On serve in that third set on 1. This is everything. Like, again, send the third. I know they're playing right next to that Styler match. Court 2 is right to the left, so you feel the momentum between these two courts. This is what it's all about.
Right. I mean, this is where team chemistry comes in so much. I mean, it comes into play so much because this is the trust that you have with the guy next to you that you're going to keep fighting until the end. And if someone is not playing as well, you emotionally have their back and you can kind of carry that momentum and bring them back.
And Westhoff have court 4 in Oklahoma ready. They're going to go right to a match point there. Staker's got that match point. Pisareva does as well. 2 consecutive wins might just send Oklahoma Pisareva does it. 6-2, 6-love. We go quickly to 4 as it's dual match point. Coming up for Emma Staker and Oklahoma. 3-0 lead now for the Sooners. And Oklahoma does it. They're through. 6-3, 6-1. Staker takes the match on 4. Pisareva might have actually been the clinch. So it's a 4-0 win for the Oklahoma Sooners. They advance to Seattle, back at the National Indoor Finals once again. Meanwhile, we missed it. 4-1 win for Georgia as they knock out LSU in their opening play. All right, let's go then back to Oklahoma State on that left side. Go to court number 1, where Kari Miller, 7-5, 3-all, straight set win will send her team Meanwhile, Trice Pickens, by the way, takes the second set breaker. Again, so much happening. I apologize. Trying to talk you through it all. Let's go over to court number 2 at Michigan Northwestern because that's a third set breaker. Then Ketten decide this match. It's 3-2 in the third set breaker. Yatsuk leading Styler, but on serve there. What a push for Northwestern, by the way. We just have to say here, Perry, right? You're down doubles to lose it the way you did. You dropped 4 first sets. We're 3 hours into this match. We're about to start hour 4, and they're still alive.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And I mean, as you talked about the importance of that huddle, I don't know what that coach said, but these players are ready to go and they're ready to dig deep. And this is what college tennis is about, right? It's about being down but not out. And we're seeing that with this Northwestern team.
And it's 3-all on the turn. Third set breaker, court 2. Michigan gets this. The bat headed to the round of 16. They don't, and now all of the sudden, yes, it's 3-1 Michigan, but Northwestern probably has momentum on the other 3 courts.
And this is also where timing really comes into play because especially for players that are aggressive, this works in your favor. But if it's a player that's a little bit more conservative and makes a few more balls, it actually could come in to hurt you at the end. And we're seeing that now. I mean, the scoreboard doesn't look like it, but this is really neck and neck.
Absolutely. And again, 4-3 here. Kari Miller up a set on serve in set number 1. Can we actually go to... The thing is, the Auburn match is getting really good, and it might be nearing the finish line as well. Well, let's see. It's 2-1 Auburn. Actually, no, we have a second. We're going to get there momentarily, though, Auburn fans. 3-1 Auburn leads, but it looks like they're going to need a 3-set victory as they trail UCF on a couple of other courts. So we'll get there in a second. We got to watch this third set breaker. Oh, and what a forehand approach. In fact, should we go full screen here? Just carry this Michigan breaker, Perry? What do you think?
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, yeah.
I like it. Let's go full screen here. Court number 2 in Ann Arbor. Andre Styler, the senior, or 4th year, since you never know nowadays.
You never know nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. Taking on the transfer on Yatsuk. Comes over from South Florida. 4-3, Styler leads. We're going to leave that scoreboard blank because sometimes that scoreboard spoils things for us here in Ann Arbor. Double fault means it's now 5-3. Is that fair? Scoreboard list, you trust me, Perry?
Yeah, I do. Yep.
Okay. We're there. We're out. We're hitting hour number 2 now. The trust has been built.
Yes, the trust is built. It's established.
That's what I like. Good. I feel the same way. Slow clap it up. Match, points, Styler. We're not done yet. Honestly, 3-0 in name only. We've got 4 third sets underway. Northwestern up a break. It's 5-3 on 6. On serve 4-3 on 1. Third set yet to begin, but it's another match point chance here for Andre Styler. He can end all of that.
Wow.
And it's the Michigan Wolverines.
An ace to end it.
I can't believe it. And you saw it took every fiber of Yatsuk's being. Even there, you can understand the frustration. Thought we might have our first cracked racket of the day. Racket does indeed go flying. You can understand why. That was an incredible battle in Ann Arbor. And when Northwestern looks back at the film, Deuce point, match point at number 2 doubles. Yatsuk was up a break in a third. They had a ton of chances. That's an escape by Michigan, is it not, Perry?
Oh, the Wolverines have to be sighing a huge breath of relief right now. Oh, that could have been close. We could have been here for hours more with this team.
Oh, that was tough. That's a really good college tennis match across the board. Styler sending the Wolverines back to the national indoors. And some will remember Michigan 2020. They make the national indoor semifinals. Who clinched a 7-6 in the third win to send Michigan to that final 16? It was Andre Styler who did it all those years ago. Now 3 years later, sends the Wolverines back for the first time since Michigan. 4-0 winners over Northwestern. All right, let's reset where things stand. And we missed some matches. South Carolina, 4-0 win. They're going to Chicago on the men's side. 4-1 win for Georgia over LSU. We'll see them tomorrow here on Cracked Racquets in their regional final. For now, Oklahoma, 4-0 winners as well. Righted the ship this weekend, no doubt about that. Don't drop a match on their way back to the National Indoor Final 16 field. So now we've got currently 2 matches. No, a third match has just started, as a matter of fact. USC, UCLA men's battle about to get underway over in Los Angeles. I haven't checked Pepperdine, but we'll ask super producer Daniel Westoff to get a look at them. So we still have 4 matches here to come. But for now, we're here. 7-5, 4-3, Michigan, a dramatic doubles point. That's just the theme for Michigan fans today. Dramatic doubles points, tightly contested play, Perry.
Right. And I mean, we're seeing right now, Kari Miller, you have to know that in her mind, she has a feeling that she has the chance to really take this match.
That'll help.
Swinging volley, yes.
You like that play?
Oh, yeah. That's great. I mean, way to take the ball out of the air and really just at chest level, right? I mean, that's comfort for her. That's a great ball. She got right up there. Yeah, playing without fear. I love it.
And it sets up a deuce point, set point chance. Excuse me, a deuce point, break point chance.
Break point. Mm-hmm.
Slap me next time that happens. Yeah. By the way, again, 3-1 Auburn leads. Third set's underway on courts 4 and 5. Looks like we might be headed to a third set on 1 as well. So Westoff, when you're ready, Auburn court number 4 with the split screen. It's a 3-1 lead for Auburn. And what is another match? And I see the comments. Antonio Munoz, Scotty B, my guy, in the comment section talking about how close that Michigan match was. There is no doubt. That was 4-0 in scoreline only.
100%. I mean, that could have been 4-3 in an instant. So it's just timing. It's all timing.
Some may know, as we see huge hold from Novak. Just to, again, keep us on serve for all. Again, Dalton Thieneman, our Cracked Racquet CEO, his brother, Presley, plays for Northwestern. Some may know I attended the University of Michigan back in the day. Dalton was, let's say, trying to smack talk me. He goes, "Oh, you think my cat's going to beat him?" And so, of course, I was like, "Nah, 4-0. That's not what I meant. Let the record show. That's not what I didn't mean.
On paper, yes, but that's not actually how it happened.
No, that match was sensational. And if you're a Northwestern Wildcat fan, you're right there. And that was. But you feel like for them, for Oklahoma men yesterday, we've seen some other 4-3. That Cal team was playing so well, certainly against San Diego as well. All these teams are good enough in normal years, you feel like, to make the field.
Oh, totally. I mean, that was also just matchups, right? I mean, that was a tough matchup for Northwestern. I think in a lot of ways we would have definitely seen them in indoors had they played a different team.
I would have loved like a Wake Forest draw or something.
Oh, for sure.
Difference. Yeah. Then again, they do draft their own teams.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is part of what makes the start to the season so fascinating.
I love it. I love the kickoff draft so much. I think it's the funny, like I think we can do even more with it than we do now. And of course, what we're talking about, how these ITA Kickoff Weekend regions are decided. We talked about this earlier in the weekend, but at the end of each season, there's a draft, and ultimately top 15 teams are hosts. Team 16 all the way through gets to pick where they want to play. So again, Michigan picked to come to Oklahoma State here. Northwestern chose to head to Ann Arbor. I love it. It's a little message sent.
It is. I mean, there could be some intimidation factor in there. You never know. I mean, you're looking at these rosters, and as a coach, you're wondering, you're saying, okay, can my players take these players? And what is the chance that, especially this early in the season, let's say you are taking on a top team, but perhaps you're playing some streaky players who have had mixed results. It's the gamble.
No doubt about that. And right now, by the way, court 1 then, super producer Daniel Westoff, if we can. Court 1, unfortunately, court 4 off in this Auburn UCF match. Right now, it's the freshman Caitlin Carnicella, who I believe clinched yesterday for the Tigers. 4-3 lead in the third there. I'll keep my eye on that scoreboard. Sailing there. Carter Miller's just a grinder. I mean, again, doesn't have the biggest weapons, but has been a top 40 player now each of her first 2 seasons. It's the physicality, right?
I was just about to say that. You literally read my mind. I mean, wow, by hour 2, you're already reading my mind. Let's go. Exactly. I mean, she has the physicality. She has the athleticism to really take her game to the next level in college, and we've seen her do that.
I do feel like, again, the weapons have slowly developed as well. That's why I love seeing the doubles she's played. Okay, so I'm getting the update. Cameras are currently off at Auburn. We're going to talk to our people, see if we can't get that camera on. If nothing else, camera 4 more than anything else, as that's closest to the finish line, Westoff. The camera's off right now at Auburn. Got to do some cleaning up of my tabs here as some of these matches come to a close. Then let's just go full screen Michigan. That's what we've got right now. Again, USC, UCLA. I don't think they've started quite yet.
We see Kari Miller 2 points away here from going up 5-4 after taking the first set.
There's the weapon.
That's one way to do
new.
it.
I feel like that's something she's developed.
Yeah, I mean, slice serve out wide. I think she never didn't have that, but now in college she really has it. That's the difference too between juniors and college, especially for girls with our serves. Really developing the serve, developing the shoulder strength through lifting, through all of this off-court training. Novak's playing smart though. Novak's putting the balls in. She's going for big targets, but still keeping Miller on the run.
And this is a massive moment here because, again, in case you're not following at home, 3-2 Michigan. They do have a third set already underway. Lily Jones drops the first set 7-5 to fellow freshman Lucia Pyre. She took the second set 6-2. She's up a break 3-1 in the third. So again, Michigan just needs 1. Oklahoma State needs 2.
Is that out?
It was confirmed out. So you see that far side chair umpire. The arm went up immediately. Now again, far side umpire. You're asking them to be in a tough spot anyways. Impossible for us to know for sure on the camera, but the arm went up pretty quickly for the sideline. Again, we see that. That's how this works. Right at the end, the chair umpires go to these sidelines.
Correct. It is a very contentious moment.
Yes, and so
a lot of the time.
Yes, we trade deuce points, by the way. So it went Novak holds that deuce for 4. Miller does the same for 5-4. Let's head over to court number 4 now. Again, that last match out on court, Lily Jones, the freshman, taking on Lucia Pyre, freshman out of Argentina.
Lily Jones, 2 hands on both sides, and so accurate with that.
A lot of two-handers. I like the two-hander, I won't lie.
Yes, I mean, we see the Moras with their 2 hands, just, yeah.
By the way, update. So USC was a match supposed to start 5 p.m. Eastern time. It has yet to start as Memphis and Vanderbilt still doing battle.
Lily Jones earning herself a high ranking her freshman year through some big wins. I mean,
Is
it's
she
all
top
been earned.
75 already?
Yup.
That's great. Yeah, who'd she beat so far?
I mean, well, she's run through people in the fall and the spring, and just really also seeing her as an athlete out there. I mean, she has amazing anticipation. Big point right here. A chance for Lily Jones to go up 4-1 in the third set.
Isn't this the art? We'll play the point, but I have a question for you, Perry. It's a big one, by the way.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, this is how you know we're diving in. This is where I'm going to learn everything about you as we see this deuce point. That's a big serve. And so it's 3-2. Lily Jones still up a break as we head back to court number 1. But aren't this weekend, the tennis we've had, obviously you have it juxtaposed with the Australian Open going on as well. But I think the deciding points, no ad tennis, the thrill that comes with it. People talk about the physicality. I don't think the physicality is compromised at all by no ad. And I think that sudden death aspect, I think sometimes that's what pro tennis is missing.
I'm a huge advocate of no ad tennis. I mean, as John Parsons says on his podcast and blog, no ad, no problem. It's not really a problem. And I think in pro tennis, it also would not be a problem. I think obviously we have the tennis traditionalists who are going to say that the sport has been played this way for so many years, and it does elongate matches, right? To have that deuce played out. But the no ad quality that you get on that point is something that's not like any other.
Can I just say you've hit the crack racket cycle as we see 3 game points coming up for Novak. You've complimented Westhoff, you've massaged my ego, and now you've complimented John Parsons as well. You are one compliment of my loving mother away from just maybe owning the company.
Well, I can't say I have the finances to own the company right now, so being a part of it is just an honor.
Fair. There, as we see a huge service game. Westhoff, if you have it for me, let's go split screens 1 and 4. It might take a second, so we're going to stay on court number 1 right now. But we might as well watch this home stretch. And again, right now, Pepperdine also match is delayed. Have the update. Clemson and Columbia are still out on court. So our final 2 matches of the day. By the way, Auburn, why those cameras aren't working, they moved indoors. Rain, slowing things down. So that's a nice little... I was going to say loophole. That's not the word. That's a nice little wrinkle. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those fun ones to say, loophole, wrinkle. Little wrinkle
course.
in that match as we look towards the national indoor finals. Meanwhile, Kari Miller, 30 love here. It's very sound tennis.
Mm-hmm. Both players playing really solid. I think their game styles match up pretty well. Both aggressive baseliners.
It's a great swinging forehand from Kari Miller. So she holds 7-5, 6-5, 1 game away. Meanwhile, Jones has game points here. 2-hold 4-4-2, and she does exactly that. Oh, the two-handed thrill. The length on that is we'll go full on court 4 for the second West stuff. That was something, Perry.
I mean, Lily Jones is very impressive also because of her movement. So if you have two hands on both sides, you would think that the movement would be maybe a little awkward to one of the sides that is their less dominant arm. But Lily Jones just has that, she has that ability to be one step before the ball. And that's what we saw right there. She was just one step closer to the ball than her opponent. Umpire coming from Argentina, where clay is really the dominant surface to come and play indoor hardcourt tennis. That's a change. So
yeah, not just hardcore, right? Indoor hardcourt.
Indoor hardcourt.
Yeah.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah. Great point there from the freshman. And let's go split screen again. Kari Miller, you see her back on court.
This is the part of a college tennis match that I personally love because they're in their match. You're in match rhythm at this point. I mean, if you're not in match rhythm at this point, you won't be. You're not going to be on that day. But everyone's just playing such high level tennis. And the stakes are high. I mean, the stakes are high, right? We see 3-2 on the board. The stakes are high.
And another great part about this Greenwood indoor tennis facility, 6 across. It's one big view. And by the way, this court number 4 was the site of a legendary match. Elizabeth Scotty from a set 4-2 down comes back against Charlotte Srivastava to clinch that national indoor title.
Yes, you talk about that match all the time. Love that match.
Well, I mean, like Westhoff and I are lucky to have survived. Got out of the winter storm that next day, so it was really a bonding moment for the two of us. But yeah, you never forget one like that, and certainly again this Oklahoma State facility. I believe they're hosting NCAAs next year.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Kari Miller. Screaming forehand on the line winner there. She's just so on the ball right now. I love to see it because as an aggressive baseliner, you do need rhythm, and she's just so in rhythm right now.
Let's go to a breaker on 1. Lily Jones serving 4-3 near side of your screen for the Wolverines on court 4. Miller, breaker, 6-0. Alex Gruskin, they're shining here. Auburn's moved indoors. Pepperdine USC delayed, so we get to focus in on this regional final. And I say we stay split screen for now, right? Ending stages of that third set on court 4. Still early enough in this breaker on 1. Kind of want to see everything that's happening. Miller.
Now this is where we're going to see the energy really connect between these players.
I just always wonder, like, I'm nervous. I feel like I don't want to speak for you. I feel like you've got some goosebumps too. You're just like, I feel like it's easier to be the player.
Oh my gosh, I have chills right now, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I also am so emotionally connected to women's college tennis that I feel like every time I see it, it could be the most lopsided score and I'm still nervous.
Yeah, you just know what's going through all 4 of these players' head again. This Oklahoma State team, they don't view themselves as a top 25 program. They view themselves as the elite of the elite, hosting
Right.
NCAA regionals and super regionals.
And as you said earlier, they have the facilities to prove it. So the money has gone into tennis in the school, which is exciting for the program because it means that the money goes into recruiting, it goes into everything, it goes into making these student athletes the best possible players.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, for Michigan, they want to get back to where they think they belong. Makes that round of 16 in 2021. Weren't able to do it last year. Backhands down the line like that help. Kari Miller, mini break, 2-1. She's found those down the lines today.
They're there for her on both wings, really.
Two all.
Great defense from Miller there. She did the best she could with that point.
And it happens, to your point, momentum across the board. Novak gets a mini break back. It's a break for Oklahoma State on 4. Boy, we might have a third set decider on 1.
This
Kari
is crazy. Miller. I know I'm seeing this unfold.
Yeah, who likes to get her court time in no matter what.
Always.
Boy, oh boy. That one looked easy. Good recovery. By the way, Vanderbilt-Memphis just ending 4-2 win for Vandy. So I imagine USC will start at the top of the hour as they take on their crosstown rivals, the UCLA Bruins, in a regional final. Some nice response from freshman Lily Jones.
Novak and Miller just neck and neck here. 6-all, 3-all in this breaker. Miller 4 points away from sending Michigan to Seattle.
But if you watched that Michigan men's match earlier, as a Wolverine fan, you know it ain't over till it's over.
Never. All you have to do is just watch probably one of these matches this weekend.
Exactly.
Anywhere, and you know.
It's hour number 35 here of the weekend. If you haven't learned that, lesson, I don't know what to tell you. Again, Alex Gruskin here with Perry Shinen. Very excited that Perry will be joining us for the National Indoors in Seattle. Who will be joining us? Michigan, Oklahoma State. That's what we're trying to find out. Kari Miller can send Michigan to the round of 16 with 4 more good points. 3-all in that second set breaker. Those angles are ridiculous.
Yes. I mean, Novak, too. The speed from Novak to get back in the middle. I mean, she almost got that. That was covering the entire court and the alleys. And a little bit of green, too.
Oh, she goes a little long on the forehand. I mean, the tennis is exceptional.
It really is. And it's coming down to inches like that. I mean, Novak missed that by inches. And again, a little bit short for Miller, but these balls are going in the court. These girls are not missing balls right now, and that's what makes this so thrilling.
There was a casual backhand cross-court angle hit there by Kari Miller. That was just like a little flick. It was like, yeah, that's just what I do. And it's unbelievable. All right, so a turnaround for the freshman. Oklahoma State now 5-4 lead, third set on 4. How relevant will that be? Let's go full on 1. And it's match
too tough.
Points for the Wolverines now coming up. The effort
1
from
point
Kari
away
Miller.
from Seattle.
I know,
oh my gosh.
This effort from Kari Miller has been something.
And Novak stayed right with her.
It's been a heck of a match here in Stillwater. Exactly what we thought would unfold. I mean, look at the intensity.
Yeah. She's going to have to play that point again and find a way to get on offense if she wants to win this match.
Great. Competitiveness, intensity. It's match point number 3 here for Miller. It's not over yet.
I'm cringing for that miss. That's got to hurt Miller a little bit. Solid though, solid to put the serve in, to make her hit a backhand. That's exactly what Novak has to do in this situation. If I was Novak, I would really just try to find the Miller backhand, just because she just missed that ball. That's if for no other reason.
Three match points fought off. And interestingly enough, I think Kari Miller thought like you did, Perry, that she was going to go right back to that backhand side. But she keeps her honest. Now we got to go split screen, because if Lily Jones gets broken, I mean,
and the guts to go forehand inside in like that from Novak, the guts. I love to see it going over the highest part of the net. She went for it.
This is where, if you're just joining us, there has been so much drama here. It's match point on 4. It was a 4-2 lead for freshman Lily Jones, but credit to this Oklahoma State freshman, Lucia Pyre, roaring back. She's got 3 more match points. Meanwhile, again, Miller, a 6-3 lead in the breaker, now 6-all. You're kidding me.
No way. No way.
And what a hold from Lily Jones from love 40 down. 4 match points fought off. It's 5-all on 4. Set point for Novak on 1. This is what it's all about.
Oh my gosh, all 4 of these girls just hitting the tar off the ball right now. I mean, the depth is insane. I feel like this camera angle is good at showing it.
Yeah, I might cry.
I'm already crying.
Yeah, this is too good. Oh, and Kari Miller responds with her own set point save.
Miller is gutsy with those swinging volleys on both wings. Gutsy.
I can't believe some of the choices she's made. Like the backhand swinging volley on that pass point, to not move in behind that. That's what seeded the court positioning, but she's kept doing it, Perry.
She has, and I mean, she didn't fully commit to that one perhaps, but the next one, she was right there. 7-all. In a tiebreak, that is to 7.
All right, let's try this again. Such great effort. You feel the intensity, and yet the level has not been compromised.
And that was a let court, too. I mean, that just as easily could have been set point for Novak.
The tennis, so captivating. It's match point 5 for the junior, Kari Miller. Can she send the Wolverines to Seattle? Oh, come on!
That was in? No way! She ripped that. She ripped that like it was just any other point.
Gripped and ripped. 8-all after the forehand winner from Kristina Novak. We're going to stay full screen here. 5-all still on court 4. Oh, and Kari Miller responds.
She knows she has to play first strike tennis. I mean, otherwise it's not going to work.
It's breathtaking. The tennis is breathtaking. The +1 backhand after Miller has tried to avoid moving forward at all costs.
Yes.
The ball goes long. Kari Miller, 7-5, 7-6. You see the elation for the Wolverines. They're headed to Seattle, Perry.
Unbelievable. That was an unbelievable tennis match. I mean, give me a break with the quality of this tennis.
Just such good performances across the board from everyone. All 6 singles positions, the doubles coming down to a 7-6 third set decision as well. And you know what the best part about this is? If you're a fan of either of these teams, the best part about looking at this is, guess what? These 2 teams, they're going to play again this week as Oklahoma State is coming to Ann Arbor to take on these University of Michigan Wolverines. That matchup happening Saturday, February 4th. So 6 days from now, Oklahoma State's going to get the chance to get a little bit of revenge. But as we come back to Perry and I here on our screen, before we let you go, Perry, I don't know what else to say, but what a match. What an afternoon. Your final thoughts.
I have nothing. That was college tennis at its finest, right? And if you're not excited by that, I don't know what sporting event will get you excited, because I mean, I'm hyped right now. Michigan, Oklahoma State meeting again this week. That's crazy. Think about mentally both teams, right? I mean, winning side and losing side to get back up and do it again only 5-6 days later.
I asked head coach Ronnie Bernstein when I was in Ann Arbor, what would her thought be on, you get to win one of those 2 matchups at Oklahoma State, or you get to win the one at home. She said, Alex, they can beat us 4-0 and we cannot win a game at home. I want to go to the national indoors. And so certainly Coach Bernstein going to get that opportunity. That said, look, Oklahoma State has an incredible schedule. And I do think, again, looking back at this match for them, they'll be bummed, but both these teams, the depth we saw, such good tennis across the board, right? Would it shock you if Oklahoma State's a top 16 team come NCAAs?
Not at all. Not at all. And I mean, they've proven themselves really through that match, but we'll have to see how they respond and how this Saturday goes, because I'm so curious to see what is the conversation going to be like in the locker room this week with both teams, right? I mean, because if you win, you're literally looking behind your shoulder and they're there again.
Mm-hmm. No, it's going to be fascinating, the energy level at the start of that match as well. It's going to be a big test for Michigan because Oklahoma State will be ready. And so that matchup coming up on Saturday. But for now, it's Michigan through to the final 16. With that said, Perry, I will see you soon. I will see you in Seattle in a couple of weeks. For listeners, fans who are now obviously huge fans of yours and want to check out more of your work, what should they be looking for from you?
Look for On the Rise podcast. We'll have updates along with Crack Rackets updates as we build up to the national indoors. I'll be featuring some of our players that will be present at national indoors and some women's college tennis alums who are now doing some things in the real world as well. So we'll have plenty of content for you building up to that event.
I love it. Well, this was a pleasure. It's been a long time coming. Obviously looking forward to getting to spend some time with you in Seattle, and we're all looking forward to the start, certainly, and continuation of this college tennis season. So, Perry Shine, and thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate having you. And I will say for now, we're going to take a bit of a break because we have official match start time, 6 p.m. Eastern time start for USC, UCLA. Pepperdine going to start shortly after that. 2 more matches here on day 3. The action rocking and rolling. Who will make it to the final site? We'll find out as our coverage continues here of this 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. Welcome back, everyone, to our Day 3 coverage of the 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. Alex Gruskin here. We've replaced one superstar with another. Perry shining out. In is a familiar face and voice. He joined us yesterday, 10-time All-American, coming off of a victory in Cleveland Challenger qualifying action today. It's our dear friend, Will Blumberg. Will, welcome back. You come not only with your own victory, the Tar Heels winners today as well on both the men's and women's side. How you doing here on Sunday night?
Doing great. I'm excited to join. Watch a nice, couple big matches in the West Coast, USC, UCLA. That's a big one, not only for the rivalry, but gunning for a spot in Chicago. My Tar Heels did well today. They clinched both, men and women playing well, so they'll be in Chicago and Seattle respectively. But excited to watch some good matches tonight.
And before we get to that match, because USC UCLA is underway, I don't need to sell that rivalry. But I am always curious, in college tennis, those rivalries remain as real, right? Talk to me about what we should expect from each of these teams this scenario tonight.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, of course, they're competing for a spot in national indoors, but it means, a lot more than that. I'm sure there'll be a ton of fans from both sides. A lot of guys that went to USC and UCLA respectively, they grew up in California, so they know they're born and bred into this. Their families are born and bred into this, so it means a lot. Similar to UNC Duke. I mean, you circle it on your calendar. You know exactly when it is. Your family comes in for it. So, these are bragging rights. This is something, you really want, and you're willing to lay, it all out there for it. So I expect these guys being ready to battle and playing tough. And, you never know. Maybe you get to see some anger or some extra stuff going on because it means just that much more.
It's going to be a special night. Well, then let's get to it. Action underway at the Marks Tennis Center in Los Angeles. We'll start on court number 1. It's already a break lead for a couple of veterans here.
Just some great volleys there.
Yeah,
that's exactly what you want to do. You want to break player down, right? I mean, you want to make them feel they're already up a break. You want to make them feel like you're here all day. So they went, they try to go for the bailout lob. That's exactly what you want if you're a Doncinich and Fry, just to start the court, start the good energy for your team. But that's a great play to start off.
Bradley Fry, the 5th year from Overland Park, Kansas. Doncinich, year number 4 for him. He's out of Irvine, California. Taking on veteran here for this UCLA men's tennis team, Patrick Zaraj. He's been around for a while, no doubt about that. They'll get him back for one more season here. Do the Bruins. Zaraj partnered here at the number 1 double spot. Giacomo Ravelli had a huge freshman year.
Starting with Peter Smith, obviously, before he left, and now obviously with Coach Macy, they've always been a great doubles team. They've always known how to play. Brendan Holt, obviously, who just left, he always knew how to play. They might not have all the, showy guns, but they'll know where to serve. They'll know where to volley, and that's a tough team to play against. I remember always playing USC. I always knew that in big moments they'd know where to serve. They'd always know where to put the volley away. So that's something to look for today. A big point like 30-all, they'll probably go, just to a bigger position, body backhand, middle body forehand, and look to put the volley in the open court. They've always been well coached, and so I'd look for more things like that.
You guys can't see this. Yeah, I have a smile on my face. You called it perfect. Why is that the play?
Yeah, you just want to go to a high percentage shot there. They're very well coached, like I said. I bet that, Coach Macy or whoever's working with them, they know that they'll play the percentages, right? You want to get into a good rally. The guy hit a good return there, but, it's just the right play there.
So we see the hold 4-3 love. Yes, head coach Brett Macy, former assistant on those national championship winning teams. He's now in the head role. Eric Johnson, EJ, a former national champion. He played 5 singles. I know he beat Justin Shane in the NCAA semifinals to help send USC to the final in 2014. Eric Johnson's a critical role on that national championship winning team. He fills the spot left by Rich Bonfiglio, who now the Penn men's tennis head coach, the volunteer assistant Bryce Pereira, who it's worth noting was on the UCLA roster not that long ago. Let's head over to court number 2 now. Court number 2, please, as we continue to, again, introduce all these matchups. It's, again, a sophomore junior duo, Peter Mock, who's going to play the number 2 singles spot, He's partnered with Ludwig Westrate. A tough loss at 5 did the junior Westrate yesterday, but they're taking on the UCLA duo Timothy Lee, the junior. Lee partnered here today with Alexander Hugemartens, sophomore out of Belgium. You mentioned that UCLA philosophy. I don't know if you guys played UCLA, but obviously Billy Martin, the veteran coach in college tennis right now. What do we know about this UCLA culture?
Yeah, legendary coach. Been around a long time. I don't believe that when I was in school we ever played them. I played them individually. But yeah, I mean, typically they come with a lot of flash. I mean, I remember when I was playing them, they'd be, big time, good energy, big serves, looking to play. Also, obviously, with Billy being the coach, he's been around a long time, knows how to win. So, they're always tough in big moments, always know similarly how to do the right things. And they've played a lot of big matches, so I don't think they'll shy away from moments like this or, rivalries like this. And so I would expect a great match today. Obviously not starting out probably how they want to today. So you might look for them to, start going for things that are too big, which is not going to be great for them. But hopefully they can, try to figure it out and slowly chip away.
Relove leads on 1-2. Single breaks, but still big leads on the scoreboard for the Trojans, and they're swinging freely right now. That's Sam Rubel, actually, so it's incorrect on the scoreboard. Interesting. That's Sam Rubel, who, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he comes over from Duke, the senior, here for USC. You see court number 5 on your screen right now. You catch it in the corner of your screen, though. There's a 15-30 point for USC now.
I'm loving the energy right now from USC. Obviously playing at home, but just looks like they're engaged, not making too many errors, up a single break already, looking to make it a double break. But just great energy, pumping themselves up, pumping the crowd, using the crowd. That's a great sign to start the match. Hopefully they can continue that. But if I'm UCLA, I'm trying to, maybe silence them, do something solid, but play solid enough to not let them continuously rile up their fans and their team. But I'm keeping my head down and chipping away.
And for what it's worth, my mistake, this is the number 3 double spot. It's Wojtek Merrick, the sophomore, with the senior Sam Rubel. They're taking on the UCLA duo, Jeffrey Fradkin, redshirt sophomore out of New York. Darsh Tripathi.
I'm not sure if that was a double fault there or if that was a missed return, but if the score is correct, then this is a huge game here.
And why not take the big swing down the line? Aggressive look. I've seen Will Blumberg do the same. 4-love lead now here, not 5-love, 4-love lead for the Trojans.
I get a feeling that the score might have been wrong. Now it's 30-40 break point.
There we go. Okay.
I think that it was a missed return previously, but another big point here. Little tentative there. I mean, here's a deuce point, right? So this is a big moment. So depending on who chooses it, you want to look for a high percentage first serve. And if you're the returner, maybe up a break you feel comfortable enough to go line, but I'd look for them to play at a big, big target. So you're taking the alleys away and you're going through the middle, or if you're going at the net guy because you don't trust his put away volleys and you're going to go right at him. So normally in the 3 position, I'd look for the coach to tell him to serve body, and if I'm the returner, I'm going to a big position. Oh, almost deadly.
Yeah. Black court's played, of course.
And you can just feel UCLA in this match feeling like they need to provide something that's perfect. Deuce point, they're going for an ace T. That forehand, right, could have been high percentage, but was going for a winner. I don't blame him because he feels squeezed, but that's how you make someone feel when you're down a double break or down a break and it's not looking good, and that's not the sign you want to see. So if I'm the coach there, I'm telling him, hey, calm down, let's play to a high percentage, make him earn it. But giving away free points at this point in the match is not what you want to do.
And we have 2 4-0 leads now. Trojans 4-0 here, 4-0 on 1. Let's quickly check in on 2. The aforementioned Peter Mock, Ludwig Westrate, sophomore junior duo. It's that number 2 doubles position. Oh, that landed good. Good volley splits the middle, but we head over now. Court number 2. It's a 3-1 lead here. And that's Ludwig West straight on that left ad side. Peter Mock on the deuce. Lee and Hugo Martins on your far side. By the way, we're waiting for the cameras to get activated. Pepperdine, Memphis underway, still early in doubles action there. We'll have that for you hopefully shortly.
Just the exact start you want if you're USC. 4-0, 4-0, 3-1 break. Just, nothing to worry about as of right now. It doesn't mean you can take your foot off the gas, but, looking up at that scoreboard, in a legendary facility as USC's is, you're not feeling great in this position, but you never know.
It's all Trojans right now. 5-0 lead for USC at the number 1 spot. 4-1 at 3, and now again, the opening here for USC.
Great return. I love the way this USC team's playing here, making them earn, each point. Obviously a miss there, but making returns, feeling loose, free. I mean, this is the exact sign you want from your doubles team going into this match. Great sign for them, and obviously another break point chance here. I'd look for them to be loose. I always like to go line here in these positions when someone's at the net.
Yeah, you hear the booing, a little jeers in the background. You love it, right?
Gotta love it. That's a USC UCLA for you right there, right? Even any tight call, they're gonna let you hear it. They'll probably chirp you when you come back, but that's what we love about college tennis. Big point here, obviously. I mean, not looking good on the other courts, but if you want to, start chipping away, you need to win this point here. Big deuce point. He went cross last time. Maybe look to go line here. Wow. Great reflexes after a great return. You heard a nice there, midpoint. Kill him. You got to love that from the crowd.
Yeah, so we head over to court number 1. How much do you hear the crowd? Do you feel their presence, Will? Because obviously players train to try and appear to box them out, but what's actually going through a player's head?
I think it depends, right? I mean, sometimes you hear as much as you want to hear. I think typically you hear, I would say maybe 50%. Probably sometimes it gets a little louder than, you can really focus on them. But I think the more rattled you are, the more you hear them. I always felt like players play their best when they're just quiet. I know when I was in school, typically with, of course, a few matches here and there, I try to just be silent. I always felt like you never want to poke the bear. You never want to, you let your playing do the talking. Normally that was my favorite strategy, but typically the more rattled you get, the more you start to hear and the more you interact is normally not beneficial for your tennis game. So if you see someone start interacting, unless you're a rare person like Rinky who gets riled up and loves it, right? But most people, when they get riled up, it's not very beneficial for their game.
Robert Kelly against Virginia, 2016. Yeah. He had the Tar Heel crowd he had them working.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what's great about college, right? If you do love it and you love those moments, then you're going to really love it. Sometimes you got to find humor in the chirps, but sometimes it's hard when you're not playing great.
Schnurr, 16, Charlottesville, when I'm pretty sure he flipped off the crowd as you see a beautiful backhand return from Bradley Fry sets up 2 match points here for the Trojans. It's been all SC at 1, Will.
Yeah, all SC. I love that down the line return. High percentage, basically inside the singles line, if not just outside it. And that's exactly what you want to see. Starting off, if they can get this break here. 6-0 set on 1 is massive energy going into singles.
Looks like the serve was long, so it is the Trojans. 6-love set at 1. Dostanik Fry were so good for this USC team last season. I believe they lost just 1 match and back on to their winning ways here. Once again, 6-0 set at 1. Let's go split screens 2 and 3 now, Westhoff. We have Pepperdine ready, so we're going to get over to that now. I'll tell you what, if you were to bring the #1 mixed doubles college team into the pro ranks, I think a doubles team of Will Blumberg and Savannah Brodus makes the U.S. Open semifinals. Obviously, Will last year with Katie McNally, the incredible run. I'm telling you, keep an eye on Brodus, Will. That's a future doubles partner for you.
Sounds good. I can't wait. I'll do some scouting right here.
Brodus pinching forward on the ad. The forehands of Janice Chen securing the break 4-4-2. For these Pepperdine Waves, of course, Brodus Chen, NCAA doubles semifinalists last year. They lost just 2 matches throughout the course of the season. Westhoff, if we can, let's go to court number 3, actually, in USC, where they're nearing the finish line there. But yeah, here's Brodus serving on the near side, Will.
That was a great pass. I do want to say, obviously they're up 4-2, but I'm loving this team's energy. I mean, if you compare them to UCLA's team here on the right side of the screen, granted they're up a break 4-2, but they just look more engaged. They look more energized. They look like they're ready to play. Obviously, UCLA's down. Their team lost 6-0 on the court next to them, which is difficult, but I think energy is so important here, right? I mean, double fault, look at the body language, right? I mean, you want to see this team, no matter win or lose, with high energy going into singles. No matter what, if you lose this doubles point, you want to come out hot, right? They say, it's funny looking at a lot of guys' Instagrams now in college, like you see guys, which I love it too, you see guys post like, let's burn the boats, or, these motivational things, which is all we talk about in the college tennis game. But it's true, you want to be out there with no escape plan, right? But you cannot spend an hour of your time down or sulking or you need to be ready to go. So I love the way this Pepperdine team is playing. I like their energy, and their friends just a few miles away need to pick up some energy themselves. So maybe they can check it out, and hopefully if they lose this doubles, they can pick up some energy in the singles.
It's a fun afternoon to be in the greater LA area. In Malibu, Pepperdine taking on Memphis. Over here in Los Angeles, USC, UCLA. See against Savannah Brodus, 15-30. Meanwhile, USC serving for the doubles point over on court 3. Beautiful kick serve, better returns. Memphis stepping up. It's Emily Meyer, Aran Garcia, finding the cross-court angle as well, Will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you Team UC? Because Brodus serving and volleying, I think I've had this discussion with you before, but the serve and volley, what's its place in today's tennis?
I think you see it a lot in the college level, especially. As you see right there, unfortunately on break point, a net cord that goes down the line for a winner. But I think you see it a lot more in college as it's taught that way. I think on the tour you see it maybe 70%, but some guys who play more dominantly singles stay back. I think it's a great tool. I think it should be used. I don't think that people who volley, exceptionally well should always do it, but I think that it's great to keep your opponent thinking that they can't really just leave one hanging. I think the better teams you see, can pickpocket volleys over the middle. But I think it's a great tool, and I think that it's something that's taught specifically in college, and you see it translate to a lot of double success on tour.
Interesting. Can we go full screen Westhoff with USC court 3? They're so close to the finish line. Good pass there.
And that's great energy right there, right? You want to see that. You want to see him pick it up no matter what. Just like we were discussing yesterday, you want to see your team fight to the end. You don't want them to see him reserve. So I love that energy. I hope they keep it going, and I think that's a tool to success.
And that's also the freshman Tripathi, who maybe doesn't know any better, who doesn't
Yeah, I
look
love
at
it.
the scoreboard. Yeah, exactly. You love
Yeah.
to see that, the enthusiasm. See
There
the
you go,
lob
right?
in
I
it.
mean, you never know. You can chip away, and you never know what happens. I mean, before you know it, they get this break 5-2, hold 5-3, little scoreboard pressure, and they're in it, right? I mean, that's what you want to see for your team. Even if you're, if you're a USC and these guys fight back, and it's not, you don't roll them in doubles. You don't feel like you have high confidence. So, I think that this is an important game, and you never know what happens.
What do you want to see on the serve here?
I'd love to see a high percentage serve. I think USC's, like I said, is coached very well. Tough point there. I'd love to see a made first serve.
High
Oh, he got lucky
percentage.
there. He got lucky there because he floated the volley. But listen, great first serve, high first serve percentage. Love the return line, going for a big target, right? Not in the alley. I think that's something to learn. People go for the showboat, Instagram kind of type return. Great return, right at the line, solid. That's exactly how you want to play, and I love that energy. They need to keep it, or else it's not going to be going well. But I love that game.
So something's up on the scoreboard, obviously. So we see 5-2 here, SC. Perhaps that's not the case. Let's go back over to court number 2 now, where the Trojans lead 4-3. We got a comment from a pair Nordstrom. Who's commenting alongside Alex, please? Great coverage. That is the voice of 10-time All-American Will Blumberg, who we always appreciate having, exploring his knowledge. Again, you don't get All-American in every season you play if you don't figure out how to have success in the college tennis world. Of course, where Will Blumberg had success may not be the best thing for these USC Trojan fans, as Will Blumberg and the Tar Heels. Talk to us, what was your experience here, the one time you played at SC?
Yeah, it was difficult. We played there in when the ITA was great forehand there. Sorry to interrupt, but I love that. But yeah, we played there when they switched, when they wanted only 8 teams in the final. So we played I believe, I don't know what they're doing this year, but the first at the time Sweet 16 match at a home site at USC, who I don't believe had lost a match in a really long time, if not ever, in the tournament at home. Yeah, they were a great team. We played, we were really, pretty nervous, but expecting a very tough battle, which we got and played there, and we played a great match. But yeah, I think, like I said, Peter Smith was the coach at that time. Brandon Holt was on the team. Pukerman, who I think is unbelievable, was on the team. So, we feared them, but we respected them. But I say we respected them, but we didn't fear them that much because, we came in and we did what we knew how to do and just play and compete.
Let me ask you this. You can win
match.
one. You can switch the results. Round of 16 National Indoor Finals 2020. Do you do it?
Oh, if I could switch the result of our year we lost to them in round of 16?
So you trade. You lost them round of six. Or you beat them round of 16-19. They
Yep.
beat you National Indoor Final in 20.
Oh, yeah.
Would you trade those results if you could?
In 2019, I lost in the Final Four, right?
2019 was the
Wait.
Final Four year, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's tough. I think of course, because I want the national championship for the program, but it also was a pretty transcendent win for us to beat them at their home facility. Wow, what a return on break point, right?
Here we
That's
go.
the energy you want to see, right? Look at the celebration. This is what I'm talking about. Is subtly you can see UCLA starting pumping up their energy. USC's shoulders are down, right? That's exactly what you want to see. This game can change in a second. It's only one set and a few breaks and a few points. So if anyone's watching that's going to play college tennis or playing college tennis currently, this is the energy you want, and this is how you're going to win.
I love it. 4-all here.
Love it. Great response from USC.
And let's jump back to court number 3 now if we can, where USC up 5-2. I believe UCLA serving here to 5:40-15, it looks like, but the Trojans may have the chance to close it out. Also, Westhoff, when you get the chance, let's bring back that Pepperdine match. Brodus and Chen are serving forward up 5-3 on court 1. So we want to take you back there as well. Ooh. Both strong backhands there.
And here you are, right, in a tricky situation. The other court there, 4-all, I believe. Here, maybe I guess the service is off, but you know, here they are in a battle, right? Great job by UCLA turning that around. You know, that'll impact them no matter what, win or lose in this doubles point.
They played a horrible first 20 minutes, and then they woke up.
Yeah, they did. Maybe a little nerves, right? Going to a, you know, big time rival, you know.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure if that scoreboard's right, but is it 5-4 now here on the right?
I think now it's 5-3. And yeah, here we go. So now Rubel and Merrick will serve for the set.
Got it.
And so again, right now it's Sam Rubel, who I believe the black hat on. Oj Merrick, I believe. He's slighter of the two, I suppose, now at the net. Rubel again coming over from Duke. First point. Oh. It's those volleys right there, Will, from Savannah Brodus. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Was that last volley in? Did it catch a piece?
We'll see on the scoreboard. I think it did catch a piece. It does indeed. To hit that high backhand volley and spike it downwards. Come on now.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's Sports Center top 10 type of stuff.
It's for the athleticism it takes. Good coach sets up match points now for Pepperdine at 1. Match point coming up.
Seems like dual match points on both sides. There you go.
Great hands, Pepperdine. Can we quickly go to court number 5, Westhoff? It's the number 3 doubles spot. They have match points to clinch the doubles point over at Pepperdine. As the doubles point is clinched for USC, 6-3 American Rubel take it. Strong doubles points performance from the Trojans. Meanwhile, let's see if we can catch this match point over at Pepperdine. Let's go full screen on court 3. I formation, an abbreviated I.
Some great forehands there. Hughes, I seems like that's her strength. I would imagine they go in the abbreviated I position to force the opponent to go line, and sets up just for her to be able to hit forehands. Seems like she's comfortable hitting line, so you know, I imagine if they get back to the ad side, they'll do that again.
Is that what that's for, is to set up the forehand?
Typically, I would have expected her, if she was looking for a forehand, to maybe stand more towards the middle because it's easier to move to that side. But that's what I would anticipate.
Interesting. Some points here still for the doubles point. Sneaker up the line. Nikki Redelick, Lee Cesar, 6-3 win. Pepperdine, 1-0 overall. So the top seeds take care of business. And now we'll go back to Will and I shortly. We're about to take a quick break here before our singles gets underway. But Alex Gruskin joined by Will Blumberg, a national indoor champion on the 2021 North Carolina Tar Heel team. Conversations in between singles and doubles. Let's start with the two home teams who took care of business. What are Coach Per Nilsson, Coach Brett Macy telling to their teams right now?
I think they're telling them they haven't done anything yet. I think they're telling them good job, but being up 1-0 is nothing. So don't think that you're, feeling all good about yourself. And listen, you played a great first 20 minutes and then you let your shoulders down. So if I'm telling them, I'm saying wake up and listen, you're playing your biggest rival, go kill them. That's really what I'm telling them. I'm telling wake up and go play, right? I mean, you have the greatest college player ever in Steve Johnson. If he was out there, he's making you pay, right? I mean, he wants to beat you in doubles and then beat you 0-0 and embarrass you. This is no friendly competition. This is no joke, right? And I mean that seriously. I think these guys want to embarrass their opponents. So if I'm either team, I say, listen, wake up. You just got embarrassed. Go out there and show them what you know how to do, right? If you don't win 72 matches in a row or 6 national championships, right? I mean, this is the program. This is how they're built. And if you're USC, you want to show them and you want to make them feel it. So I'm reminding them of that. And, I'm just telling them, you worked hard, go do what you do.
Mm-hmm. Flip side, UCLA, we talked about it. Terrible 15 minutes. What's Billy saying to him now?
Tough start, but go get them. I mean, you did a great job after 20 minutes. You got your nerves out of the way. It's all good. Things happen. Go play and start well. I don't think you want to see him have another 20 minutes like that. He's probably telling him that you can't afford another 20 minutes like that. So telling him, listen, go work hard. It's okay. It's just a doubles point. We've won many matches when you lose a doubles point, but it's got to start right now.
Talking to a scratch golfer, I'll use this analogy. They've used their mulligan. That's it.
Absolutely.
You get your one. Yeah, start of that doubles. But now the singles comes. And again, Pepperdine 1-0 up on Memphis, USC 1-0 up on UCLA. We'll have coverage of all 12 singles matches coming up shortly. We're going to take a quick break, though. For Will Blumberg, super producer Daniel Westhoff, I'm Alex Gruskin. You're watching our Crack Rackets coverage of the 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. coverage. We kick things off here at the #1 spot. Play underway. It's the sophomore Alex Gruskin taking on the 4th-year Stefan Dostanek. I really want your thoughts on Dostanek, Will Blumberg, who's joining me, 10-time All-American here, calling this match, because when I describe Dostanek, I say he hits a pro ball. You would know what that looks like better than I do, so I'm curious to see what you see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the scoreboard's wrong here. I think he's holding or serving here for a hold, but
yes,
just the way he moved around that forehand inside out is the exact way you want to see a player play, right? I mean, he's engaged with his legs, you know, locked in with his forehand. You know, that's a player you want to see. That's something that's repeatable. You know, played against us many times. But, you know, great player and a great way to start the match. Obviously feeling comfortable at home.
I forgot Steph was on that 2020 indoor team as a freshman. And Hugo Martins, the sophomore, had a really good freshman campaign. Did the man from Belgium last year, all Pac-12 honoree. NCAA singles qualifier, went 14-7, 9-4 in dual match play. Thank you for the stats play site. 2 games in, that's your look. I noticed when and not to compare, but I played at these courts a couple months ago, deathly slow in my opinion. Deathly slow.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely made, I'm sure, for, you know, I don't know when they were resurfaced, but specific players, right? I mean, you could make your courts as fast, as slow as possible. When they're new, they'll be slow, but they can speed them up, right? But definitely not the quickest courts. Outdoor hot conditions, you know, play a part in that, but definitely gritty. You can see the spots where their serves are on the baseline, but also on a cloudy day like this, right? I mean, you got to think on a slow court too. Cloudy day, you know, I don't know the weather there, but some guys, you know, wearing hoodies, that makes it slow. I mean, these are all things that players think about. Cloudy, cold, you know, you might lower your tensions 2-3 pounds, right? So these are all things that people, you know, weigh into account. You're looking at the weather, you're looking at the wind, you're kind of, you know, you're not overthinking it, but these are things that all come into account. You know, when the court's slower, you might want to loosen your pounds a little, right? Just to have the ball go through the court. So, you know, these are things that, you know, not the average person thinks about, but as players you think about every week.
Which to me is what makes that Dostanek forehand so impressive. As you saw there, even this conditions, he can still rip through the court.
Absolutely. And as you see, right, some guys like a little more time. Dostanek seems to have a bigger windup, right? So he might prefer this court with his forehand. He might prefer slower conditions, like an Indian Wells type bounce, right? But where you get indoors and the ball's quick and skidding, he might not prefer that quite as much because he does have such a big windup. So he can use it at his advantage. And as you play better players, and as he will play, you know, good players, people might rush that to his forehand and hit a hard, flat ball, and he might not be able to have as big a swing. Obviously, he's a great player, so he can, manage, but that is something to look for as he plays and might be in the scouting.
Meanwhile, Hugo Martins so smooth there. I didn't get to watch much of him last year. I like what I'm seeing so far.
Great depth on the return. As you see, first deuce point here. Interesting to see which side he goes. Probably wants the forehand, right? So when you choose deuce side, whether you know something about the serve or not, part of you is hoping that he goes to a big target to the forehand. Dostanek wants to hit forehands here, so I'd look for him to hit as many as he can. Great serve right to the backhand. So if I'm UCLA right here in the second game, third game, this is exactly what you'll see, right? It's a little bit of a chess match, right? I know that you have a good forehand. How can I get you to avoid it? So you can't just go to the backhand because he can camp out and hit inside-out forehands. What you have to do is tug him to the forehand side, but you have to hit a good enough ball or else he'll make you pay. So I think it'll be an interesting chess match to see him hit forehands. Dostanek wants to hit forehands. Hugo Martins wants to not allow that to happen, but needs to play a little bit through it to not let him camp out and hit inside-out forehands, which Dostanek likes. So be interesting to see as the match progresses.
Very interesting as we head over to court number 2 now. Again, want to introduce all these players. Giacomo Ravelli, another one of those rising UCLA names, the sophomore from London, England. Solid freshman campaign, 12-7 in dual match play. And let's be clear, by the way, to set the table stakes for this UCLA team this year, as we see 1-2 Peter Mock, the sophomore, serving on the near side. This UCLA team missed the NCAA tournament last year. That doesn't happen at UCLA.
No, it does not. And they definitely feel like they have something to prove this year. We talked the other day about what's it like for the Florida team, right, to lose 6 starters. What's their, or what's it like for a team that makes the national championship in Kentucky? And, what are they like in the summer? Talk about that with the UCLA team, right? They missed the NCAA tournament. That is not who they see themselves as. When they look in the mirror, they see a different team. So I imagine they work their tails off in the offseason, right? They felt a little disrespected, and I'd look for them to, if you want to see a good team, you want to see them respond this year. So obviously USC is a good opponent, but throughout the year, I'd like to see them, respond to that last year.
Absolutely, and that's what's so fascinating about this group. The Tim Lees, Giacomo here. We saw Hugo Martins on court 1. Obviously, Zaraj has been here through it all. It's a group with some continuity, and I'm going to be fascinated to see their fight. We'll lock in here again through this game. Want to get you to all of these matches. You're going to see the 1-0 lead after they take sets on courts 1 and 3 in doubles. Interesting, we see a lineup switch for the Trojans today. We'll get there in a second. And of course, looming over all of this, Lerner Tien, Australian Open junior doubles champion, boys singles finalist. He won the boys 18s Kalamazoo last year. Really nice. Tien's supposed to join the Trojans in February. You add that to
Is he back watching? Is he back watching yet?
Well, that's the question. What, he played the singles final yesterday? 2 days ago, I guess? 2 days ago? Yeah.
He could be there watching. Most likely he's probably still flying home, but he could be there. And he'll add a spark, right? I mean, he played a match in 40 minutes in his quarterfinal 0-0, which I thought was unbelievable. So he might look unassuming, but he's a deadly player, and will add a huge spark for these guys.
Lefty hit a serve 140 at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's ridiculous. 17, 16 years old. Oh. He looks like he's getting up okay. Happy to see that. Peter Mock. Game points here. 4-2 all on 2. Oh, no. Holds 4-2 all on 2. So let's head over to 3. Yesterday was a quick start for the 5th-year Bradley Fry. Fry taking on veteran Patrick Zaraj.
I believe the referee over there is legendary Anthony. Looks like he was running over to make sure he was okay.
The FBI agent himself?
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's always ready, but he looked to be locked and loaded to make sure that player was okay.
I had an Anthony in the wild moment, so we were flying back. Anthony's last name unknown, redacted, we'll say, the head official who organizes all the referees here in the ITA. I saw him in my connecting flight on the way back from the national indoors. He was so calm and just like, it's just never how you see him in these matches because he's always getting screamed at. That's a screamer from Zaraj.
He is definitely always getting screamed at, takes the brunt. The referees have a tough job. You feel bad for them, but in the heat of the moment, people are yelling, tough. They just want to, calm everyone down. Tough situation a few years ago, I remember. UNC versus Wake. Player went to the bathroom, ended up getting defaulted. You never know what's going to happen in these college matches. But, these referees deal with a lot, so, credit to them.
I'll never forget last year there was an incident on court and the head coach goes, "Anthony, get over here." Like just immediately summon and Anthony comes over. It just, again, one of the unsung personalities who.
And Anthony means business, so
exactly.
He's not messing around.
Yeah, exactly. Is coach enough?
Yeah.
You see Fry second edition. I said this yesterday, Will. How good do you have to be to rock the leg sleeve?
I think you got to be a winner. Can't be, you know, putting it lightly. You can't be out there losing matches wearing the leg sleeve.
You have to hit the drop shot like that.
You got to be hitting shots like that to be wearing the leg sleeve. The one leg sleeve, unless it's for, it depends if it's for style or if it's for rehab purposes, like a, strained calf, whatever it may be, which could be, right? I mean, college guys, and as it should be, they protect a lot of the injuries and protect the college athletes, which I believe should happen. But you never know what he's dealing with. He might be doing it for style, which a lot of people are, or he might be doing it for something, feeling a little banged up. But anyway, you got to be a winner to wear the one leg sleeve if it's for style.
Big weapons for Patrick Girage, 40-15 now. And these two will know each other well, each in their 5th year with their respective programs. And these two not only play each other 3 times a year, but, these guys practice with each other in the off season. A lot of first strike on court number 3 to expect. Girage holds 4-2-all. Let's head over to court number 4 now. Again, we're going to jump around here. Then we're going to head to Pepperdine and do the exact same thing. Want to introduce all of our characters, then we can go split screen, have some fun. Here on court number 4. I love the energy of this freshman, Adarth Tripathi, taking on Wojtek Merrick, the sophomore. Don't you, Will?
Love it. Reminds me of, I'm blanking on his name right at the moment, but plays for Tennessee. I love his energy as well, and I love his energy here starting in this match. You get it in doubles, right? It's what you want to see starting going into singles. Type of player you want on your side, type of player you want to play next to. Just a great showing from the freshman, and someone to watch going forward. Because
Mitsui for Tennessee.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Just the energy, right? It's huge. It's huge for your opponent. It's huge for your teammates. It's great. So just something to watch for.
Wojtek Merrick serving here, the sophomore.
Great get, great volley there. One thing that is interesting to see as you look at, all these different matches is which guys look around, which guys are locked in on their court. I know through my college career, I went back and forth on, you want to look around, you want to look at the scoreboard, but sometimes it throws you off. Sometimes you get deflated. Sometimes you get too excited. You never want your teammates, before the match. Normally you have a meeting the night before, and, I always told everyone, listen, don't expect anyone to win. Don't think that, this guy's going to be a point, so I don't really need to show up today. That's not the mentality you want to have. You want your guys battling. You want everyone to believe that they can win and needs to win. So look for guys kind of looking around and starting to get deflated as the match goes on, because, that happens in college, and typically it happens more when you play six courts in a row, which USC is. So just something to watch for as you watch a lot of these college matches.
So we see here the game points coming up for Merrick on 4.
We love deuce points!
You hear they love deuce points. They love them. NSC. Love game points as well. It's a big forehand approach. Wojtek Merrick 3-2 on serve on court 4. Let's have it over to 5 now. Ludwig Westrate took a tough loss yesterday, yet we see him still in the lineup. And again, there's a lot of depth in these 5, 6 through 8 spots on this Trojans roster. That's something to watch for. Will it be Westrate? Will it be a guy like Sam Rubel getting a look? Yesterday we saw Carl Lee in the 3rd set. Today it's Westrate getting the run at 5.
great job there looking for forehands, right? I don't want to pronounce this wrong, but Visaya, I'm looking to get this, West straight to play backhands, right? And that doesn't mean that you need to play through the backhand corner, but you need to spread them to the forehand side. I do not want to be slicing balls and giving short forehands all day. As you see, that's his most comfortable position.
Well, this is why you have a future in this business. Listen to the pronunciation on the UCLA website. Azuma Visaya. Exactly right. The freshman out of Hawaii.
Lucky guess.
Maybe it turns out that 5th year at Carolina, you learned to read.
Yeah.
Well done.
As a guy who last name is pronounced Blumberg, I've gotten my fair share of Blum, Bloom, everything in between. So just, trying to get things right.
And there's the athleticism.
Forward there and great pass, even better pass. But still, I'd like to see him play a little bit more through the backhand corner. If I'm Visaya here, I'm looking to drop back. If he misses a first serve, I'm looking to drop back on the second serve, hit a heavy ball, start the point through the backhand, look to use my forehand, my weapons. Seems like he's dominating on his serve here. I'd love to see him, even if it's a make serve, I'd love to see him play through the backhand corner. So if I'm him, I'd look to step back and hit a forehand. As you see, he played one ball through the backhand corner. He got a short ball forehand. He spread him to the forehand side. Does not allow him to plant his feet and hit for forehand. Spread him to the forehand corner. Gets a short forehand. Goes to the backhand corner. Moves forward. I would say that's a perfect point for him. Something to look forward to. If I'm him on this side, I take the deuce. I take this point on the deuce side. So if he misses his serve, I can hit my forehand into his backhand. But maybe he feels more comfortable on this side. But I'd look to do it again. I'd look, if I'm West straight, I'm looking to make a first serve. Great point. A little bit lucky as he gave the return a short forehand. West straight did a good job of hitting a forehand, inside in. Didn't do enough with it on the drop shot, but, great serve. Had the first ball he wanted, just didn't do enough with it, but if I'm Visaya, I'm looking to play and create through the backhand corner, spread him to the forehand side if needed, but I'm not looking to give him short forehands as that does not seem like a recipe of success.
And he's the freshman here from Hawaii. It's my first time getting a look at him. Here's the word that comes to mind. He's springy. There's just a lot of energy. Yeah,
those drop shots, weren't the best, but weren't bad. That was a great job by him getting up to them, putting them away. Those are not easy shots. A lot, more difficult than it looks.
There's also a lot of moving parts. The limbs are flying.
Yeah, the limbs are flying. I'm trying to figure out and maybe you know the rules better than me, if you begin your serve and your foot is on the center line, is that a foot fault? I'm trying to figure out.
If it crosses the center line, it's a foot fault.
His foot was getting dangerously close there, and we have a better angle than the chair umpire does, but he needs to be careful with that because I believe if you start your motion and your foot is on that center line, that is deemed a foot fault. So just something to watch there, for a big point. He might lose a first serve on that one.
What a get. It's hard to put a ball away through these courts.
Great get. I would have loved to see him, as he spread the forehand there, maybe make him pass him on the backhand side, which doesn't seem like West Straight's, ideal play. Definitely not a bad play for him. Doesn't seem like seems like he preferred to hit a forehand there. So here, if I'm down love 30, I'm going, high percentage first serve to his backhand and looking to create with my forehand. So maybe even a kick tee, slice tee. But if you're starting to feel, needy, you might go big. But I'd go, high percentage to the backhand. Missed first serve, right? Now you're in a bad position, love 30. So, I'd look to create, hit a forehand off this return here. point from West Strait. If I'm West Strait, I'm sitting there all day happy to go forehand with you, right? That's definitely his strength. We watch a few games here. That's welcome to the show type of point for me. That's, hey, listen, you want to see your guns versus my guns? I'm happy to hang out here. So if I'm Visaya, I'm watching this. If I'm the coach here, I'm saying, hey, listen, that's not your play. You may go 1 or 2, but spread to the open court. Here you want to see a first serve made, right? Love 30 there. You saw, a decent point, but needs to have a first serve in the court to create anything and have a good opportunity to get back in this game.
A little easier there for the freshman Visaya. And Alex Gruskin will Blumberg here. Early stages in our singles action. Our final matches on the day. USC has taken break leads on courts number 2, 4, and 6.
I don't mind the play there. If I'm Visaya, when I got that forehand line, after I spread him to the backhand side, I think he needs to do a little bit of a better job of spreading him to the angle on the deuce side. I think that he gave him a short forehand, kind of got lucky that he didn't do enough of it, West Strait. But just something to watch for us. This is a forehand battle, right? I mean, both players want to hit forehands. Both players want to dictate. Just who's going to do a better job of moving the opponent and getting a short ball and coming in and closing or finding ways to win. But I think first serves and setting yourself up early in the point are huge. Just a perfect point if you're West Strait there, right? Gives you the slice forehand, spread them to the backhand corner, take the ball early, typically like Roger Federer does, make you, feel like you have no time. Pick that ball up on the rise, go line, come in close, make him come up with big shots over and over and over. So I think just not high enough of a first serve percentage there. Could have done a better job of spreading him, but here we are in a battle. UFC, UCLA.
And breaks now for the Trojans on 4 different courts. Peter Mock actually a 6-2 first set on court number 2. And here on court number 6, Ryan Colby. This is the lineup change. Last year, the freshman Colby was exceptional. I should say now sophomore, but in his freshman campaign, Colby so good for this USC Trojan team. Won a very impressive 20-6 overall, 19-5 in dual match play. Played primarily in those 5 and 6 positions. Colby 5-2 lead here as he takes on junior Timothy Lee. By the way, we got a comment agreeing with your assessment of the foot fault. Confirmation. So good analysis once again. You know that rule book. And you brought up that love 30 kick serve. Apologies to fans. But there was a moment, I think it was 3-4, second set against Boitan, love 30, where it was just like, I guarantee you with every fiber of my being, Will's going kick backhand here. I know the look in your eyes when you're like, kick backhand, first forehand.
Well, you need it. I mean, you need a first serve, right? I mean, it's something that I don't do as good of a job of, but my first serve percentage dips, so I know exactly how it feels to start missing serves. Playing against guys that have good forehands is you start to feel this, almost like the clouds are rolling in on you. Your first serve's in the low 50s, playing big moments. It's like, listen, I'm just giving these guys too many opportunities. So, I know exactly how it feels. So I know how it feels to be these guys and, feel like you're not doing enough, constantly giving guys short balls, constantly giving guys opportunities. So that's my advice to these guys as they play these 30 all points, 15-30, right? You have, making a first serve is so important to start to set the point up. It's like similar to golf. If you have a same putt, same length for birdie or for par, you'll make it more times for par because you feel the nerves on birdie, right? If you miss so many first serves, you're not going to do as well as if you give yourself chances and opportunities.
That Boitan match, by the way, the best win I've ever seen you play while playing bad.
Where, national indoors or when he beat
Yeah,
me?
national indoors.
Yeah, I was locked in. I feel like I didn't do enough that week for our team, so I was super locked in on that match. But he's a good player. I mean, he's got a lot of firepower. He handed me my last L of my career ever, which
That was lights out from him.
which
That
stung.
was...
But he's a great player, right? I mean, he has a lot of talent, can play. So just kind of how you compete. So credit to him.
We have competition. Colby again, 2 points away from putting another first set on the board. Be the second for the Trojans. Gonna get to Pepperdine after this.
Quick shout out to college tennis, Rinky Hijikata, Grand Slam champion. Pretty remarkable, pretty amazing. Beyond happy for him, but also amazing for college tennis, right? You've probably commentated a bunch of his matches, but just amazing. No one more deserving, works his tail off. So super happy for him, super happy for college tennis.
As we see the doubles point deciding point set point coming up here on 6. I want to ask you about that in a second. Let's see what side he chooses to go to. He's right back to the deuce.
Deuce was always my preferred side. I always preferred if someone missed a serve. I always prefer to hit a forehand to start the point. So just something to note.
Forehand sprays on him, 4-5-3.
Great depth on the return, though. If you're Colby, you're pretty happy. I mean, you're not happy with the way that sprayed, but you are happy with the way that you created a short ball, good opportunity for yourself there. So, I like the way you hit the forehand, created another forehand, so that's a positive.
Easy 1-2 there for Ryan Colby. You bring up Rinky Hijikata, your former teammate, Australian Open doubles champion. Obviously him, Rahm, Salisbury. The Bryans played a couple years at Stanford that you feel like they would have been good, of course, no matter what. What is it that allows all these college players, and by the way, it's on the women's side as well, that allows them to go on to these pro successes we're seeing in doubles?
I think the comfort in these high pressure environments and playing in front of all these fans, and right, I mean, playing an Australian in Australia is no joke. You're playing, loud, high energy, high stress. So these guys are comfortable, right? Rinky's a guy who always loved the moment, always loved the big matches, loved people yelling at him, loved the energy. And when he gets going, he can play, right? I mean, he was dismantling teams. So credit to him. I think he was comfortable in an uncomfortable environment, which, a lot of players is, when they get uncomfortable, they kind of shy away from the moment. He's a player who loves it and lives for it. So I think, as you saw, playing a slam final, just in the big moments was making big returns, making big shots. So I think that's all really a lot of college tennis and a lot of credit to how hard he worked.
So as you see, Colby continues to push forward, that one into the net. I want to get back to this match in a second, but last Rinky thought, since I do have you here, you used to text me saying, I'm telling you, keep an eye out for this Rinky Hijikata. He is exceptional. You saw it in practice. That said, a double slam title. Come on. Like, as good as him and Ben were that freshman year for him, I did not see the doubles title coming.
It's shocking. I actually believe that in Champaign, I think we can joke about it now. I think the first match that him and Ben played, they lost 6-0 at number 3 doubles. So from 6-0 at number 3 doubles, to winning a slam is pretty remarkable. I bet that he'd take those, he wouldn't flip-flop those any day of the week. I'm sure his bank account's happy. I'm sure, he's happy to be in the record books. But switching, one thing I will note, as Colby was up here 5-2, look at his body language, right? He started making a few silly errors, and his arms slumped, his body slumped, he's complaining, right? Missing first serves, missing balls. Just something to note, right? I mean, the UCLA player Lee here is just staying steady. That's exactly what you want to see, right? When you see your guy, right? First ball error, first serve miss, first ball error, deuce point, first ball error. That's not what you want here, right? I mean, Lee's just plugging his way back into this match. I believe that's Bryce Pereira right there as a volunteer. If I'm him, I'm telling him, hey, listen, stop looking around, right? He's looking at the other court. This is something that I know all too well because I was right there with him. But if I'm Bryce, I'm saying, hey, take a deep breath, focus on your match. You're up 5-4 here, but we need to start earning these points instead of giving away some free ones.
Absolutely. So 5-4 here. Again, first set's coming to their conclusion over in this USC-UCLA battle right now. USC with first sets. The first set on court number 2. That's actually the only first set finish. Tight action everywhere else. Let's hop over, though, to Pepperdine. Because, of course, we haven't spent much time there, and the Waves have already begun to separate themselves on court number 1. 7 straight games for Janice Chen. Of course, Chen barely lost throughout the course of her 2022 campaign for the Waves. Listen to this. As an NCAA semifinalist at Oregon, her freshman year, last year, a ridiculous 19-3 in dual match play. I mean, again, wow. NCAA semifinals, 19-3, chance for 8 straight games here at 1. Watch for the serve, the forehand, the weapons Chen plays with, because it's a little different than you typically see.
Going 19-3 and playing in Malibu every day for your home matches is not too bad, right? You take that 7 out of 7 days a week. I love the way that she uses the slice. I find that on the men's game, more so with the women don't tend to use the slice quite as much as you see a little bit more of a power game. But I love the way that she's using her slice to create different types of balls, different looks. I really like that.
I might have to tweet out that Rinky story, by the way. I forgot about that because it's the same thing as Ben playing 5. It's no different.
That he lost 6-0?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should. I mean, you should look that up to confirm that to make sure I'm not just BSing.
No, we called the match. It was the first one you guys played.
Yeah.
And they were undefeated the year before, so it was like, wait, what?
And he was coached by Ronnie Schneider in that match, so good job to Ronnie. Great coaching. Obviously he loses 6-0 while Ronnie's coaching to then go on and win the Australian Open double. So probably a coaching problem. Shout out Ronnie.
That was that Tennessee match.
Was it 6-0?
6-3 they lost.
Really?
But wasn't it 6-0 the next day? Hold on.
I want to look this up.
Nice overhead smack put away there for this Memphis team here at the number 1 position. Senior Aran Teixeira Garcia. Gonna get something going.
I will tell a legendary Rinky story, just about how good of a guy he is here. But that year that I believe we won national indoors, he had the opportunity to play in the Australian Open doubles as a wild card team, and had the opportunity to then play in a tournament after that. And he decided to come home and play with us in the indoor nationals and help us qualify to go on then to win. Obviously, is remarkable in a year or 2 years after that, but just shows how good of a guy he is, right? Team guy, always wanted to come back, could have played in a slam as doubles, but came back, to represent the school and represent himself, and just an amazing guy.
Absolutely.
Deuce point here. She's rolling now, 6-0, 3-0. Tough start after losing the doubles point, but if you're Pepperdine, you're absolutely loving this.
No, and we got to go elsewhere as well. Let's go over to court number 2 where Lisa Czar, who, of course, another one of this loaded Pepperdine roster. They've only got 7 players on the team. All 7 have either been All-Americans, top 25 players. So they're thin, but boy, are they talented. And you see Savannah Brodus. She does close out a 6-3 first set. So that's 6 first sets. No, excuse me. This is number 3 singles, Westhoff. Just so you know. This is court number 3. At that number 3 singles. So they may have swapped some things here. But Brodus, the 6-3 set. Let's head over to court number 4 if we can, because number 4 is the 4 singles position, so we'll hold there. Oh no, we're going to stay for a second while Westhoff switches our numbers again. Alex Gruskin joined here by 10-time All-American Will Blumberg. Right now, USC 1-0 lead on UCLA. They've taken 3 first sets, courts 2, 4, and 6. Again, Pepperdine's Janice Chen. 6-0, 3-0 lead at the number 1 spot. Right here at the number 2, might as well introduce him. It's the senior, Monique Woog of Lakeland, Tennessee. Woog taking on sophomore Savannah Brodus. Of course, Brodus last year, not only an NCAA doubles semifinalist, but of course went a ridiculous 22-1 during her freshman season in singles play as well. So again, super producer Daniel Westhoff getting our camera set.
I will say, from a player's perspective, it will be interesting to see as they move the national championships to the fall, how that does affect people's playing. I know that from my perspective, although I you never want to admit it, your ranking always kind of mattered to you, right? I mean, finishing matches, I know that, you care about it. All Americans matter. All these things matter. So as they move it to the fall and as it comes out of the way, I wonder if you see, guys and girls faced with slightly less nerves, honestly. The rankings don't matter in the spring. Obviously, you want to win for your team and you're willing to do anything to compete, but, you're not thinking really about the individual aspect of it. So it is just an interesting piece as they change it in 2024.
See again here on Pepperdine court number 2. Shout out super producer Daniel Westhoff. He has us rolling. It's a senior, Lisa Czar, All-American last year. Went 38-11 overall, 18-5 in dual match play. Just looking to close out that final first set. She takes on the junior, Camila Suarez out of Peru. And so now it's a deuce point, deciding point, set point. Would be a clean sweep now for Pepperdine. In all 6 first sets, the Waves have been dominant. Excuse me, it would be their 5th first set. Battle still going on at court number 5. So call confirmed. It is 5 first sets. And now lopsided leads on a couple of courts as well. Let's go to court number 4 now, super producer Daniel Westhoff, where it's Nikki Redelick.
As we watch Pepperdine women play, got to shout out Louisa Stefani, who won the mixed doubles in the Australian Open. Legendary Pepperdine women's tennis player. Amazing person. Come back from a tough injury last year, but already playing so well and shout out to a legendary Pepperdine player.
First NCAA match I ever saw, Luisa Stefani, and
Wow.
those Pepperdine Waves taking on, it was a night match taking on Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech ended up beating them. That was the year you guys did get clipped by USC in the round of 16. I forgot that happened at Wake Forest. That was the memory, because that's when it rained and you guys went indoors. I actually drove to North Carolina to watch Michigan play UCLA instead of watching your match. A whole story, but of course, again, right now, camera frozen on court number 4. And so we'll go over then instead to court number 5 now. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, court number 5 in the meantime. And it's Redelic versus Meyer. Oh, nope, it's back. It's back. We can stay. Nikki Redelic, you see 6-1-4-0 lead. Redelic again, the junior out of Florida. Finished the season top 125 in the country. 22-9 overall, 10-4 in dual match play. And here's the thing you don't say enough of. ITA scholar athlete, all academic first team. I don't know how you go to class if you go to Pepperdine. The view is too good.
Yeah, how are you not on the beach?
I'm just not walking down the mountain because it's just like a big hill, the campus. If I'm at the top, I'm not working my way down. Yeah.
Just a great start here from Pepperdine. You have 2 courts here. Court number 1 there was 6-0-3-0. Court here 6-1-4-0, right? After winning the doubles point in a big match. This is exactly the way you want to start. So credit to them. If you're Memphis, you're competing. I like the energy here that Meyer's giving. Still competing down big, but you never know, right? I mean, a couple unforced errors there, but you do never know, right? Crazier things have happened. So credit to them for fighting, but also credit to Pepperdine. They're really not laying up. It's easy to win a easy first set and then kind of let it go. So credit for them for focusing in.
I've never seen a team come back from doubles in 6 first sets, but for what it's worth right now, Memphis is up 5-4 on 5. I've seen doubles in 5 first sets.
Yeah, listen, it can happen, right? I mean, as we talked the other day, after, you get past the 2-hour mark and you never know, right? I mean, you never know. Team mental energy or nerves start to set in and you really never know what's going to happen. So, keep fighting and we'll see. But tough deficit to overcome here, 6-1-4-0, 15-30. That might be a little tricky, but, once again, could happen.
You see the great pass there from Redelic. So solid off both wings. He's the junior. That doubles in 5 first sets. National Indoor Semifinals 2020. Michigan takes doubles in 5 first sets from USC. USC comes back. People accused me of losing my voice because I was so excited. It was actually because Brandon Holt at that 2020 indoors gave COVID to all of us. He was the original patient zero.
I was deathly ill for about 8 days after that. I think that I started to camp out in my girlfriend's apartment, and she was wondering why the heck I was over there when I had a bad flu. She said, get out of here, but she took good care of me. But I was really sick for 8 days, convinced that I had COVID, so shout out Brandon. He couldn't speak, had to retire in our match. But they were national champions, so probably worth it.
Let me see the game points here for Redelic as Pepperdine. They have a squad. There's no doubting. To Will's point, the strong starts here this weekend. National finalists in 2021, quarterfinalists last year.
This might be the nail in the coffin here, right? 6-1-4-0. Good job there. I really like the way Meyer's playing. Honestly, she's trying to do the right thing. She's high with energy. Difficult position to be in, could easily go away. But, like I said, these are some big matches, but you also want to continue to compete for the season. So, she's trying her best to get out of here. Tough circumstance here, but I really like the way that she's competing. 1 for 3 on break point. Difficult, but you never know. Here's another opportunity, so we'll see. Look to use her forehand here around the court.
Going down swinging, there's no doubt. That said, Nikki Redelic's been everywhere. 6-1-5-0 for the junior on 4. Let's head over to court number 5, but we have some shocking news, and it's not one of our matches, but upset heard around the country. Number 3 NC State. We all saw potential superstar freshman Diana Schneider course, competing at the Australian Open. She makes the second round. She wasn't in action this weekend. And Vanderbilt goes to NC State, beats the Wolfpack in Raleigh. Vanderbilt going to the National Indoors, Will. That is something we all take notice of.
That's shocking.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough. In their environment, on those red courts, credit to Vanderbilt, ex-Tar Heel Haley Carter, coaching, ex-top 30 doubles player, but legendary Tar Heel. Shout out to Vanderbilt. Difficult to do. Great win in a tough environment and sending them to Seattle.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll talk more about that certainly throughout the course of the week. Right now, how about this? If it's ever going to get going, it starts here. Davali Tumtung, set point coming up. It's a deuce point. She takes on Carolyn Campana, the transfer from Wake Forest. That's a grind. Campana refusing to be the player that drops a set on this day for Pepperdine. 5-all here on court number 5. Meanwhile, going to go back to us quickly. Will Blumberg does have qualifying tomorrow at the Cleveland Challenger, so this is where he sends his goodbyes. Will, final thoughts on today's action, what we've seen?
Yeah, I love it. Two battles, obviously, storied programs, USC, UCLA, and a battle. Pepperdine, Memphis here. Pepperdine doing a good job as they start, but just a great weekend of college tennis, right? For us who love college tennis, for everyone around that loves college tennis. This is the start of the big show, the start of the first, who's in the Sweet 16. So it's an honor to call these matches with you. Hopefully I'll be back on tomorrow or more in the future, but we'll see what happens. Looks like Pepperdine's in the lead. Looks like USC might, continue to close, but you never know. That's the great thing about college tennis, and we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, Will, good luck tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. And yes, we do have a Georgia match tomorrow, so hopefully we will see you there. Will Blumberg, everyone, 10-time All-American. Always appreciate being joined by him. All right. With that said, let's go over to court number 6 now here in Pepperdine. Actually, we got to go to court 4. Court 4 quickly, Westhoff. Let's go to court number 4 as it's a match point scenario for Nikki Redelick. Junior's been exceptional here today. She's dropped just one game and now finds herself on the precipice of delivering a 2-love lead. Just wide there. And again, we are going to start jumping around. Westhoff, I want you to prepare the split screen, please. Court 2 at USC as Peter Mock is about to serve for the match. A massive shout out to Will Blumberg, Harry Scheinen, Bradley Klon, all the people who have joined us here this weekend. Track meet stop, followed by the nifty finish. Nikki Redelick makes it 2-0 Pepperdine. 6-1, 6-love win for the Waves here at 4. So we go over to court number 1 now, where Janice Chen is closing in. She's got a 6-0, 4-2 lead here at Pepperdine. We'll also get the split screen ready. Court number 2 at USC. Peter Mock serving to give USC a 2-0 lead over UCLA. energy high. And expect the Trojan Roar coming as well. We've got match points. Peter Mock, court number 2. So it's 2-0 Trojans. Peter Mock, 6-2, 5-2. The Trojans lead now, and they've taken first sets on. Oh, we got to go to court number 1 at USC. Court 1 at USC, where we have a battle of a first set unfolding. Meanwhile, Janice Chen. Things out. It's going Patrick Maloney on us. Saw that celebration, a little giggle on Brett Macy's face. Save that clip, Westhoff. Someone send it to the Michigan senior. Stonik 7-6 over Hugo Martins. I'm in on Hugo Martins. I really am. I love how smooth his weapons are, how easy the power comes. That's a really good set. Ultimately going, though, the way of the Trojans. So now we go to court number 5, where that battle is still unfolding. Ludwig Westrate, Azuma Visaya. 6-all, 3-all in the breaker. Meanwhile, Chen, again, 1 game away. Pepperdine 1 game away on court number 6 as well. I'll monitor each. Yeah, let's go to court 5 for USC Westhoff. And actually, Chen's 4 points away, but Campana's a little closer. So let's go to court 6 in Pepperdine. That way I can introduce Anna Campana, sister, of course, of Carolyn. Transfer over from Wake Forest as well. She's 1 game away, as it has been all Campana and all Pepperdine waves here today. The waves. 6-1, 5-2, 30 love. Oh, that's such a high volley. It's such a difficult high backhand volley. If the Bruins are going to make a push, it probably starts with Visaya here on court number 5. Again, USC now 4 first sets. Bruins got a first set from UCLA at 3. One here at 5 just to steady the ship. Ooh, we got to jump over to court 1, Westhoff. Court 1 at Pepperdine. It's match points for Janice Chen. Drop shot saves match point. Ooh, Westhoff, can you replace USC UCLA with Campana on court 6 at Pepperdine? If you can do that, that would be awesome, as we've got double Pepperdine match point for the dual match. He can do it, folks. That's why he's the best in the business. It's match points Pepperdine. They look to advance to the national indoors. Ooh, court 6. I think that's court 5, Westhoff. Sadly, court 6 in the books. Oh, and Janice Chen into the net on the sitter. So let's go full on court number 1, please. Full screen court number 1. It's 3-0 Pepperdine overall. Match point Chen. To send Pepperdine to the indoors. So there it is. Pepperdine headed to Seattle. 4-0-4-0. Wins for the Waves here this weekend. And it's 6-1-6-0 Redelic, 6-0-6-2 Chen, 6-1-6-2 Campana. We said it in the preseason. This Pepperdine team has all the ingredients to once again compete for a national championship. Looks like they might do so again this season. Straight, set, win for the Waves. Let's go back now to USC. And let's kick things off. That first set does go to Azuma Visaya. So 7-6, that's a much-needed moment there for the Bruins. But let's go split screens, court 4 and 6 at USC. You can start wherever you need, Westhoff, but that's where we're ultimately going to end up. Courts 4 and 6 at USC. Here's the most straightforward pathway for the Trojans to get to Chicago. They've won the match on 2. Peter Mock delivering a straight set victory, and right now it's Wojtek Merrick, the sophomore, 6-3, 3-2 lead on 4. Ryan Colby, the freshman, did ultimately close out that first set, so it's a 6-4, 3-2 lead for the Trojans on 6 as well. Lee, 3-all now. On court number 6, 3-all on 4 as well. Again, Alex Gruskin here. Scoreboards. 7-6, 1 a lead for Dostanek on 1. 6-3, 3-all here on 4. 6-4, 3-all on 6. Trojans lead. Meanwhile, UCLA with first sets. 7-5, 2-1 lead on 3. 7-6 lead on court 5. So, again, doubles and 4 first sets go to the Trojans. We saw Tennessee do the same yesterday. How long did that lead stay alive? It ain't over till it's over. So break point number 1 goes awry for Wojtek Merrick. You hear the Go Tex in the background. Still, that serving marker's incorrect. So no, it is correct. 3 break point chances here for Merrick. Meanwhile, game point chances for Colby as well. So let's make a full lineup switch. Was looking at the scoreboard to see where we should go. Let's go to the 2 UCLA leads. Courts 3 and 5, please, Westhoff. Courts 3 and 5 as, again, Trojans now up a set and a break on 4 on serve there in set number 2 on 6. Much needed opening deciding point for Ludwig Westrate. Tough day at the office yesterday for the juniors, looking to find his rhythm here. Again, with his other teammates in advantageous positions, the job for Westrate, stay competitive, stay on court. Meanwhile, Bradley Fry, winner in straight sets yesterday, finds himself down, taking on Patrick Zaraj. Zaraj now up a set and a break. That's a beautiful forehand from Fry, and he has 2 break point chances back. Ooh, actually, can we change court number 5 back to court 4 west up? Wojtek Merrick, 6-3-4 lead. 6-3, 4-3 lead. He's got break points, I believe, take a 5-3 lead. So this one may be over shortly, folks. Trojans making their move on a couple of courts. Again, Wojtek Merrick up that set and break. Looking to consolidate here. I forgot it was Colby on serve, excuse me. Woj, we already knew was up a break. And there it is, Wojtek's 1 game away, giving the Trojans a 3-love lead. Meanwhile, Bradley Fry gets the break back, so 7-5, 2-all now. Things stay competitive on 3. Let's go over to court number 6 in that court 3 spot. Full lineup switch once again as the Trojans looking to get to the finish line. But junior Timothy Lee's got other plans. The Bruin decided to get the call up into the singles lineup. Game points now. Things up at 4 apiece here in set 2. freshman Tripathi. Let's find out how much fight he has in him again. How many times this weekend have we seen just by holding serve down a break, you force your opponent to finish the job? Early in the season, the nerves may start to kick in. You're not always capable of doing that. Tripathi stays fighting. Game point chances coming up now as he looks to at least force Trojan sophomore Wojtek Merrick to have to serve it out. Meanwhile, Colby continues to move forward aggressively. Did he miss that last volley? Might have sailed on him. It did. Too good from Ryan Colby. Puts the Trojans one game away on court number 6. We'll swap that out with court number 1 for now. That Dostanek Hoog Martins battle probably not going to finish, but man, has it been extraordinary.
Yes! Let's go!
As Tripathi holds 4-6, 3-5-4. Wojtek Merrick will have the opportunity to serve it out on 4. We'll head over to 3 in the meantime. Show you that number 1 doubles team. Dostanek and Fry in their singles action. Again, 2-0 Trojans right now overall. Alex Gruskin here for our final match of day 3. Great serve wide from Hoog Martins. Again, was an all-conference selection. NCAA tournament selection as well in singles. See why, how smooth and easy the power is. Meanwhile, Bradley Fry, who just got the break back for 2-all, now facing break points of his own. Here's Raj, relentless in his aggression. So Zaraj breaks Hoog Martins. Did that land good? If it did, that might be your shot of the day. Let's go back to court number 4, Westoff, in lieu of court 3. Court 4 in lieu of court 3. We're going to make a quick court switch. Then we've got a fun guest for all of you. Let's go court 4, USC, UCLA. If we can. Courts 4 and 6. 4 and 6, as those are the 2 closing to the finish line. Joining us now on our broadcast here, head coach of the team we just saw complete a 4-0 victory, earn their spot in Seattle. It's Pepperdine women's tennis head coach Per Nilsson. Per, welcome back. Congratulations on the victory. Here's where I want to start. It's a day where your team dropped 6 games in singles on their way to victory. Talk to me about how the Waves performed on court today.
Singles was really good. I thought, it was a little nervous going into the match. Watching all the other matches today, it's not easy to get through. And doubles wasn't the best, but really good in singles, I thought.
I saw you bundled up. What was it, 65 today in Malibu? A little chilly?
No, it was 75 and sunny. It's just, we kind of like to rock the winter jackets, try to get ready for Seattle. So it was nice, normal weather out here.
I like it. And for your team to get back to Seattle, what does that mean for this program to get back to another national indoors?
It means a lot because it's crucial to get these 3 to 4 matches right there in the beginning of February into to quality opponents, and so you can kind of see where your team is and what you need to work on. It's really you take a hit when you don't make it there. And so for us, it's a really important one to get to, and just it strengthens the schedule, obviously, and so really good for us to get there.
And for your team, you not only have that a couple of weeks away. Next weekend, I believe you're taking the California road trip. You're going up north, headed to Cal, headed to Stanford. Those matches, between those 2 matches, what do these next 2 weeks look like for your team?
Really good matches, obviously, and we tried to schedule really tough here in the beginning, then give us a little bit of a break, and then go right back at it in a really heavy March. We're just trying to figure out how we're going to be as a team with a couple of newbies. We're not there yet, but we're excited about where we can get to, I think. But, we're licking our wounds a little bit from a tournament that we went to in Vegas. Still not there 100%. So this weekend, it was all about getting through and finding 4 points somehow.
With that, I don't want to let you go shortly, but with that lineup, you have players like Brodus and Czar and Chen and all these different options. Do you just set up a dartboard, you spin it, and you have your assistant, Pete Billingham, just throw darts at the board to figure out who plays where?
Pete comes in the morning with a cup of coffee. Sometimes he hands me one, sometimes he doesn't. And then he's got it all laid out. And, then we go back and forth a little bit. But he seems to win the award for the lineup, I think. He's right here. He can tell you.
So I'm not an assistant, so just to clarify that.
Oh, associate head coach?
Yeah, he's big time in it now. He's big time in it.
You promoted Pete? That's the downfall of the Pepperdine program.
No, I didn't know it happened. It was a complete surprise to me. So I don't know how he swung that.
Well deserved, of course. And again, this Pepperdine team, it's very early, but you guys have had some exceptional teams. Obviously, NCAA Finals 2021 last year, quarterfinalists outdoors, semifinalists at the indoors. What should we expect as college tennis fans from the Pepperdine Waves this season?
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I think it hasn't really, the last 2-3 seasons kind of been weird. You look on your paper and you see what maybe could be. Maybe we did as well. I'm not sure. We're kind of excited about this team. We actually think we have the possibility to be a lot better than we were last year, but we're nowhere near there yet. And so we have to do some healing. We have to get some people back to 100%, and then we need to improve in some areas. And then we have an opportunity, I think, to be really good. But this year, there's so many good teams, and we're hoping to be one of the few that maybe have a shot at the end.
I love to hear. Well, then my last question for you, and this is the critical one. College tennis fans everywhere want to know, better player or coach, Shiori Fukuda?
I mean, right now, I would say she's an amazing coach, but it's hard to top what she did for us. So but she's been amazing so far. It's an added benefit for us because we lost Jan, who was really good, but Shiori stepped in and taken a good role for us.
No, she's been incredible, obviously, and to keep that as part of your culture. Always a good thing to have Shiori Fukuda around, and always a good thing to, again, drop just 6 games in singles, get back to another national indoor final 16 field. So, Coach, congratulations to you and the team. Obviously, I look forward to seeing you in Seattle in a couple of weeks.
Alex, we appreciate everything you do for college tennis. It's amazing, and hope you continue to do it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, don't promote Pete. That's a mistake. That's a free piece of advice for you.
I don't know who he paid off to do that. Wasn't me, that's for sure.
I appreciate it, Coach. Take care, and take care to Pete as well. And congratulations to the Waves.
Thanks, Alex. Take it easy.
Of course. And Coach Per Nilsson joining us as we now lock back into our matches. Forgot to update that scoreboard for you. My fault. Have to give Westhoff the verbal there, as we did see Wojtek Merrick close out his straight set victory. 6-3, 6-4. By the way, I joke with Coach Pete Billingham. I do feel the need to point that out. Imagine this, 17-year-old kid, 16-year-old kid, going into his senior year of high school, thinks he's going to be on a really good team, so he and a buddy of his from that high school team go down to Saddlebrook to train for a week just to see how things go. And, you know, you're assigned to your various groups. I'm given this former Coastal Carolina he's presented to me. He was the hottest thing since sliced bread at Coastal Carolina, a really good doubles player. Who was that person? Who was my counselor all those years ago at Saddlebrook? Pepperdine associate head coach Pete Billingham. So Pete has always been near and dear to my heart here at Cracked Racquets. A well-deserved promotion for Pete, but that's why I get to joke around with him, because I've known him now for nearly a decade. As we lock back in here to our final matches. I can't believe I've known Pete for nearly a decade. That's a weird thing to say out loud. By the way, you see Hook Martin serving. It's not break point, it's game point. I would also point out the other Saddlebrook coach. It was Pete Billingham and Matt Gordon, who's now the assistant at Kentucky. So yeah, I got lucky. I'll tell you what, I was their worst student over the years. Players like Liam Draxel, now at Kentucky, Lane Sleeth over at Oklahoma. Fun little group that came out of Saddlebrook. None of these players qualify for that list, but again, USC's got all the pressure on the Bruins. They need to flip one of these matches, does UCLA. No way. Oh, great guess from Dostanek. Bruins are upsets on the other two courts. Two of these, they each got to go 3. Probably starts here with Tim Lee. Again, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, USC takes doubles, 2 and 4. The sophomores Peter Mock, Wojtek Merrick. With the 2 victories, this matchup here went all the way to a first set breaker, 9-7. Dostanek with the win. Point chances now for Lee. And junior Timothy Lee for these UCLA Bruins. Harvard Westlake High School is Cracked Racquets Great Shot Podcast co-founder Max Rothman. Not a ton of singles action for the former 4-star recruit. Certainly looking forward to the call up here today as he forces the breaker on 6. Dostanek holds, so let's go full on 6. It's as simple as this. SC wins this. Game, set, match. Trojans are headed to Chicago. And I believe that right there is volunteer assistant coach Ben Goldberg. Again, here's how long we've been going now at Cracked Racquets, and we're really not that old, but 2019 National Indoors, Ben Goldberg, Will Blumberg, each players for their respective programs. Blumberg now joins us in the broadcast booth. Goldberg's out on court coaching his Bruins. Ryan Colby, the body language has been weird today. Will was right. It's just a little lackadaisical. But it's been effective as the mini break goes to Colby here, 2-1. On serve 4-3, you saw that second set on 1. Ludwig Westrate 4-1 lead. Looks like he's going to force a split on 5. Only matters, of course, if Lee takes this set here. So Raj, 7-5, 4-3 break lead on Fry. Just the firepower from Ryan Colby. And the freshman dropped just 5 matches in singles last year, 19-5 in dual match play. Clinched a team-high 7 matches for the Trojans, so he's been in this position before as well. Five one as we make the turn. It looks like Trojans may just come out on top. 2 points away. Here they are on 6. If you can do it quickly, feel free to flash us back into the split screen. Westhoff will watch court number 1 as we wait for 6 to continue. But, of course, as soon as they get back there, we'll go full screen. Dostanek 2 points away from a break, but you have to wonder how much scoreboard watching is going on. You see the huge scoreboard there, right over court number 1. These players know exactly what's happening elsewhere. So good from Hoog Martins. I'm in on Hoog Martins. Forehand goes long. It's just been that sort of day for Colby. A little hot and cold. He's had this match on his racket. And it does feel like he's generated certainly a plethora of winners throughout the course of tonight. That said, the errors have come in bunches. It's just been a little casual. Some things certainly clean up for these Trojans moving forward, but Kind of like where you are this early in the season if you're head coach Brett Macy. So here it is. Give me that slow clap to send them to Chicago. Trojans are going to Chicago. And once again, it's Ryan Colby. Led the team in clinches last year. Clinches once again to send USC to the National Indoor Final 16. It's a 4-0 victory for the Trojans in the battle for Los Angeles. With that said, that'll do it for our coverage here on day number 3 of these 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. Alex Gruskin, so thrilled to be able to bring you so much of the action happening across the country. We've had drama, we've had thrillers, we've had, more than anything else, just a plethora of outstanding college tennis to highlight happening across the country. Of course, none of that would be possible without the immense efforts of 2 others here at Cracked Racquets. I may be the pretty face, but of course, super producer Daniel Westoff is the man who makes it all happen on the ones and twos. Dalton Thieneman, of course, you're not going to find a man who tries to ensure college tennis is highlighted more than he. So shout out to my 2 colleagues. Shout out, of course, to our friends at the ITA and to all of you who took the time to tune in with us. Obviously, it is a thrill to be able to show this much action throughout the course of the day. And we still got one more match to go, 2:30 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Of course, we will have the University of Georgia in their men's regional final. So we hope you join us then. But for now, go get some rest, catch up on that Australian Open. We'll run things back tomorrow for the sensational super producer Daniel Westoff and all of us here in Indianapolis. I am your host, Alex Gruskin. You have been watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. We'll see you all tomorrow.